Chapter 600. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Jiao Jiao. On the carriage back, little Jing Kong excitedly swung his short legs beside Gu Jiao. You play the zither so well. You play better than my master. Gu Jiao asked, Does your master know how to play the zither? Little Jing Kong said with disdain. He knows how to play, but his playing is terrible. Gu Jiao imagined the scene of an old monk with a white beard playing the zither with slow movements, but the sound of the zither was out of tune. She said, Your master has a wide range of hobbies. Little Jing Kong waved his hand. It's nothing. My master loves to drink. A monk can drink? Is your master a monk? Gu Jiao wiped the zither case on her lap with a handkerchief and said, He's old. It's better not to drink. Little Jing Kong nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. The carriage arrived at the city gate, which was closed. However, Gu Jiao had a token in her hand, so the guards opened the gate for her. When they passed through the gate, little Jing Kong suddenly asked, Jiao, why did we come so far to play the zither? Gu Jiao said, I'm sending a friend here. He's going on a long journey. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and asked, Is it the friend who plays the flute? He plays the flute very well. Love me, love my dog. Gu Jiao smiled. Yes, I think it's good too. Children's focus was different from adults. If Xiaoheng was here, he would definitely ask who the friend was, a man or a woman. Little Jing Kong said seriously, It must be Jiao's very good friend. Will he come back? I don't know. Gu Jiao truly did not know that in the dream she had when she returned to the Marquis's estate, Lu Yixing had returned. But now the trajectory of everything was not the same as in the dream. No one could guarantee that they would meet again in the future. The city gate slowly closed. Gu Jiao lifted the curtains and turned around to take one last look at the official road outside the city. Goodbye, Lu Xiang. Lu Yixing was a poor man. All he had was a suitcase and a basket of books given to him by Gu Jiao. He took little Shur away because he missed her. The house was left empty. No one was hired to take care of it, and it was not sold. The capital would not change because of Lu Yixing's disappearance. Few people in the capital cared about him, so no one would discover that he was gone. Perhaps many years later, on a sunny afternoon in a bustling tea house, someone would mention it on a whim. I haven't seen Lu Yixing recently. He's not dead, is he? He's a descendant of the Lu family. If he's dead, he's dead. However, all these had nothing to do with Lu Yixing. He took her little Shur, her trust and expectations for him, and started the long voyage to fight against fate. Goodbye, Miss Gu. When Gu Jiao returned to Puaishui Alley, little Jing Kong had fallen asleep in her arms. It was already late when she went out. She did not plan to take the little guy out, but the little guy stuck to her, so she took him with her. The carriage stopped. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and was about to carry little Jing Kong out of the carriage. A strong arm stretched over and took little Jing Kong from Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao looked at the familiar deerskin gauntlet on the hand, blinked and said, Gu Changqing? Call me Big Brother. Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao jumped out of the carriage. Gu Changqing carried little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, into the room with his sister. It was midnight. Everyone in the family had gone to bed, but Xiaoheng did not come back. Too many things had happened recently. First, it was Qin Fengyan, then it was Grand Tutor Zhuang. There were too many official documents to write, so Xiaoheng had to stay in the Ministry of Justice tonight. After entering the central room, Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong and put him on the bed in the west room. Jiao, it sounds so good. Little Jing Kong probably dreamed of Gu Jiao's music and his little mouth muttered. Gu Jiao pulled the quilt over and covered him. After tucking in the corner of the quilt, she returned to the central room and sat down with Gu Changqing on the chair. When did you come back? She asked. I just arrived. I passed by here on my way back, so I came to have a look. Gu Changqing said, Actually, I should have come back long ago, but I met some of your old friends on the way, so I stayed for a few more days. My old friends? Did she have any old friends in the north? Gu Changqing went to the county in the north to visit the families of the martyrs, and he also investigated Qin Fengyan's background. She came from Yuzhou, which was in the opposite direction. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao with his sister's filter. Gu Jiao was expressionless, but he felt that his sister was cold and cute. He laughed and said, It should be your old friends with little Jing Kong. Why was it related to Jing Kong again? Gu Changqing coaxed, Call me Big Brother and I'll tell you. What kind of tone was this to tease a 3-year-old? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Did you meet the monks in our temple? Gu Changqing. His sister was too smart. It was not good. Gu Changqing smiled helplessly. Since he had guessed it, he had to admit it. When I passed by Lihua town, I met the monks of the temple near your village. I was feeding the horses at the post station, and several young monks about the same age as Jing Kong came to beg for alms. I heard that their accent was quite similar to when you and Xiaoshen first came to the capital, so I asked them where they were from. They said that they were from Pingqing Prefecture in Yuzhou. When I heard that, I thought, isn't that the place where you grew up? So I asked them if they had heard of Qingchuan village. They said that Qingchuan village was at the foot of the mountain behind their temple, and a young monk in their temple who fainted from meat was adopted by a family in Qingchuan village. They also said that the person who adopted him was a little fairy with hair on her face. Hair on her face. Gu Jiao couldn't help laughing. It was indeed the accent of those young monks. Gu Jiao said one by one, they were Jingxin, Jingfan, and Jingshan. Gu Changqing was surprised. You remember them? Gu Jiao said, I talked to them. The three plastic playmates from Jing Kong looked forward to going down the mountain every day. They didn't even tell Jing Kong that they couldn't eat meat when they went down the mountain. They were afraid that Jing Kong wouldn't leave. However, Jing Kong didn't hold back. They snatched food from the three playmates every day. Gu Jiao asked curiously, how did you meet them? Gu Changqing said, they followed the abbot of the temple to participate in the Dharma conference and traveled half of Zhao country. They were in Yi City during the war at the frontier fortress, but they didn't know that you were in the Gu army. Gu Jiao said, oh, I really missed them. Gu Changqing continued, they took me to see the abbot. The abbot asked a lot of things about little Jing Kong. He was surprised that you didn't send little Jing Kong back. Gu Jiao asked curiously, why should I send Jing Kong back? Gu Changqing thought, probably because he's a little troublemaker? Gu Changqing thought of something and said, the abbot said that he will go back to the temple soon. Please treat Jing Kong well. She must not send him back to the temple. Gu Jiao asked, did you see an old monk? The kind with a white beard. His back is a little stooped and his steps are a little staggered. Is he deaf, his hands are shaking and his eyes are blurred? After all, he couldn't even play the zither. Gu Changqing shook his head decisively. Oh, all right. The abbot asked me to bring you something. He said it's for Jing Kong. Oh. Gu Jiao looked at him. Gu Changqing went outside and took a bundle from the saddle. He took out a small box and handed it to Gu Jiao. I haven't opened this. I don't know what's inside. The box was not locked. It was simply fastened. It was obvious that the abbot trusted the young master of the Gu family army, Gu Changqing. Gu Jiao did not open it. Instead, she went into the room and put it on the bedside of little Jing Kong. If the little guy knew that the abbot had brought him a gift, he would be very happy. Gu Jiao came out of the west room. Gu Changqing stood at the door and looked at her deeply. I came here today to tell you something. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. I may have to leave Zhao country for a while, Gu Changqing said. Why do you have to leave? Gu Jiao was confused. Did you make an appointment? Both of you had to leave. Gu Changqing raised his hand and stroked the hair on her temples. To find a way to cure you. You're my sister. I don't want to see you lose control in blood and killing intent. I also don't want to see you hurt yourself to restrain your desire to kill. So even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I must cure you. When I was talking to the abbot, I mentioned your situation by accident. Gu Changqing said, the abbot said that there may be a way to cure you in Yan Kingdom. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. Yan Kingdom? Gu Changqing said, in fact, Qin Kingdom is also famous for its medical skills. But I think you are already the best doctor in the world. If you can't cure yourself, it may not be a problem of medical skills. There are many capable people in Yan Kingdom. I want to go there to try my luck. Gu Jiao looked at him. You can't go to Yan Kingdom. As the young master of the Gu family, he had to ask for permission to leave the capital, let alone go abroad. Obviously, the emperor would not agree to let him go to Yan Kingdom because he couldn't go at all. Gu Changqing smiled. I can go. At worst, I won't be the young master of the Gu family. Gu Jiao retracted her gaze. Yan Kingdom is not a place you can go as you wish. Gu Changqing stroked the top of her head and smiled dotingly. Don't worry. I have my ways. Brother's style was very good. He treated Gu Jiao like Xiaoheng treated little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao's face darkened. He couldn't lie to her like this. Okay, I'm leaving. Call me Big Brother. He wanted to be the first brother she acknowledged. Gu Jiao looked at him with a serious face. Her whole face said, how can you talk to your little granduncle like that? Gu Changqing was speechless. Gu Changqing was serious about going to Yen Kingdom to treat his sister. With his current status, there was only one way to go to Yen Kingdom, to the underground martial arts arena. The underground martial arts arena was built by the people of Shang. They used the arena to recruit talents and collect information from other countries. Even the imperial court could not interfere. As long as he was in the top 3 of the master ranking, he would be qualified to enter Yen Kingdom. Gu Jiao slept late. When she woke up, it was already dawn. Little Jing Kong was already practicing boxing in the backyard. Kill? He punched out and a row of chickens fell down. They were quite cooperative. Gu Jiao dressed neatly and went to the backyard to wash up. Xiao Heng was also washing his face. This person was too good looking. Everything he did was pleasing to the eye. He wrung a towel and made it look like an ink painting. Did you just come back from the yamen? Gu Jiao greeted him. He was still wearing the official uniform of the Ministry of Justice. Unexpectedly, Xiao Heng ignored her. Didn't he hear her? Gu Jiao's eyes moved and she came to his left. Husband. Xiao Heng turned right to dry the towel. Gu Jiao blinked strangely and went to his right. Husband. Xiao Heng turned left to pour the water in the wooden basin. This time, if Gu Jiao still couldn't tell that he was throwing a tantrum, it wouldn't make sense. She thought about it and realized that she hadn't done anything. Xiao Heng just came back to change his clothes. He had to go to the Hanlin Academy later. Working in 2 departments was so tiring. After he left, Gu Jiao called little Jing Kong who was practicing boxing. What happened to your brother-in-law? Little Jing Kong scratched his head. Nothing. He's fine. Gu Jiao looked at the empty door. Didn't you notice that he was angry? Is he angry with you or with me? Angry? Little Jing Kong scratched his mushroom head and his eyes lit up. I know. Bad brother-in-law must be jealous of me. Jealous of you? Gu Jiao looked at the little guy suspiciously. Little Jing Kong proudly shook his little head. That's right. I went out of the city with Jiao Jiao yesterday. I even heard Jiao Jiao play the guqin. Bad brother-in-law doesn't exist. He has never heard Jiao Jiao play the guqin. I was the first to hear it. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. Gu Jiao did not bother to correct him. What did you say to your brother-in-law? Little Jing Kong said seriously, I said, Jiao Jiao and I went out of the city to see off Jiao Jiao's friends. Jiao Jiao played the guqin to see them off. Jiao Jiao and his friends played the guqin in harmony. It was unparalleled in the world. That was not how the guqin and the guqin should be played. Also, he played the flute. Gu Jiao closed her eyes and slapped her forehead. She screwed up. Chapter 601. The accident happened too quickly like a tornado. Princeton had lived next door for so long without a fire in his backyard. He had only done it for Lu Yixing, but the result was a fire burning his eyebrows. Jing Kong, oh Jing Kong, you really know how to trick me. On this side, Gu Jiao was thinking about how to coax her husband. On the other side, Xiao Heng was called into the palace by Empress Xiao. Aunt. Xiao Heng saluted to Empress Xiao. There are no outsiders here. Don't be so courteous. Come and sit. Empress Xiao said to Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng obeyed and sat next to Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao looked at his slightly furrowed brows and asked, Aang, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Are you worried about your mother? My mother? Xiao Heng had been busy at the Board of Punishments all night and did not know about Princess Xianyang. Empress Xiao asked, You don't know? Your mother fainted at the entrance of the palace yesterday. I called you over to ask how she is. Although she and Princess Xianyang did not like each other, she was still Xiao Heng's mother. Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with worry. I don't know. I was at the Board of Punishments yesterday and did not go to my mother's side. I will go take a look in a bit. Empress Xiao grabbed his wrist. Don't worry. I still have something to tell you. Today Marquis Xianping did not sleep in. He got up early and went to Zhu K Street. Unexpectedly, there were a few carriages parked in front of Princess Xianyang's residence. This was very strange. After all, aside from Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng, Princess Xianyang did not have many visitors. These luxurious carriages clearly did not belong to the young couple. The driver brought the wheelchair over. Marquis Xianping frowned. The driver quickly said, It was Dr. Gu's orders. She said that if you did not sit to tell Lord Xiao. Marquis Xianping sat in the wheelchair with a dark expression. Just as he sat down, a clamor came from Princess Xianyang's courtyard. Soon after, Eugene and a few servant girls from the courtyard came out with bags of various sizes. As she walked, she looked back as if she was saying to someone, You should take these things back. We appreciate the old princess's kindness, but we won't accept the gift. A stout nanny followed them out, surrounded by a few maids. She used her hand to block the gifts that Eugen intended to return and said with a smile, "These are the old princess's kind intentions. She specially brought them over from Feng. How can I not accept it?" Eugene smiled politely, "Gui Momo, you really can't accept it. The princess has just taken up the position of regent, and Gui Momo also understands that with the princess's current status, she has to be more cautious in dealing with people. She had once instructed us that no matter who comes to give a gift, we must not accept it." Gui Momo glared at her and said, "How can those people be compared to the old princess consort?" The old princess consort watched the princess grow up and has a deep friendship with the princess. She is family. Eugene maintained a decent smile. "Gui Momo, please don't make things difficult for us." Gui Momo's smile faded. "It's fine if I don't make things difficult for you. Go and report to the princess that the old princess's people have come to see her." Eugene said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "The princess has not been feeling well recently. She did not sleep last night and only rested when it was close to dawn. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to wake the princess up." Gui Momo chuckled. "I don't know when it was the turn of a servant to make decisions for Princess Xinyang." A servant girl at the side said, "Lord Eugene is the deputy prefect of the princess's residence and has an official title in the imperial court. Nanny, be careful with your words." Gui Momo looked coldly at Eugene and raised her chin. "All right then, I will wait here for the princess to wake up." Who is so noisy? Marquis Xianping sat in a wheelchair and was slowly pushed over by the coachman. Eugene heard his voice and her eyes lit up. She turned and bowed. "Marquis." "Marquis?" Gui Momo looked at the handsome man in the wheelchair and could not help but be stunned. This is Princess Xinyang's son-in-law? After so many years, why hasn't he changed at all?" Gui Momo was an old servant of the old Liang Wangfei and had lived in the capital for many years. Naturally, she had seen Marquis Xianping. However, she never expected that time would not hasten him. "Marquis, the servant is—" Gui Momo was only halfway through her sentence when Marquis Xianping grabbed the bundle in Eugene's hands and threw it at Gui Momo's feet without any trace of politeness. Gui Momo was stunned again. The servant girls saw the Marquis take the lead and threw the gifts on the ground with their backs straightened. Gui Momo and the others were thrown back a few steps. This was a slap in the face. They had come a long way to deliver gifts to Princess Xinyang. Not only did she not want them, she even threw them out. Gui Momo immediately said angrily, "Marquis, we are people of the Liang Wangfei. This old servant came on the old Liang Wangfei's orders." Just how powerful was the old Liang Wangfei's and old Liang Wangfei's statuses? When the current Empress Dowager saw the two of them, she had to respectfully call them uncle and aunt. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang were of the same generation. How dare he? Marquis Xianping dared. When he heard Gui Momo's threat, he did not even lift his eyelids. He only lazily leaned back in his chair. Gui Momo was clearly standing and he was sitting, but he had the aura of being number one in the world. Marquis Xianping arrogantly said, "Still not leaving? Are you waiting for this Marquis to beat people up?" Gui Momo was furious. "You." A servant beside her said eccentrically, "Forget it, Nanny. Marquis Xianping has been arrogant for more than a day or two. At worst, we can go back and report to the old Liang Wangfei and let her judge before the emperor. Let's see if someone is bullying the old Liang Wangfei because he is no longer working in the capital and doesn't put our Liang Wangfei in their eyes." This was naturally a threat to Marquis Xianping. They did not believe that Marquis Xianping was not afraid of the old Liang Wangfei or the emperor. Who would have thought that Marquis Xianping would not even use his pestle? Eugene pursed her lips and smiled. She said to Gui Momo and the others, "My Marquis has just made a military achievement. Do you think that the emperor will touch him at this critical juncture? Just drive out a few servants. It's not like he's driving out your Wangfei." "My Marquis." This was the first time Eugene had addressed Marquis Xianping this way. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and scram." Gui Momo gritted her teeth. "Don't, swish." Marquis Xianping pulled out the long knife behind his wheelchair. "Murder." Gui Momo was so scared that she covered her head and fled. The others also went straight to their carriages, forgetting to bring their gifts. Eugene instructed the servant girls to throw these eyesores back into their carriages, and the group left dejectedly. Marquis Xianping threw the long knife to the coachman and pushed the wheelchair into the courtyard. He went to Princess Xinyang's room. As expected, she was not asleep at all. She sat at the head of the bed with a pale face. The wheelchair could not get in. Marquis Xianping thought for a moment, stood up, moved the wheelchair over the threshold and sat on it again. He came to the bed and Princess Xinyang turned her back to him. This meant that she refused to communicate with him. Marquis Xianping thought of her illness and didn't dare to get too close. He looked around and made sure that the doors and windows were open before saying, "Qin Feng, don't ask," Princess Xinyang said softly. Marquis Xianping hesitated and swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. "Fine, I won't ask. I just came to tell you that you're my Xiaoji's wife. No one can bully you." With that, he planned to push the wheelchair out. However, his wheelchair driving skills were not very good, and he couldn't turn it around after pushing for a long time. He simply stood up and used his hands to grab the wheelchair and turn it around. Just as he put the wheelchair on the ground, he heard Princess Xinyang mutter, "I'm still a princess." Marquis Xianping frowned. Marquis Xianping didn't stay here for long, afraid that it would cause her discomfort. However, Marquis Xianping didn't expect that as soon as he left, old Princess Consort Liang would come knocking. This time she came to visit in person. Old Princess Consort Liang was old, and her body wasn't as strong as before. It was inconvenient for her to move around. Although she could still move around, she mostly sat in a wheelchair. The doors and windows in the room were tightly shut and the light was dim. Only Princess Xinyang and old Princess Consort Liang were in the room. Princess Xinyang sat on the bed with a pale face and a quilt covering her legs. Old Princess Consort Liang sat in the wheelchair in front of the bed. Her two old and skinny hands held Princess Xinyang's hands tightly as she called out in a choked voice. "Nan-nan." Nan-nan was Princess Xinyang's pet name. Princess Xinyang listened with a pained expression. She didn't dare to go in, but she also didn't dare to openly eavesdrop. She could only sneak closer to the door and try to prick up her ears. She knew she shouldn't do this, but if she didn't do this, how could she understand the princess's illness? She heard Princess Xinyang say softly, "Don't call me that. It's disgusting." Disgusting? This reaction, Yujin heard old Princess Consort Liang say guiltily, "Nanan, are you still angry at granduncle and grandaunt? Do you blame granduncle and grandaunt for not taking good care of you? Back then, you broke your leg in the manor and were trapped in the well for a night before being found. It was granduncle and grandaunt's negligence. Granduncle and grandaunt should have put in more effort. Also, your marriage with Marquis Xianping. He's an unreliable person. If I had known, granduncle and grandaunt would have stopped this marriage no matter what." Enough. Don't be angry. If granduncle and grandaunt did anything wrong, just say it. You can get angry at granduncle and grandaunt will accept it. Granduncle and grandaunt suddenly went to the fief because we had no choice. Originally we wanted to take you with us, but you're a princess in the end. You can't stay with us forever. Don't think that granduncle and grandaunt abandoned you." Princess Xinyang was about to collapse. Some truths could never be spoken. But it wasn't that the other party didn't know. It was because she didn't dare to speak the truth. Old Princess Consort Liang used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She cried sincerely and guiltily, "You can blame granduncle and grandaunt however you want, but your granduncle is old and about to die. Before he leaves, he wants to see you. Your granduncle loves you the most. Since he used to love you so much, you should go and see him for the last time." Princess Xinyang clutched her chest and retched. Wretch. Her eyes were red as she glared fiercely at her. How could this person have the face? How could she have the face to say such things? Princess Xinyang was so angry that her entire body trembled. Old Princess Consort Liang did not give up. She pleaded with a sorrowful expression, but her eyes were filled with a woman's jealousy and disdain. Princess Xinyang could not hold on any longer. Her body trembled violently and large drops of tears fell down. She wanted to escape, but she had nowhere to go, as if she was trapped by a demon. The world spun and the sounds in her ears became slow and indistinct. Until she heard old Princess Consort Liang scream, "Ah!" A tall and muscular figure strode in. His large, calloused hand grabbed old Princess Consort Liang's collar and dragged her out of the wheelchair. Like dragging a sack, he ignored old Princess Consort Liang's screams and dragged her all the way through the courtyard. Then he threw her out of the door without a trace of politeness. Old Princess Consort Liang was old. With this drag and fall, she almost lost half her life. Princess Consort Gui Momo and the others scrambled over. Old Princess Consort Liang leaned weakly in Gui Momo's arms. She panted as she looked at the tyrannical man. "Xian. Marquis Ping?" Marquis Xianping looked down at her. "This marquis respects the old and loves the young, but I do not respect old beasts." Everyone turned pale with fright. Was Marquis Xianping crazy? He actually dared to speak like this. Gui Momo looked at him angrily. Marquis Xianping. How dare you humiliate old Princess Consort Liang like this? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded? Marquis Xianping chuckled and kicked over, causing old Liang Wangfei and Nanny Gui to be turned upside down. Old Princess Consort Liang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Everyone was scared silly. They thought of the rumors in the capital. Marquis Xianping had always been the topic of conversation for the people in the capital. However, when they talked about him, they mostly talked about how dissolute he was and how shameless he was. As for his temper, no one criticized him. He rarely got angry with people. At most, he was shameless. He always laughed and pranked people. However, right now, his entire person was covered in a layer of frost. He was like a long sword shining with cold light. Chapter 602. The newest chapter of this book is not finished. Old Liang Wangfei had brought guards with her when she came out, but everyone was intimidated by Marquis Xianping's presence. No one dared to charge forward and fight him. Marquis Xianping was a military general who had been on the battlefield. He had killed more than 1,000 enemies. How could these guards who had not seen the world compare to him? Old Liang Wangfei was momentarily stunned by Marquis Xianping's aura. Most people in the world bullied the weak and feared the strong. However, as the saying goes, the strong feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared the reckless. Marquis Xianping was the reckless. Gui Mama's face paled. You are too much. If His Majesty knew you treated my Wangfei like this, he would definitely kill you. Kill you. Scram. Marquis Xianping shouted. Gui Mama, who had been clamoring earlier, rolled and crawled over to help her mistress up. She dragged her mistress onto the carriage and left with her tail between her legs. She had come to Vermilion Bird Avenue twice in one day and had been humiliated both times. She would probably have a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. After old Liang Wangfei and her entourage left, the carriage driver hurriedly pushed the wheelchair over. Marquis Xianping sat down in the wheelchair as though nothing had happened. Eugene walked forward with a complicated expression. Looking at the carriage that was leaving, she said worriedly, Marquis, you hit old Liang Wangfei. Marquis Xianping had suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, he had burst through the door and dragged old Liang Wangfei out. Eugene seriously suspected that he did not know who was inside. Unexpectedly, Marquis Xianping only lightly responded, Your Marquis knows. Eugene, your Marquis? Was there anyone who called themselves that? Marquis Xianping was a decisive person. He did things cleanly and efficiently, never dragging his feet. He rarely felt conflicted, but right now he was conflicted. Should he go or not? His brow furrowed, but in the end he still pushed the wheelchair in. Princess Xinyang was still sitting at the head of the bed, her hands clutching the quilt tightly, her eyes glazed over. Marquis Xianping knocked on the open door. Princess Xinyang's eyelashes fluttered as she came back to her senses. Only then did Marquis Xianping stand up and move the wheelchair in. He came to the front of the bed and realized that he had acted too quickly. He had only dragged the old woman out and hadn't thrown her wheelchair out. Eugene, he called out. Eugene entered the room and looked at the empty wheelchair at the side. She nodded knowingly and pushed old Princess Consort Liang's wheelchair out. Princess Xinyang raised her hand and calmly wiped away the tears on her face. She didn't look at Marquis Xianping. Instead, she looked at the other side of the bed and asked, What did you find? She was asking about what they had found, not what they had heard. Indeed, no one who had heard old Princess Consort Liang's well-meaning words would think that old Princess Consort Liang had done anything wrong. Marquis Xianpingho said frankly, I have a steward under me called Lu Zhao. He once worked in the capital's Liang household. He said that you didn't seem to be very happy in the Liang household, but everyone, including him, believed that you were doted on by the old Liang household and lived very well. Princess Xinyang was slightly surprised. That's all? Marquis Xianping shrugged. Yes, that's all. Princess Xinyang murmured in disbelief. Then why did you treat old Princess Consort Liang like that? Marquis Xianping looked at her, baffled. Qin Fengwen, do you need cold evidence to see if you're living well? If even a single word she said could be trusted, would you have done that? Are you crazy or am I blind? I can't even tell if you're happy or not. Princess Xinyang looked at him in a daze. It's that simple? Marquis Xianping met her gaze. How difficult is it? Princess Xinyang laughed self-deprecatingly. Yes, how difficult is it? Mother. Can I not see ninth granduncle later? What's wrong? Your ninth granduncle and ninth grandaunt came specially to see you. They bought your favorite snacks. Don't you like ninth granduncle and ninth grandaunt a lot? Alright, don't be willful. Mother knows you're still angry about me punishing you for copying, but mother is doing this for your own good. Your imperial father has so many children, and mother doesn't have a son. If you don't live up to expectations, we'll have a hard time moving forward. Your ninth granduncle comes to see you every time he enters the palace. Your imperial father thinks more highly of you, so he comes to mother's palace more often. Soon mother will give you a younger brother. At that time we'll have someone to rely on in the harem. Does consort you know? Marquis Xianping interrupted Princess Xinyang's thoughts. Princess Xinyang clutched the blanket tightly and said in a normal tone, "Know what? Nothing at all." Marquis Xianping looked deeply at her and said, "Old Liang Wang was greatly respected by the previous emperor, but he suddenly resigned from all his positions in the capital. He took his family to his fief and became an idle prince without an official position. He didn't return to the capital until the previous emperor passed away to offer his condolences." "Little Qi, what nonsense are you talking about? You can't speak without evidence, understand? Father, little Qi is the smartest princess in Zhao country. Your studies are the best of all the princesses. Unfortunately, you're not a man. Father has high hopes for you. Little Qi, don't disappoint father." "But father, little Qi is really scared." Princess Xinyang's knuckles turned white. In this world, if even her father couldn't protect her, then who else could? She had already lost all her faith. She stood in the abyss where she couldn't shout. No one would ever hear her. Marquis Xianping said, "If the previous emperor can't kill him, I'll kill him." Princess Xinyang's eyes trembled, and she turned to look at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping stood up and stared at her. "Qin Fengwan, I'll kill this person." Princess Xinyang opened her mouth and her eyes reddened. "Are you crazy?" Marquis Xianping didn't say anything and turned around with a dignified expression. Princess Xinyang stopped him. "You don't even like me. Why are you doing this?" There was no love between them. The only connection was probably their son, Xiaoheng. How much feelings did Marquis Xianping have for Qin Fengwan? At first, he had indeed married her with great expectations. He once thought happily that he would love such a beautiful wife for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that Qin Fengwan wanted to marry him in name only? He didn't ask for it, so no matter how much he liked her, it faded. But fate made fools of people. He actually had a child with Qin Fengwan. "Whether I like you or not, you're Xiaoji's wife and my son's mother." After saying this, he strode out as if he wasn't injured at all. The coachman came to the door in a panic. He didn't dare to enter and could only say to Eugene outside, "My marquee wheelchair." Eugene pushed the wheelchair out. The coachman took it and ran out. Marquis, your wheelchair." Marquis Xianping whistled at the empty alley and a proud, tall horse galloped over. It was Marquis Xianping's mount. Marquis Xianping mounted the horse. At this moment, Xiaoheng came over from the palace to visit Princess Xinyang. He had just gotten off the carriage and almost bumped into Marquis Xianping's horse. Marquis Xianping tightened the reins and turned the horse in another direction. Xiaoheng saw that he was in a hurry. Although he didn't pay much attention to him, he still said, "You haven't recovered from your injuries. You can't ride a horse." He had to listen to his son, but not now. Old Liang Wangfei said that the old thing didn't have long to live. He was afraid that if he didn't hurry, the old thing would die peacefully on the bed. He didn't deserve to die so happily. Marquis Xianping rode on horseback and said to his son, "You're a man now. Take good care of your mother. Don't let those dubious people bully your mother." Xiaoheng was taken aback. Of course he would take good care of his mother. He didn't need to be told. But why did he say this? Didn't he always treat him like a 3-year-old child? "Your mother's mood isn't good. Be good. Don't make her angry in the next few days." This was what he would say. Marquis Xianping didn't care about the storm in his son's heart. Perhaps he himself didn't realize the change in his attitude towards his son. He treated him as a child, but in the face of important matters, his son had long since become indomitable. Marquis Xianping's horse left a trail of dust as he galloped toward the east of the city. The fief of the Liang household was 100 li east of the city. Inside the room, Eugene and Princess Xinyang could clearly hear the sound of horse hooves gradually fading away. Eugene didn't understand much, but she could roughly guess what Marquis Xianping was going to do. She looked worriedly in the direction of the door and said, "Princess, the Marquis he?" Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Idiot. The newest chapter of this book is not finished." Chapter 603. Xiaoheng did not know about Princess Xinyang, but there seemed to be an indescribable tacit understanding between father and son. Old Liang Wangfei had come and was driven out by Marquis Xianping. This information was enough. Marquis Xianping looked unruly, but he would never mess around in Princess Xinyang's territory, especially when she had such a noble status. In the past it had always been Princess Xinyang protecting him. Now that he had grown up, it was his turn to protect Princess Xinyang. Father and son had the same thinking on this issue. No one could bully Princess Xinyang, not even Emperor Xian's granduncle and grandaunt. Old Liang Wangfei had been beaten, so she would definitely send someone to the palace to complain. Xiao Heng went all the way and led people to surround the old Liang Wangfu. The reason was that someone intended to harm the imperial family, and the Ministry of Justice had been ordered to protect King Liang's family. Moreover, for their safety, it was best that no one left the Fu before the assassin was caught. You are putting them under house arrest. At the entrance of the Liang Wangfu, Nurse Gui angrily said to the Ministry of Justice. Assistant Minister Li clasped his hands and politely said, "Nurse, you are too serious. King Liang is His Majesty's granduncle. How could we dare put his family under house arrest?" The Ministry of Justice received a report saying that old Liang Wangfei was attacked and injured on the way. We are also thinking for the safety of old Liang Wangfei Prince Consort and the others. Nanny Gui angrily said, "What assassin? It was Marquis Xianping who did it. Why aren't you going to catch that thief?" Assistant Minister Li said strangely, "Marquis Xianping is a hero who helps when he sees injustice. He was the one who chased away the assassin. Nurse, are your eyes playing tricks on you?" Nurse Gui was so angry that she was dumbfounded. The murderer was clearly Marquis Xianping. How did he become a hero? How could he reverse right and wrong like this? Old Liang Wangfei naturally would not let it go. After all, she had grown up in the capital. Even if she lost her official position, her foundation was still there. She would find a way to spread the news. Unfortunately, Xiao Heng had already gone to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. Empress Xiao would not give those people a chance to send the news to the Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty." Empress Xiao made a trip to Pure Flower's palace. "I heard that old Liang Wangfei was attacked by an assassin on the streets. It was Qinqia's older brother who saved her. She suffered some light injuries, but it shouldn't be a problem. Qinqia's older brother has already gone to catch the assassin." The emperor frowned and said, "Why would there be an assassin trying to assassinate old Princess Liang?" Empress Xiao said calmly, "Who knows? The assassination happened outside Princess Xinyang's residence. Perhaps the assassin wanted to target Princess Xinyang. Does your Majesty still remember the people of Yan Kingdom? Could it be that the remnants of their party have not been eliminated yet, so they came to seek revenge on Big Brother? Unfortunately, old Liang Wangfei was present and was injured by mistake?" The emperor said thoughtfully, "That's possible." Empress Xiao's eyes flashed as she said with a smile, "It's better to be safe than sorry. The Board of Punishments has already protected the Liang Palace. Aheng will pay close attention to the Liang Palace's movements. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry." The emperor nodded. "With Aheng taking care of things, we are at ease." Empress Xiao pursed her lips and held back her laughter, saying, "This concubine sent an imperial physician and eunuch Su to the Liang Palace to take care of old Liang Wangfei." The emperor praised, "Sure enough, you are meticulous." Empress Xiao's smile was brilliant. "Was it not meticulous? Not only did they put you under house arrest, they also kept an eye on you." In truth, Empress Xiao was not clear on what had happened, but the trust between family members did not require any conditions. She would not allow anyone to have the opportunity to smear her brother's name in front of His Majesty. Wait a moment, it seemed that her brother had indeed taken action. Forget it, her brother could bully others, but others could not bully her brother. There were many patients today, so Gu Jiao remained in the medical clinic for the entire day. Only when it was close to evening did she finally have a bit of free time. She returned to her small courtyard and first examined Mo Qinshue's injuries. She then examined Hua Xiao's. Mo Qinshu had been injured earlier than Hua Xiao, but her injuries were also severe. Even now she had not fully recovered. On the other hand, Hua Xiao's stitches had already been removed. The reason that she was still here was because she did not want to go to the Board of Punishment's prison. "Why are you at a loss today? Is there something on your mind?" Mo Qinshu sat on the bed and asked Gu Jiao. She was still in the same room as Hua Xiao, and Hua Xiao was sleeping on a small bed. Gu Jiao asked, "Am I?" Mo Qinshu looked at her and said, "You are. Since you came in, you have furrowed your brow 3 times. Gu Jiao herself did not notice. Hua Xiao laughed. "Dr. Gu just saved the 7th prince and made a great contribution. What is there to be depressed about? It shouldn't be, that you had a fight with husband, right? Gu Jiao looked at her in confusion. How did you know? Hua Xiao thought to herself, I was just randomly guessing. Who would have thought that I would be able to guess this? Emo Chinshua suddenly sat up straight, lightly coughed, and asked, Aren't you two very close? What happened? Did you have a fight? After living here for so long, of course, she was completely aware of the relationship between Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. She really did not expect that the guy who said that he would never marry in his life in the Yan Kingdom would pretend to be Xiao Lulang and marry a little girl from the Zhao Kingdom. She did not know what he was thinking. Didn't he say that he would not live long and could not harm the girl? Was he coveting Gu Jiao's medical skills so he would rather sacrifice his body? No wonder she saw that his body was so much stronger than when he was in the Yan Kingdom. Emo Chinshua's train of thought was running wild. Gu Jiao shook her head. We didn't have a fight. He just ignored me. Puff, Hua Xiao laughed even more miserably. If you quarrel, at least he is willing to talk to you. If he ignores you, it shows how dangerous your relationship is. Is it? Gu Jiao did not understand this. Emo Chinshua hurriedly said, If he ignores you, then he ignores you. You also ignore him. But I want to talk to him, Gu Jiao said seriously. Emo Chinshua's face instantly darkened. Hua Xiao laughed so hard that she trembled. If Emo Chinshua was unhappy, she was happy. If Emo Chinshua was not happy that the two of them were stuck together, she would help them get back together. Hua Xiao sat on her small bamboo bed, waved the round fan in her hand and smiled charmingly. Why don't you tell me what happened between you two? Gu Jiao was tidying up the small medicine box. Hearing this, she paused and told her that she went to see Lu Yixing off. Except that she did not mention Lu Yixing's name. Hua Xiao said, So you mean that your husband has never heard you play the zither, but you played it for another man? Emo Chinshua threw the pillow heavily on the bed in a fit of anger. Gu Jiao, why do I feel that the backyard is on fire again? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. It seems so. Hua Xiao laughed and said, Of course he is angry. I'm afraid that he has fallen into a vinegar jar now. 10 jars of old vinegar are not enough to drink. Gu Jiao said, Is it so exaggerated? Hua Xiao waved the cattail leaf fan and said, But it's okay. You two are a couple. When he comes back at night, you just have to coax him. How to coax him? Gu Jiao asked. Do I need to teach you this? You two are a couple. Hua Xiao glanced at Gu Jiao. Seeing that she was still confused, Hua Xiao covered her eyes with the cattail leaf fan and whispered, He usually likes. Hua Xiao, shut up. Emo Chinshua threw a pillow at her. Hua Xiao dodged sideways. Anyway, she had finished talking. But Dr. Gu's reaction was not right. Hua Xiao frowned and said, You don't even know what kind of he likes best? Have you two consummated your marriage? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. Hua Xiao's eyes widened. You really haven't consummated your marriage? I heard that he used to be a cripple. Is it because his leg is also broken? He can't do it? Gu Jiao said seriously, He can do it. Hua Xiao's eyes were sharp. You didn't answer the first question. You two really haven't consummated your marriage. There is only one possibility for a man not to consummate his marriage with his wife, and that is, him. Oh, yes. Or, he thinks you are ugly. You are ugly. Emo Chinshue grabbed another pillow and threw it at Hua Xiao. This time she used some internal force. Hua Xiao didn't dodge and was hit in the head. Hua Xiao touched her head and gasped, Emo Chinshue, are you crazy? Emo Chinshue showed her silver needles and said coldly, Hua Xiao, if you talk nonsense again, I will cut your tongue. Hua Xiao couldn't beat Emo Chinshue, so she could only roll her eyes back. However, just as Gu Jiao packed up her things and walked past her, she tugged at Gu Jiao's sleeve and used the fan to cover her face. She whispered to Gu Jiao, I'll teach you a way. I guarantee that you'll coax him well. After dealing with old Princess Liang's affairs, Xiaoheng went to the Hanlin Academy. Recently, he had spent too much time in the Ministry of Justice and neglected the official business of the Hanlin Academy. He buried himself in work and didn't come out until the next day. He was a little depressed today and wanted to go out for a walk. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a familiar voice calling him, Lu Lang. He turned around in surprise and saw Feng Lin jumping down from a carriage in high spirits. Feng Lin returned to Yuzhou with Lin Qingye before the new year. He was supposed to return to the Hanlin Academy at the beginning of the year, but it was said that there was an emergency at home, so he asked for an extra month's leave. Xiaoheng walked towards him, and Feng Lin also ran towards Xiaoheng. The two stopped on the bluestone path in front of the Hanlin Academy. Feng Lin patted Xiaoheng on the shoulder. Long time no see, you have grown taller. Have I? Xiao Heng said, you seem to be stronger too. Of course. Feng Lin was in high spirits. Xiao Heng planned to walk alone, but since a friend came it would be good to go out with him. You came at the right time. Before he finished speaking, Feng Lin turned back and said to the carriage, wife, get off and meet Lu Lang. He is the new top scorer I told you about. Xiao Heng's expression froze. What? Feng Lin is married? I asked for leave because of the marriage. I only found out why my parents wanted me to go back for the new year when I went back. They arranged a marriage for me? Feng Lin explained embarrassedly. A young woman came down from the carriage. Judging from her clothes, she seemed to be from a rich family, and her manners were decent. She is the daughter of one of our officials, Feng Lin whispered. Her surname is Hu. Feng Lin's family was poor, but he was a two-time jinshi and successfully stayed in the Hanlin Academy. The local officials saw his potential and did not hesitate to marry their daughter to him. Madame Hu and Xiao Heng greeted, greetings Lord Xiao. She was a woman with pure eyes. Xiao Heng cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Feng Lin saw that Madame Hu was tired and hurriedly said to Xiao Heng, we have been on the road for several days and my wife is tired. I will take her back to the house to rest first. We will catch up later. Xiao Heng did not expect that Feng Lin would go alone and come back with Madame Hu. Judging from their intimate behavior, it was obvious that they were newlyweds who loved each other very much. After Feng Lin got into the carriage, he lifted the curtain and said to Xiao Heng, oh right, Lin Qingye is also married. He will come back a month later. I think his father said that he is very smart and should leave a few more for the Lin family. I think he will come to the capital with 3 people next time. Lin Qingye was one, his wife was one, and his wife was pregnant with another one. Xiao Heng felt as if he had been shot in the knee by an arrow. Hey Lu Lang, you haven't gone back yet? Ning Ziyuan walked out of the Hanlin Academy and looked at the carriage in the distance. Who is it? Xiao Heng said, it's Feng Lin. He is back in the capital. Ning Ziyuan smiled, oh, you are finally willing to come back. Where is Lin Qingye? You mean Lin Qingye? Xiao Heng said, he is coming back next month. Xiao Heng really wanted to find someone to have a drink with. His heart was flustered. Brother Ning, do you want to go out for a walk? Ning Ziyuan should be fine. He had been married to his wife for many years, and their children were all grown up. An old married couple would not be as clingy as a young couple. Unexpectedly, Ning Ziyuan scratched his head and chuckled, I am afraid I am not free today. My wife is pregnant. I have to go back and accompany her. Xiao Heng, who had eaten 3 bowls of dog food in a row. Xiao Heng's heart was really stifled. After Ning Ziyuan left, he took a deep breath for a long time and turned to go back. Suddenly, a carriage stopped in front of him. The masked coachman jumped out of the carriage and bowed to Xiao Heng. May I ask if you are Lord Xiao of the Hanlin Academy? My master would like to see you. Xiao Heng looked at him speechlessly. Do you think I can't recognize you as Xiao Sanzi just because you are wearing a mask? Change the carriage? Xiao Sanzi thought he had disguised himself well and said, would Lord Xiao do me the honor? Xiao Heng looked at him indifferently. Okay, I will do you the honor. Xiao Sanzi, was it that easy? Shouldn't he ask who his master was? Did he memorize the rest of the lines for nothing? My family. Xiao Sanzi still decided to finish his lines, but Xiao Heng was too lazy to listen and directly got into the carriage. Let's go. Xiao Sanzi drove to a pavilion on the outskirts of the city. Night fell and the evening wind blew gently. The pavilion was covered with a hazy gauze, and the strips of gauze fluttered in the wind. The lanterns hanging in the 4 corners of the pavilion emitted faint candlelight, and under the illumination of the candlelight, a graceful figure sat behind a stone table, a pair of slender jade hands gently stroking the guqin on the table. Xiao Sanzi tactfully left. Xiao Heng stared blankly at the faintly discernible figure behind the gauze and walked step by step toward the pavilion. It had to be said that this scene was too beautiful. The person was in the scenery and the scenery was in the sound of the guqin. Every sound entered one's ears and tugged at one's heartstrings. Xiao Heng stood on the last step, and he would be able to enter the pavilion with one more step. His heartbeat suddenly sped up. But at this moment, a gentle breeze blew, and the gauze was blown to his feet and he stepped on it. The gauze pulled on the ceiling and the ceiling came crashing down on him. He was knocked unconscious on the spot. Gu Jiao. To be honest, the suspended ceiling was not heavy. The main material was the gauze and a few poles that hung the gauze, and only one of these poles was solid. But it was this solid pole that hit Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao face-bombed. What kind of luck is this? Xiaoheng woke up 15 minutes later. He sat on the stone bench and leaned on the stone table in the pavilion. The pavilion had been cleaned up, and even the Fushiguqin was gone. Gu Jiao sat in front of him obediently. Xiaoheng touched his aching head, looked around and then looked at Gu Jiao. You called me here just to kill me with a pole? Gu Jiao said seriously, I don't need a pole to kill you. I only need one hand. Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao picked up a box from the ground and put it on the table. Let me show you something good. No one has seen this before. You are the first one. When Xiaoheng heard that he was the first one, his eyes flickered, but he still looked indifferent on the surface. I don't care. It's very fun. Gu Jiao said. She opened the box and took out a small bamboo tube. There was a strange thread at one end of the bamboo tube. She asked, Do you have a match? Xiaoheng took out a match and handed it to her. Gu Jiao took off the cap of the match and blew on it, igniting the thread at the end of the bamboo tube. Then she threw the bamboo tube and there was a loud bang. The bamboo tube actually exploded. Xiaoheng was stunned. This is a firecracker? No, firecrackers were made of bamboo. The one just now clearly wasn't. The air was filled with the strong smell of black gunpowder. Gu Jiao's lips curved. This is a firecracker. It's made of black gunpowder, but the composition is different. It won't explode and has to be ignited. Do you want to try? Xiaoheng's face was cold. What's there to try? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Are you afraid that it will explode? Xiaoheng said seriously, How could I be afraid? Here. Gu Jiao took out a small bamboo tube and handed it to him. Xiaoheng's fingertips trembled, but he braced himself and took it. There's also a match, Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng held the firecracker in one hand and the match in the other, his throat moving. Gu Jiao said, The fuse I made is very long. There's enough time to throw the firecrackers out. Xiaoheng didn't point. Gu Jiao came behind him and grabbed his stiff hands. Like this? Gu Jiao guided him to light the firecrackers. Quick, throw it out. Xiaoheng threw it out fiercely. Bang. The firecrackers exploded. Xiaoheng's eyes widened in an instant. Men had absolutely no resistance to firecrackers. Gu Jiao handed him another one. One and one after another. A certain someone was having a lot of fun. When there was only one firecracker left, Xiaoheng was beside himself with joy. He lit the fuse and threw out the match. Chapter 604. Men really don't care about age when they are childish. He deliberately threw out the fuse at the last second before it burned out. Gu Jiao really didn't have time to stop him. With the last song of the firecrackers tonight, Xiaoheng was blown up into a little black chicken. Xiaoheng had an afro and black smoke coming out of his mouth, as if he had been struck by lightning. Gu Jiao covered her eyes. In the small courtyard of the medical center, Hua Xiao walked back and forth in the room, which made Emo Chenxue dizzy. Hua Xiao, what are you doing? Emo Chenxue said impatiently. Hua Xiao waved her fan, looked at the courtyard outside the door and said, I'm waiting for Dr. Gu's news. I've given her so many advice, I don't know how they are now. Emo Chenxue said angrily, You're really nosy. Hua Xiao smiled. How is this meddling in other people's business? Young master is dead, Immortal Music House has been closed down and I'm alone. The government is waiting for me to go to jail. Dr. Gu is my only thigh so I have to hold on tight. Emo Chenxue said sarcastically, Oh, I wonder who was the one who swore to be loyal to young master and scolded me for having no conscience and biting the hand that feeds me? Hua Xiao was not angry and said with a smile, I'm not like you. I've never betrayed young master from beginning to end. It's just that he's gone so I can't be buried with him. People still have to look forward. Emo Chenxue snorted coldly. You talk better than you sing. Hua Xiao rolled her eyes. I don't want to quarrel with you. I'm going to wait for Dr. Gu. However, Dr. Gu has prepared so many surprises for Lord Xiao. I think he must have been so happy with Lord Xiao that he forgot about home. Emo Chenxue wished she could find something to sew up Hua Xiao's mouth. I'm back. Hua Xiao saw a familiar figure flashing by the back door of the lobby from a distance. She lifted her skirt and trotted all the way with a round fan. Emo Chenxue couldn't help but stretch her neck to look outside. Hua Xiao entered the lobby, grabbed a medicine boy and asked, Where is Dr. Gu? I saw her just now. The medicine boy blushed when Hua Xiao grabbed his arm. Dr. Gu is in the consulting room in the east. Hua Xiao ignored him and walked into the consulting room where Gu Jiao was. Gu. She pushed open the door and choked on her words. This. Who is this little Cole in a wheelchair? Hubby, bear with it. It'll be better soon. Gu Jiao squatted down and finished bandaging Xiao Heng's injuries. His injuries were mainly on his left arm and left foot. His left arm had been injured by the firecrackers, and Gu Jiao had wrapped his arm like a mummy from his hand to his shoulder. As for his left leg, it was injured when he was hit by a wooden pole. Gu Jiao helped him up and put him on the stone bench. He was not walking at that time, so he did not notice it immediately. When he was about to go back to the carriage, he found that his foot was actually sprained. Then there were some scratches and bruises, so Gu Jiao bandaged it and made it stop. It was also a mummy's leg. Hua Xiao's body trembled. Dr. Gu, people should be sincere when apologizing, but your apology is killing people. Gu Jiao pushed Xiaoheng back to Clearwater Alley in the wheelchair. It was late at night, and only the sound of footsteps and the creaking of the wheelchair could be heard in the noisy alley. Everyone in the family was asleep and the bad brother-in-law was not there. Little Jing Kong decisively climbed into Huang Fuxian's bed with a small pillow. Because of Huang Fuxian, the threshold of their house had been changed, so the wheelchair was very easy to push. Gu Jiao pushed him to the door of the west room. Thinking of what happened tonight, she felt sorry. She promised to coax him, but how did it turn out like this? She thought for a while, bent down and whispered in his ear, "Actually, I have prepared a surprise." Before she finished the word surprise, Xiaoheng pushed the wheelchair into the room with his right hand. He turned the wheelchair, closed the door and bolted it in one breath. Then he turned around again, leaned on the wheelchair and covered his chest with his hand. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. He couldn't be surprised anymore or he would die. Gu Jiao scratched her head. Did he manage to coax her or not? Good night, husband. She said good night to the door of the west room and turned back to the east room. Gu Jiao fell asleep quickly. Since the dream of the Gu family, Gu Jiao hadn't had a dream for almost half a year. However, her dream came again tonight. She thought she would dream of someone around her again, but it turned out to be someone irrelevant. She didn't know any of them. Or to be exact, she didn't see the faces of those people at all. It was a terrible rainstorm that lasted for a whole day and night, causing landslides and mudslides. There happened to be a village at the foot of the mountain, and the whole village was submerged. Perhaps because it was a natural disaster, it wasn't delayed or brought forward by human influence. It happened at midnight the day after tomorrow. If it was during the day, there might be people who could be alert, but they all fell asleep in the middle of the night. No one in the village could escape. After Gu Jiao woke up, she went directly to Xiaoheng's west room. Xiaoheng had just woken up. Men would feel shy when they woke up early in the morning, especially young men who were full of vigor. Generally, in this case, Xiaoheng would calmly wait for it to subside before he lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao suddenly knocked on the door. "Husband, are you up? I have something to tell you." Xiaoheng looked at his swaggering self and panicked. Wait. Husband, it's a little urgent." Gu Jiao said, "I'm coming in." Xiaoheng was at a loss. In a panic, he grabbed a pillow to cover his legs and looked at the door latch seriously. Door latch. Did he have to open the door for her? Wouldn't that be? Xiaoheng looked at the door latch and the pillow covering it. If he got up, he would be exposed. If he didn't get up, he couldn't open the door for her. Click. The door latch fell off. Gu Jiao was confused. "I didn't do it on purpose." "She really didn't?" Xiaoheng coughed softly and secretly turned his face. He whispered, "I almost forgot how good she is. I was actually worried that she couldn't open the door." Gu Jiao stepped in and looked at him by the bed. "How's your injury? Do you feel any pain or discomfort anywhere?" Xiaoheng pressed down on the pillow on his lap without a trace and said seriously, No. By the way, what did you say was urgent?" Gu Jiao said bluntly, "It's going to rain heavily in Pingyue Prefecture City. It's very likely that it will cause landslides and mudslides. When that happens, the nearby villages will be in danger. Pingyue Prefecture City is 100 miles away. How do you know that it's going to rain heavily?" Xiaoheng knew that she knew how to observe the weather, but she couldn't observe it so far away. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Would you believe me if I said that I saw it in a dream?" Xiaoheng was speechless. Gu Jiao took out a map of Zhao country and pointed at the place where the natural disaster happened. "It's here." Xiaoheng frowned. He thought for a while and nodded. "I know. I'll go to the palace and report to His Majesty. I'll ask him to send people to evacuate the villages as soon as possible." Gu Jiao said, "It'll start raining at noon. We have to get there before midnight tomorrow." That was the time when landslides and mudslides appeared. Gu Jiao added, "It's best to send a letter by pigeon." If they rushed there, they would encounter a rainstorm on the way. Okay. Xiaoheng agreed. Although he didn't know how she saw it, Xiaoheng trusted her. Gu Jiao put away the map and prepared to leave. Before she left, she suddenly looked at the pillow on Xiaoheng's legs and said calmly, "It's just a physiological phenomenon. There's nothing to hide." Xiaoheng's eyes trembled. Gu Jiao said, "Don't crush it." Xiaoheng was speechless. During breakfast, the whole family knew about Xiaoheng's injury. Xiaoheng said that it was an accident, but no one in the family was surprised. After all, it wasn't the first time he was unlucky. Recently, they had been wondering why Xiaoheng hadn't been unlucky for a long time. Did his luck change? Everyone looked at him and nodded. That's right. He was still the familiar Lu Lang. After breakfast, Xiaoheng sat in Lu Quan's carriage and entered the palace. Halfway there, he met Eugene, who was going out to buy things. Eugene didn't know that Xiaoheng had an urgent matter to attend to. After she recognized Lu Quan, she called out to Xiaoheng's carriage. "Young Marquis." 2 carriages stopped on the street in different directions. Eugene lifted the curtain and said to Xiaoheng, "Is it worth it to go to work so early? What happened to your arm? And your leg?" Xiaoheng's arm and leg were wrapped in thick cloth. Xiaoheng didn't care and said, "I'm fine. I just fell. I have something to report to His Majesty." Eugene's heart ached. "You're injured to this extent. It's better if you don't go. I'll report to the princess." It would be the same if Princess Xingyang went to see His Majesty. Xiaoheng said, "It's too late. There's going to be a storm in Pingyue Prefecture City. It's very likely that the mountain will collapse. We have to evacuate the villagers at the foot of the mountain as soon as possible." Eugene frowned. "Pingyue Prefecture City? Isn't that King Liang's fief?" Xiaoheng nodded. "That's right." Eugene's expression changed. "Oh no." Xiaoheng asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Eugene tightened the carriage window. "The Marquis is going to Pingyue Prefecture City." Xiaoheng knew that Marquis Xianping had left, but he didn't know where he was going. "Why is he going to Pingyue Prefecture City?" Eugene looked around and said softly, "He's going to assassinate King Liang." Xiaoheng's expression changed as well. The landslide was on the path to King Liang's residence. Chapter 605. Princess. Bad news. Vermilion Bird Avenue. Eugene got off the carriage, lifted her skirt, and ran straight for Princess Xingyang's room. Princess Xingyang was sitting by the window, practicing her calligraphy. She had gotten over her emotions much faster this time. After just a day, she was already able to calmly do her own things. As she practiced, she asked softly, "It's so early in the morning. Why are you so flustered? This isn't like you." Eugene was suddenly hesitant. Should she tell the princess about this? She followed the princess, and the princess was her master. Marquis Xianping was just a stranger working with the princess. But no matter what, the Marquis had gone to assassinate King Liang for the princess' sake. If something happened to the Marquis, the princess would feel a bit guilty, right? Princess Xingyang asked, "What happened? Did someone from your family come looking for you again?" Eugene was a favorite of Princess Xingyang's. Her family wasn't very reliable, and would come looking for Eugene from time to time. Eugene steeled her heart and said, "It's not about Eugene's family. It's about the Marquis. Something happened to the Marquis." Princess Xingyang's hand paused. She asked calmly, "What happened to him?" Eugene said anxiously, "Didn't the Marquis go to King Liang's fief? I ran into the young Marquis just now. The young Marquis said that a natural disaster is about to befall King Liang's fief, and that it will happen on the Marquis's path." With a swoosh, Princess Xingyang's brush drew a long line on the paper. On the street, Lu Quan glanced at the curtain of the carriage. He had heard everything that Eugene and Xiaoheng had said just now. Marquis Xianping was an unruly person, but he was actually so daring as to even kill the previous emperor's granduncle. This surprised Lu Quan. To be honest, he was curious about the reason behind this, but now wasn't the time to satisfy his curiosity. "Lu Lang, what do we do now?" Even though he already knew his identity as the young Marquis, he was still used to calling him Lu Lang. What to do? This was a huge problem for Xiaoheng. The journey to King Liang's fief was 50 kilometers long, and Marquis Xianping had already set out last night. Judging by his speed, if he wasn't stopped as soon as possible, he would run into a landslide or a mudslide. Every minute of delay was dangerous. In particular, the messenger pigeons could not reach him at all. That was used to save the villagers. There were pigeons flying back and forth between the various relay stations. Although there was a certain error rate, such as the carrier pigeons being killed or eaten by birds of prey on the way, this seemed to be the fastest and most convenient method at the moment. It was also inconvenient for pigeons to fly in a rainstorm. Thus, they had to arrive at the relay station before the rainstorm. They also had to leave enough time to inform the magistrate, as well as let the magistrate lead the troops to the villagers. On one side was Marquis Xianping, and on the other side were the villagers. Lu Quan could not enter the palace. If Lu Quan turned back to look for Gu Jiao, and then had Gu Jiao enter the palace to inform the emperor, they would be delayed for at least an hour. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Gu Jiao was at home. Perhaps she had gone to the clinic or perhaps she had gone to a house call. Entering the palace was the fastest way to save the villagers, but this would delay his search for Marquis Xianping. He had to make a choice between his own father and the hundreds of villagers he had no blood relatives with. Lu Lang? Lu Quan called out. Xiao Heng clenched his fists so tightly that they were trembling slightly. Enter the palace. There were less than 4 hours left before the rain. The carrier pigeons had to reach the relay station in Pingyue Prefecture City before then. In Pure Flower's palace, the emperor met with Xiao Heng. How did you know that it was going to rain in Pingyue Prefecture City? The emperor asked doubtfully. Xiao Heng didn't know how Gu Jiao was able to observe the weather from 100 li away, so he naturally wouldn't tell the emperor. Moreover, this wasn't the time to investigate Gu Jiao's abilities. The most important thing was to save the villagers who might be buried in the landslide. Xiao Heng said, I met a merchant who came from Pingyue Prefecture City. He said that Pingyue Prefecture City has been particularly stuffy these past 2 days. The sky is gloomy as if it's going to rain. He also said that when he passed by the official road near Creek Village, he was almost hit by a rock that slid down the slope. I read in the books of Hanlin Academy that this is a sign that the mountain is loosening. If it's really raining, it will definitely cause a landslide. When that happens, the villagers at the foot of the mountain will be in trouble. Fortunately, he had studied a lot of geography in Hanlin Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come up with such a reasonable explanation. Seeing that the emperor was deep in thought, Xiao Heng said seriously, Your Majesty, it's better to believe that there are more than 100 lives in Creek Village than not. The emperor's expression turned serious. If your deduction is true, then the war and natural disasters that have plagued the Zhao nation for the past year, are these warnings from the heavens? Xiao Heng hurriedly said, Your Majesty, saving people is more important. The emperor sighed. I understand. We will send people to Pingyue Prefecture City right away. Xiao Heng said seriously, I'm afraid that they won't be able to make it in time. Your Majesty, why don't we prepare for both eventualities? We'll send a carrier pigeon first. The emperor accepted Xiao Heng's suggestion and called Eunuch He over, ordering him to do it immediately. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Xiao Heng sat in his family's carriage. He then asked Lu Quan, Uncle Lu, have you changed the horses that I asked you to? I've changed them. They're all the fastest war horses in the Imperial Guard, but... Lu Quan looked at Xiao Heng's arms and legs worriedly. You're injured like this, so it's inconvenient for you to travel. Let me go. If you think that I won't be able to catch up, you can send the officers from the Ministry of Justice. Otherwise, you can go find the Empress Dowager and Empress and ask them to send a few imperial experts. Xiao Heng shook his head. You won't be able to stop him. Marquis Xianping had a stubborn temper. Once he made up his mind to do something, not even a landslide or a tsunami could stop him. Moreover, would he believe them if they told him that a mountain was about to collapse? He wouldn't believe them. He wasn't afraid either. If he did, he wouldn't be Marquis Xianping anymore. He wouldn't be able to fight so many wars or assassinate the previous emperor's granduncle. But didn't the Marquis leave the capital yesterday? Can we catch up with him? Lu Quan wasn't looking for an excuse. He wanted to go alone and let Xiao Heng stay behind. Xiao Heng took out the map with his right hand and looked at the route on it. The mountain path is rugged. Even with his mount, he can only travel 60 li a day at most. He'll have covered half of the distance by noon today and will enter Pingyue Prefecture's jurisdiction. However, there will be a rainstorm later which will greatly slow him down. If we set off from the capital, we won't encounter a rainstorm. If we speed up, we can enter Pingyue Prefecture by tonight. That way the distance between us won't be too far. Lu Quan exclaimed, It's true that you won't be too far away. However, once you enter Pingyue Prefecture, there will be a rainstorm. Even if you won't be too far away, you won't be able to catch up with him. The rainstorm in the fief won't only slow him down. Xiao Heng put away the map with one hand. What you said makes sense. However, he still had to go. Lu Quan was angry and distressed at the same time. Fine. I finally understand why no one can stop Marquis Xianping. No one can stop you either. You and your father are stubborn. Even though they knew it was impossible and dangerous, they still insisted on doing it. Xiao Heng's eyes turned cold. Let's go. After noon, Pingyue Prefecture was like an overturned basin. The heavy rainstorm came crashing down. The pedestrians on the official road began to take shelter from the rain. The small tea stall, which didn't have much business before, was instantly filled with people. Among all kinds of people, there was a tall and mighty figure that was particularly eye-catching. First of all, he had the most handsome face in Zhao Nation. No matter where he stood, he would be extremely handsome. Second of all, he exuded a noble and murderous aura. Even the horse next to him was more ferocious than the other horses. There was a strange phenomenon in the tea stall. In order to avoid the rain, everyone was squeezing shoulder to shoulder. However, there wasn't a single guest sitting at his table. In the past, when Marquis Xianping went to the battlefield, he didn't have such a murderous aura. He was good-looking and always had a smile on his face. He belonged to the romantic and amiable type. Today it was because he had been suppressing the anger in his heart to chop King Liang into 8 pieces that he had suddenly become a person who did not want to come near. There was a group of robbers hiding among the guests who were taking shelter from the rain. However, the robbers were scared out of their wits. Marquis Xianping didn't come to take shelter from the rain. He came to feed the horse. After the horse was full, he opened the door and left. He reached into his pocket and took something out. He was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary aura. When the owner saw him take out money, his eyes lit up. In the end, he saw him take out a copper coin and put it on the table. The owner of the tea stall doubted his eyes. It wasn't a copper coin. It was a silver ingot, right? He could tell that he was a noble at first glance. Why was he so stingy? The owner of the tea stall walked over and carefully counted it 3 times. It was really a copper coin. Sir. The owner of the tea stall boldly called out to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping led the horse and looked at him strangely. The owner of the tea stall used his eyes to indicate the copper coin on the table. It's too little. At least give me 2. Marquis Xianping grunted and walked over. The owner of the tea stall smiled knowingly. In the next second, Marquis Xianping picked up the lonely copper coin and put it back into his pocket. The villagers here were really polite. They didn't charge for tea. The owner of the tea stall. Chapter 606. Marquis Xianping left the tea shed and was still sighing. The villagers here were so enthusiastic that they didn't even charge for tea. The owner of the tea shed had been here for 7 or 8 years, but this was the first time he had seen such stingy customers. It was simply too much. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Traveling in this kind of rain was very dangerous and inconvenient. Of course, that was for other people. Marquis Xianping was a general. He had experienced much worse weather on the battlefield, so he wouldn't be easily stopped in the middle of the road. Marquis Xianping was wearing a thick straw raincoat and a bamboo hat as he rode on his tall horse. He patted the horse's head and looked at the torrential rain. That old thing is about to die. We can't let him die of old age, understand? The horse seemed to feel its master's determination and killing intent. It neighed, raised its front hooves, and charged into the torrential rain without a care for its own safety. On the other side, Xiaoheng finally arrived at the tea shed that Marquis Xianping had once led after a long day of traveling. The tea shed was supposed to close at night, but the rain was too heavy. The customers couldn't leave and the owner of the tea shed couldn't go home. The tea shed was packed. The price of tea and food had skyrocketed. The price of 2 copper coins for a steamed bun had risen to 10 copper coins. The carriage rushed through the rain. Lu Quan was wearing a straw raincoat. He couldn't open his eyes as he said, "Lulang, there's a tea shed over there. Do you want to rest for a while?" Xiaoheng's eyes focused. "Uncle Lu, I'll have to trouble you to keep going." Lu Quan tightened his grip on the reins. "I'm fine. I'm just worried about you. We've been traveling for an entire day. How are your injuries?" Xiaoheng said, "I'm fine. Let's keep going." "Okay. Wait." Xiaoheng suddenly said, "Stop." Lu Quan stopped the carriage. "What's wrong?" Xiaoheng looked at the map in his hand and then looked at the fork in the road ahead. "There are 2 roads ahead. I wonder which one he took." Both roads could lead to the official road near Shishui village, but the road conditions were different, so the time spent on the road would also be different. Xiaoheng was familiar with the geography of the Zhao kingdom. Marquis Xianping had never been to King Liang's fief, so he might not know which path was the shortest. "Go to the tea shed and ask," Xiaoheng said. All right. Lu Quan drove the carriage to the tea shed. The owner of the tea stall was boiling water when he saw a carriage stop by his side. Without thinking, he said, "It's full. There's no more space. You'd better go forward. There's a courier station 10 miles east." Xiao Heng lifted the curtain and looked in the direction of the tea house owner through the thick rain. "Excuse me, I want to ask you about someone. Did a tall, handsome man in his early 30s come here today?" Marquis Xianping wasn't in his early 30s, but he looked too young. Even if he was in his early 30s, he still had a mature temperament. The tea house owner added a handful of firewood to the stove and replied casually, "Several came. Which one are you talking about?" Xiao Heng wanted to say the best-looking one, but as a man he couldn't bring himself to say that. Being handsome was already the limit of what he could say. Xiao Heng thought for a moment, then asked, "The stingy one?" "You're talking about him." The tea house owner was instantly energized. His complaints flowed like the waters of the Yellow River. "I fucking run a tea stall my whole life, but I've never seen someone so stingy. A copper coin. Can you believe a copper coin? That beggar even gave us 2 coins." Xiao Heng endured the fire of complaints that he shouldn't have endured at his age. "Then where did he go?" Xiao Heng asked. "Over there." The tea house owner angrily pointed. "Thank you." Xiao Heng put down the curtain and lowered his head to spread out the map. "Uncle Lu, let's go." The tea house owner was confused. "No, did you ask for information for nothing? At least buy 2 steamed buns before leaving." "Stop." The tea house owner called out to Xiao Heng's carriage. Xiao Heng lifted the curtain. "Is there anything else?" The tea house owner grabbed 2 steamed buns and handed them to him. Then he raised his palm and flipped it over. 2 5s meant 10. Xiao Heng wasn't in the mood to eat. He didn't really want them, but the owner insisted on giving them to him. He could only accept them. He took the steamed buns and waved at the tea house owner. "Thank you. Goodbye." Then he left. The tea house owner was speechless again. He looked at his frozen hand and then at the steamed buns that had been taken away. Was that what I meant? The rain was too heavy. The horses couldn't run at all. They could only move slowly. "Uncle Lu, if the rain has been this heavy, then he should have just arrived here." Xiao Heng pointed at a small village on the map. Willow Village. Lu Quan didn't understand this. He had never been to Pingle Prefecture City before. Xiao Heng had been leading the way the entire time. He asked, "Then is he far from the site of the incident? If he's too far away, he might not have caught up with the landslide." Xiao Heng said, "If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have caught up." However, he was the Marquis of Xianping. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he would definitely find a way to reach the Liang estate. Lu Quan could hear Xiao Heng's worry. He pressed his head and sighed. "Then can we catch up to him?" It was very difficult. This was the conclusion Xiao Heng reached after analyzing every path on the map. "Let's take the other path," Xiao Heng said. "Okay." Lu Quan drove the carriage to the small path on the other side. This path seemed to be further than the one Marquis Xianping had chosen. However, it was flat and the road conditions were better. However, even so, they still spent an entire night walking a road that they could normally finish in 4 hours. Fortunately, Xiao Heng had Lu Quan change into the strongest warhorse in the Imperial Guard. Otherwise they would have been fine, but the horse would have died from exhaustion. The sky was bright, but the torrential rain was pouring down. There was almost no light in the entire Pingle Prefecture city. Xiao Heng frowned. "We haven't reached Willow Village yet." Marquis Xianping's speed was faster than theirs. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to reach the site of the incident even after midnight. Xiao Heng lifted the curtain and said to Lu Quan, "Uncle Lu, let's go through the forest in the north. We can reach the vicinity of River Creek Village." Lu Quan was stunned. "Go through the forest? That won't do. The carriage can't move." Xiao Heng said, "We don't need a carriage. We'll ride a horse." Lu Quan disagreed. "Can you ride a horse with your injuries?" Xiao Heng took out a straw raincoat from the bottom of the carriage and put it on. Then he took out a bamboo hat and put it on. "It's just a superficial wound. It didn't hurt my muscles or bones. It's fine." "Even if it's a superficial wound, you can't get wet in the rain. Besides, even if you hurt your muscles and bones, will you stop?" Lu Quan couldn't persuade him otherwise. He could only abandon the carriage by the roadside. Fortunately, there were 2 horses in the carriage. The 2 of them sat on 1 horse each and walked into the forest. Marquis Xianping's journey wasn't smooth. He had chosen the shortcut according to the map, but he encountered many problems. Marquis Xianping looked at the wooden bridge that was destroyed by the torrential rain and felt a toothache. There wasn't a shallow stream below, but a surging river. Marquis Xianping patted the horse's head and looked at the broken bridge with a determined expression. He turned around and walked back. After about 50 steps he stopped and turned around again. His eyes became sharp. Giddy up. The horse raised its hooves and began to gallop. As they approached the broken bridge, Marquis Xianping's legs clamped down on the horse's belly and fiercely pulled on the reins. Facing the surging torrent, the horse didn't retreat. Instead, it followed its master's orders and leaped over the broken bridge. Good. After landing, Marquis Xianping patted it. Let's go. After passing through the village, they would reach the official road that led directly to the Liang estate. Old Liang Wang, your time of death has come. Lu Lang. Slow down a bit. After falling down so many times, Lu Quan was almost out of strength. In their current situation, even the horses weren't willing to move. They could only lead the horses forward with great difficulty. We're here. Xiao Heng pointed at the village in the torrential rain. That's Creek Village. Is there? The sky was too dark and the rain was too heavy. Lu Quan's oil lamp couldn't illuminate much. They had been walking since morning, so he didn't know what time it was. He only knew that he really couldn't walk anymore. It should be almost midnight. Xiao Heng panted as he said, "Don't go over. Just wait for me here." That won't do, that won't do. Lu Quan sat on the ground. Xiao Heng took the oil lamp from his hand. He didn't lead the horse and walked towards the village. Lu Lang? Lu Quan didn't even have the strength to call out. The villagers in the village had already been evacuated. All the poultry that could be taken away had also been taken away. The village was empty except for his lonely figure. He passed through the village. When he reached the village entrance, he heard the sound of horse hooves approaching on the official road. It's him. It's Marquis Xianping. Xiao Heng was too far from the official road. In the time it took to rush over, the horse was already far away. He had no choice but to walk forward in the rain while shouting, "Stop! Stop!" The sound of the torrential rain blocked out all other sounds. Even the sound of the horse hooves was weakened, let alone the sound of a distant person. But Marquis Xianping could still faintly hear a bit. It wasn't too clear. Was someone talking? Was someone calling him? It sounded like his son's voice. Then Marquis Xianping smiled. His son was in the capital, so how could he come here? He must have heard wrong. Jia! He shouted. Xiao Heng stared blankly as a man and a horse passed by on the official road in front of him. He felt as if his breath was being choked. Marquis Xianping saw the oil lamp in his hand, but Marquis Xianping didn't stop. He wouldn't stop for a stranger on the side of the road. Xiao Heng looked at the crumbling mountain range. The mountain rocks were already falling down. He could almost hear the sound of the mountain collapsing. He looked at the tall figure that was recklessly rushing towards the mountain range. A voice in his heart broke through the heavy shackles. Father? Chapter 607. His voice was drowned out by the dense rainstorm. No matter how he called out, Marquis Xianping's figure disappeared into the curtain of rain. Xiao Heng's strength was finally exhausted at this moment. He fell into a puddle on the side of the official road. The torrential rain poured down, mercilessly hitting his back. He tightly gripped a stone on the side of the road. The rain was icy cold, but when it fell into his eyes, it became boiling hot. In the end, he couldn't stop him. He still left. It turned out that there were some people and some things that, once missed, would never have another chance. It wasn't that he didn't cherish his son, but rather that his son didn't cherish his father. He would never have another chance to call him father again. What did you just call me? A familiar voice suddenly sounded above his head. Xiao Heng's body trembled. He thought he had heard wrong, but he still raised his head in a daze. He saw Marquis Xianping wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, riding a tall steed that had once accompanied him on expeditions. Marquis Xianping looked at him from the horse and asked again, "What did you just call me?" Xiao Heng raised his hand that was tightly pressed into the puddle. His heart sunk and his feelings of grief and regret suddenly stopped. He turned his face and snorted, "No, nothing. If it's nothing, then I'm leaving." Marquis Xianping said this and pulled the reins to turn the horse around. "Afei, father," Xiao Heng said through gritted teeth. Marquis Xianping's lips hooked. He turned the horse around naughtily and looked smugly at his son. "You chased me for several hundred li just to call me father." "It's 113 li, it wasn't several hundred li," Xiao Heng corrected him strictly and angrily. Marquis Xianping's smile was a bit annoying. He leaned over and reached out a hand to Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was so tired that he couldn't stand up at all. He still had the strength to raise his hand, but Xiaoheng didn't want to pay attention to him. Marquis Xianping was thick-skinned. Even if his son ignored him, he could still ignore his son. Moreover, his son had just called him father and was very obedient. Xianping Ho directly grabbed Xiaoheng's arm and pulled him onto the horse's back. With his martial arts, even if he was injured, it was more than enough to carry a grown man. The father and son rode on the same horse, with Xiaoheng sitting behind them. At this moment, the father and son finally recognized each other. Marquis Xianping Ho was in a good mood and did not suppress the smile on his lips. I'm going to kill someone. Do you want to come with me or do you want me to send you to the village below to hide? Xiaoheng's body trembled. You're going to die, but you're going to drag me down with you. Just how much hatred do you have for your own son? You can't go, Xiaoheng said seriously. I won't let anyone know that I killed him. Marquis Xianping didn't mention who he was going to kill, but he guessed that his son already knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased him all the way to King Liang's territory. Xiaoheng said, That's not it. There's going to be a landslide up ahead and it's going to cause a landslide. The entire road up ahead, including the village below, will be buried by the landslide. Marquis Xianping asked, Where did you hear this from? Xiaoheng's expression didn't change. I'm a Hanlin official. I'm familiar with geography, and I also know how to observe the stars at night. Marquis Xianping said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, Observe the stars at night? Isn't that the job of the imperial astronomer? I know how to do that as well, Xiaoheng boasted shamelessly. Marquis Xianping laughed. My son really is amazing. This was clearly a tone used to coax a child. Xiaoheng immediately understood that his father didn't take it to heart. It wasn't that he didn't believe in himself, but rather that he believed that he could make it through. The power of this natural disaster lay in the fact that it came without any warning. When the mountain began to slide, half of the mountain had already collapsed from the inside. Xiaoheng sternly said, If I say you can't go, then you can't go. Marquis Xianping slightly turned his head and helplessly said, Don't cause trouble. Xiaoheng began to cause trouble. I'm injured. I can't ride a horse and I can't get caught in the rain. Marquis Xianping looked down at the village and Xiaoheng immediately said, The people in the village have already evacuated. There are no doctors. In the end, Marquis Xianping was still defeated. Fine, I'll send you to the relay station first. He remembered that there was a small relay station 10 li back. Xiaoheng secretly calculated the speed and distance. When he arrived there, he should be able to avoid the landslide by delaying for a bit. He did not object. Marquis Xianping rode his horse back with his son. It truly deserved to be called a first-rank martial marquis horse. Other horses were so scared that they didn't dare move, yet it was still able to jump around happily. Carrying another person was not a problem. The last time Xiaoheng sat on Marquis Xianping's horse was when he was young. He sat in front, and his small body was held in Marquis Xianping's embrace. Marquis Xianping always believed that a tiger would not have a dog's son. He was a tiger, so his son must also be a tiger. That horse was taller than a person. The pitiful Xiaoheng's first time riding a horse was so bumpy that he began to doubt life and began to cry loudly. It was Princess Yang who arrived in time to save Xiaoheng from the horse. From that moment on, Xiaoheng no longer dared to ride a horse. When did you learn to ride a horse? Those few years when you were a commoner? Marquis Xianping asked. This was the first time that father and son had seriously brought up the matters of those years. Marquis Xianping had asked before, but Xiaoheng had never given him a response. Tonight he responded, I learned from eldest brother. Marquis Xianping said, Your eldest brother. Speaking to this point he paused. Xiaoheng quietly said, His name is Xiao Su. Marquis Xianping frowned. Isn't his surname Qing? His name is Godan? Godan is his nickname. Xiaoheng said, Eldest brother changed his surname. Qingyun's mother changed it. After Qing Su's father died, the Qing family came to take Qing Su to his eldest uncle's family to raise. His eldest uncle's family had no son. Qingyun's mother was reluctant, and Qing Su was also unwilling to leave his mother, so the family broke off all ties. After the horse had traveled for a while, Marquis Xianping suddenly said, What happened that year? I'm sorry. Marquis Xianping was a thick-skinned ancestor, but that didn't mean that he could say anything casually. There was an awkward side to his temperament, but ordinary things couldn't trigger his awkwardness. Xiao Heng didn't ask him whether the year he spoke of referred to the year he was born or the year Xiao Lulang met with his accident. Some windows could be poked through, but there were some that didn't need to be poked through. It was fine as long as they both understood. Marquis Xianping said, "Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. Don't fall." "I won't." Before Xiao Heng could finish his sentence, Marquis Xianping suddenly clamped down on the horse's belly. The horse understood and quickly rushed forward. Xiao Heng suddenly fell back and was almost thrown out. He almost instinctively hugged Marquis Xianping's waist. In a place where Xiao Heng couldn't see, Marquis Xianping raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Wait." His smile suddenly disappeared. He pulled on the reins and the horse smartly stopped. "What's wrong?" Xiao Heng asked. "Did you hear that?" Marquis Xianping asked with a frown. "What did I hear?" Xiao Heng's voice suddenly stopped. "It seems like a baby is crying." Marquis Xianping turned his head to look. In that village. Hadn't the village been evacuated? He hadn't heard the crying when he had rushed over. "There is a child." Marquis Xianping listened for a while and confirmed that he hadn't heard wrong. "You go first." He turned and dismounted. When he went on the official road, he didn't care about natural disasters. But when it came to his son, he believed in the power of natural disasters. "It's faster to ride a horse," Xiao Heng said. "Is there still time?" Marquis Xianping asked. "If we find it quickly, there is," Xiao Heng said. "Good, sit tight." Marquis Xianping's eyes turned cold. He pulled on the reins and changed direction, galloping towards the village below. Who would have thought that when the two entered the village, the crying would stop? Xiao Heng said with a serious expression, "That child must be tired from crying. He cried for a while and then stopped. When I passed by the village, I didn't hear anything." Marquis Xianping dismounted. The father and son searched door to door. When Marquis Xianping found the bedroom of the 18th family, Xiao Heng loudly shouted from the well in the backyard, "Here!" Marquis Xianping quickly went to the backyard. This was a dry well. The well was covered with a manhole cover, but it wasn't sealed and could be moved. The child should have climbed up the manhole cover and stepped on it before falling down. The manhole cover blocked most of the rain, but a portion of it still flowed into the dry well. Xiao Heng went into the room and found an oil paper umbrella to cover the well. Marquis Xianping removed the manhole cover. He planned on going down to save the child, but he found that the well was too narrow. With his body he couldn't go down. Xiao Heng still had the body of a youth. He was tall and thin so he could barely squeeze through. "I'll go down," Xiao Heng said. Marquis Xianping took a rope from the saddle. He tied one end to his son's waist and the other end to his own waist. Xiao Heng opened his mouth. "Your waist injury, go down," Marquis Xianping said. The child's crying and breathing were already very weak. No one knew how long he had been at the bottom of the well, not to mention that he had fallen from such a high place. Xiao Heng moved his gaze away from his waist and turned to sit at the mouth of the well. But as soon as his leg went in, a cat's cry came from the bottom of the well. Xiao Heng's hair stood on end. Marquis Xianping's expression became serious as he stared at his son, Aheng. Xiao Heng's legs began to tremble. He was clearly a person who did not even fear poisonous snakes. However, he was afraid of cats. If this was a few years ago, Marquis Xianping would definitely have said to him, "You are my Marquis Xianping's son. Do you not even have this much courage?" But tonight he did not say this. He said, "Come down. I will think of another way." There was no other way. There was not enough time. It was now. They had to immediately save the child. Otherwise, they would either have to give up on the child or die with the child. Xiao Heng grabbed the rope in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely jumped down. It was this seemingly normal jump that caused Marquis Xianping's heart to heat up. His son had grown up. He had truly grown up. It was not his height, nor was it his age. Instead, he had truly grown into a man of indomitable spirit. He was a young and promising Han Lin official. He did not go into battle to kill the enemy, but he used his hot blood to protect the citizens of Zhao country. "I found him. We can go up now." Xiao Heng's trembling voice came from the bottom of the well. He was afraid. But he was not defeated by his own fear. Sure enough, it was my Xiaoji's son. Marquis Xianping quickly pulled on the rope, pulling Xiao Heng and the child out of the well. Xiao Heng's movements were very careful. After all, the mouth of the well was so narrow. If he was not careful, he could hurt the child. He raised the child high above his head. Marquis Xianping received the child with one hand and placed him on the umbrella that had fallen to the ground. With the other hand he pulled his son up. At this time he noticed that there was a cat in his son's embrace. Xiao Heng's entire body was stiff, and his face was pale white. He looked like a small statue that could not move. "Can you quickly take it away?" Marquis Xianping laughed out loud. He grabbed the cat and threw it into the bag hanging on the saddle. The child's situation was not very good. There were many injuries on his body. He needed to quickly find a doctor. Xiao Heng found a piece of cloth from the house and wrapped the child in his arms. Marquis Xianping was quite surprised. "Oh, you know quite well. Are you ready to be a father at any time?" Xiao Heng rolled his eyes. "There is Gu Xiaobao at home." This child was older than Gu Xiaobao, but he should not be more than a year old. The method of wrapping Gu Xiaobao was also suitable for him. The father and son brought the child, the horse and the cat in the direction of the official road. Just as they were about to walk out of the village, a mountain in front of them suddenly collapsed. The huge sound was like muffled thunder in the dark night. The ground at the village entrance seemed to feel the tremor. The landslide would not slide into the village, but the mudslide caused by the landslide would be a disaster for the village. "Hiya!" Marquis Xianping shouted. The horse quickly stepped on the official road. At this moment the old banyan tree at the village entrance broke with a snap, and the huge tree trunk pressed down on them. At the critical moment, Marquis Xianping stepped on the stirrups and jumped into the air. He hugged the thick tree trunk with both hands and forcefully knocked it away. The tree trunk was successfully knocked away, but because of this he was also pressed under the tree. The injury on his waist instantly flared up, and the wounds on his thigh and back were also on the verge of reopening. His face was instantly pale. Xiao Heng tightened the reins and stopped the horse. He flipped off the horse and rushed towards him, ignoring his sprained right leg. Marquis Xianping endured the pain and said to Xiao Heng, "Quickly go. Let's go together. I'll move the tree away." Xiao Heng bent down and tried to move the tree that was thicker than him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the tree that was pressing down on Marquis Xianping did not move at all. He took out a rope from the bag hanging on the saddle and tied one end to the tree and the other end to the horse. The man and horse used all their strength to pull. However, this tree was too heavy and thick. Xiao Heng's palms were scraped, and mottled blood dripped down the rope. The mountain in front of them continued to collapse. Marquis Xianping looked into the distance and said with his remaining strength, "You guys go first. I'll take a break and I'll be able to push it away myself." Xiao Heng's eyes turned red and hot liquid flowed out. "You're lying." Marquis Xianping smiled weakly. "Don't doubt your father. Your father is a first-grade martial marquis. Just this tree. I can lift it with one hand." Xiao Heng tugged at the rope with all his might, choking with sobs as he roared, "Then lift it. Lift it." Marquis Xianping laughed carelessly. "I said I wanted to rest for a while. You go first. Don't let this child get wet. It wasn't easy to save him from the bottom of the well." "I'm not going." The rope sank deeply into the flesh of Xiao Heng's palm, but he was still unable to move it. "I regret it. I should have gone to practice martial arts. I shouldn't have gone to school. I should have grown up in the military camp." "You're right. You're a useless scholar. I'm useless." He cried in despair, large drops of tears rolling down his face. Marquis Xianping's smile disappeared from his face. He looked at Xiao Heng through the heavy rain. "I said it on purpose. I am your father. I don't know as many words as you do. I can't get over my face. So I wanted you to come practice martial arts. I'm good at practicing martial arts. You will definitely admire me." These words, Xiao Heng had never heard them before. He had never even thought about them. Someone as proud as Xiao Ji actually had such an inferior side. Perhaps it was because he felt that his life was coming to an end. If some words were not said today, there might not be a chance to say them in the future. Marquis Xianping slightly tilted his head so that he could look at his son one last time. "Aang, I never told you, but I was actually very smug to have a son like you. Those uncouth old men always boast that their sons are capable. Are they as capable as my son? My son could go to the throne room and recite poems at the age of 3. Can their sons do it? My son entered the Imperial College at the age of 4. Can their sons do it? My son is a 13-year-old youth chancellor. Are those small soldiers? My son is an 18-year-old top scholar. Can their sons do it? My greatest pride in this life is not military achievements, nor is it the title of nobility. It is you. You are the son that I am most proud of. You have always been." Xiao Heng's heart was about to be torn apart. Marquis Xianping's eyes became hot as he smiled. "If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain." After he finished speaking, he used the last of his strength to send a palm strike at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was sent onto the back of a horse by his internal strength. Marquis Xianping said to his horse, "Take him away." With a loud boom, the last part of the mountain slope collapsed, and a mudslide came from behind. The horse raised its front hooves and galloped away. Marquis Xianping looked at his son with a smile. The mudslide rushed down. Xiaoheng turned his head and screamed, "Don't." With a loud boom, the mudslide entered the village. And it was at this time that a tall black shadow came out of the torrential rain. Chapter 608. He was as fast as lightning and as fierce as a dragon. He grabbed the big tree that was pressing down on Marquis Xianping and threw it out. Marquis Xianping had already prepared to die. He wondered if this was the feeling of death. His whole body was light as a feather. Where was the promised big tree? Where was the rushing mudslide? He heard the sound. Why wasn't he crushed and suffocated to death? Just as Marquis Xianping was puzzled, he felt a powerful aura rush towards him. Marquis Xianping had lived to this age, but he had never admitted that anyone other than himself was strong. To be able to make him feel this way, it was enough to show how deep the other party's skills were. Moreover, this aura was a little familiar. But thinking about it, it was impossible. Before Marquis Xianping could think about what was going on, whether it was reality or an illusion after death, he was picked up from the ground. Marquis Xianping, who was completely unaware of the situation. Xiaoheng's heart almost jumped out of his throat. In the end, he saw a scene that made his heart surge. He let out a long sigh of relief. Long Yi. The moment Long Yi picked up Marquis Xianping and flew away, the mudslide rolled over and almost drowned the entire village in the blink of an eye. The mudslide chased behind Long Yi. Long Yi's qigong was outstanding. Every time he was about to be submerged, he could tap the tip of his foot on the big tree. He flew away and the big tree was swallowed. He stopped on the roof again. He soared into the sky again and the roof was also swallowed. This was a contest with the King of Hell and King of Hell. Xiaoheng couldn't see their figures, but he believed that Long Yi's skills would definitely be able to win this mudslide. The mudslide didn't just swallow a village, even the official road where Xiaoheng was located became its prey. It was like a 1,000-year-old beast that had been awakened, opening its bloody mouth behind Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng hugged the baby in his arms and held the reins tightly with both hands. Along the way, rocks kept falling down. If it were any other horse, it would have been scared out of its wits. However, Marquis Xianping's mount did not. It was the king of war horses that had walked out of the golden spear iron horse. It was well-trained, agile. It accurately avoided every rock. There was no need for Xiaoheng to whip it. Out of its instinct to avoid natural disasters, it had already increased its speed to the extreme. The mudslide chased after them relentlessly. Just as it was about to swallow them whole, the mudslide's eyes were as sharp as knives. With a kick of its hind hooves, it suddenly soared into the air. Xiaoheng looked at the broken bridge and flowing water under his feet, his heart once again in his throat. If he couldn't cross it, it had successfully crossed over. The mudslide rushed into the turbulent river. Xiaoheng turned around and looked at the mudslide that was about to catch up with him in shock. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The horse carried Xiaoheng all the way back in the rain. On the other side, Marquis Xianping and Long Yi's situation was more dangerous than Xiaoheng's. After all, the village's terrain was lower and the mudslide was mainly rushing in the direction. They could not get close to the official road and could only run to the mountain on the other side of the village. At this time, Lu Quan was at one of the mountain tops. Xiaoheng had originally left him at the top of the mountain and told him to wait there and not wander around. However, after he recovered his strength, he was worried about Xiaoheng, so he went down the mountain to find Xiaoheng. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he heard the sound of a landslide. He secretly thought that things were bad and quickly turned to run up the mountain. However, he had only run halfway up the mountain when the mudslide surged over. Just as he was about to be swept away and buried, a whip lashed out and firmly wrapped around Lu Quan's waist. Lu Quan looked up and his eyes lit up. It was Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pulled the rope with one hand and wrapped the whip around Lu Quan with the other. She looked up at the people above and said, "Go up." Gu Jiao pulled the rope with a whoosh and pulled Gu Jiao and Lu Quan up to the top of the mountain. Gu Jiao looked at Lu Quan, who was pulled up by her, and her eyes were very satisfied. She finally experienced the experience of Gu Qingfeng using a whip to save Tang Yueshan in ancient Moon City. She thought it was very fun at that time. Lu Quan, who was hanging upside down on the tree branch, thought, "Well, next time, can you let me come up upside down?" Gu Jiao had only learned how to use a whip for a few days and was a little unfamiliar with it. Lu Quan was rolled up upside down by her, and his head was filled with blood. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. I said I'll go down. I have to go myself. Of course he also understood that Gu Jiao was not doing it for fun. After all, the one who went down was in danger of being swallowed by the mudslide at any time. This girl was always like this, doing all the dangerous things herself. Even this time she did not plan to bring him along. He just happened to see her go out, so he followed her. Who are you looking down on, stupid girl? Gu Qingfeng pouted and snorted. Give me back the whip. No. Gu Jiao decisively took the whip for herself. Gu Qingfeng, a red-tasseled spear is no longer enough to satisfy you? You even took my whip. Gu Qingfeng secretly glared at her. I'll take it back when we get back. Although the terrain here was high enough, there was no guarantee that there would not be a second wave of mudslide. They still had to leave as soon as possible. Gu Qingfeng grabbed one in each hand and used his qinggong to rush to the top of the mountain. Wait, what's wrong? Gu Qingfeng clenched his teeth with difficulty. You little girl, what have you been eating recently? Why are you so heavy? Gu Jiao played with the newly snatched whip. I don't have it. If you can't do it, just say it. Gu Qingfeng, men can't do it without it. Gu Qingfeng pulled his hair with all his might. It's you who has grown heavier. No, enough, he can't move anymore. Seeing three people about to fall down, Long Yi flew over and caught Gu Jiao from the hand of Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao, who was caught off guard, was speechless. Long Yi, didn't you go to save Marquis Xianping? Why are you trying to catch me again? I only agreed to bring Gu Qingfeng along because I didn't want to be sandwiched by you. Long Yi picked one up from each side. Marquis Xianping glanced to the side and took a closer look. He waved at Gu Jiao. Daughter-in-law, how are you? Gu Jiao also waved. Hello. Wow. Before they could finish greeting each other, the two of them were blown into sad frogs by the wind and rain. Gu Qingfeng was left far behind. He was completely lost. Damn it, how could he run so fast while carrying two people? Do you belong to the wind? A man like the wind. Long Yi passed through the forest. The journey was relatively long, so by the time he brought Gu Jiao and Marquis Xianping to the nearest relay station, Xiao Heng was already changing clothes in the room. Marquis Xianping saw Princess Xinyang in the corridor instructing the servants to boil water and decoct medicine. He was stunned for a moment. But when he turned to look at Long Yi, he seemed relieved. Yujin came out of the room next door with a basin of hot water. Princess, I gave the child a bath. I didn't have any baby clothes, so I used adult clothes to wrap him in swaddling clothes. Princess Xinyang nodded. Marquis? Yujin went to pour water. When she turned around, she saw Marquis Xianping at the door. Princess Xinyang also looked at him. Marquis Xianping's current appearance was as pathetic as it could be. He himself didn't know and still thought he was as handsome as before. He raised his eyebrows and smiled carelessly. Qin Fengwan? Princess Xinyang looked at his lame eyebrows and her eyelids twitched. She answered vaguely, where are Jiao Jiao and the others? Gu Jiao walked out from behind Marquis Xianping and spat out a mouthful of rainwater expressionlessly. Not long after, Gu Qingfeng and Lu Quan also arrived. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, go and change your clothes. Princess Xinyang was worthy of being a mother. Wherever she went, she would bring her child's clothes. But now she had more than one child. Gu Jiao was also the same. She had Yujin take Gu Jiao to the room prepared in advance. The charcoal inside had already been heated. Yujin took out the dry clothes Princess Xinyang had prepared for Gu Jiao and had Gu Jiao change into them. She had brought a few more sets of Xiao Heng's clothes. One set was given to Gu Qingfeng and the other was given to Marquis Xianping. Their figures were quite suitable. Lu Quan had a bit of a middle-aged man's belly, so he couldn't wear Xiao Heng's clothes. He went to find a guard to get a set. Marquis Xianping looked at his son's clothes in his hand and said to Princess Xinyang at the door, that's true. You don't have my clothes. Princess Xinyang's face darkened. You speak as if I would bring your clothes for you if I had them. Marquis Xianping looked at Princess Xinyang with a faint smile. Qin Fengwan, did you especially come to save me? Princess Xinyang could still tolerate him if he didn't speak, but the moment he did, she really wanted to beat him up. Princess Xinyang said in annoyance, I came to save my son. Could he not think so highly of himself? Oh. Marquis Xianping raised his brows and put the clothes on the table. I don't believe you. Princess Xinyang, how did this person become more and more shameless after so many years? In order to not get a heart attack from anger, Princess Xinyang decided to ignore him. Princess Xinyang went to Gu Jiao's room, where the rescued baby was also placed. Gu Jiao had already changed her clothes and was treating the baby. "How is he?" Princess Xinyang asked as she entered the room. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a stethoscope. "The bones are fine. There are some scratches and abrasions, slight dehydration and high fever. That's all I can see for now. I heard that the dry well is quite deep. This child is lucky." "I'm asking how you are," Princess Xinyang said. Gu Jiao put the stethoscope on her ear and listened to the baby's heart and lungs. She paused. Princess Xinyang took in her expression. She sighed and asked, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Gu Jiao said before Princess Xinyang could ask. "My old injuries have long healed." Princess Xinyang nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the child on the table. "He's fine, right?" After Gu Jiao finished listening to his heart and lungs, she took out the stethoscope and said, "Pneumonia. He must have been infected before he fell into the well. After soaking in ice water for so long, his condition worsened." Princess Xinyang's expression changed when she heard pneumonia. Xiaoheng had this disease when he was young. He coughed and had a high fever and almost died. Princess Xinyang still had lingering fears. "What should we do?" Gu Jiao said, "Give him medicine first. If he can't take it, give him an infusion." This was a serious illness in ancient times, but it wasn't difficult for the small medicine box. Sure enough, when Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box again, there were already fruit-flavored antibiotic powder and antiviral oral solution inside. "The rice soup is ready." Eugene came in with a bowl of steaming rice soup. "This is the only thing in the kitchen." She was referring to the food for the child. Gu Jiao gave the medicine to Eugene and told her how to use it and the dosage. "Okay, I'll feed it to him in a bit." Eugene looked at the weak child. "He's quite obedient. He doesn't make a fuss." Princess Xinyang also looked at the baby and said, "He cried for so long. He doesn't have the strength to make a fuss." With Eugene here, Gu Jiao went next door to see Xiaoheng. Compared to the baby, Xiaoheng's condition was much worse. He was originally half a mummy, but now his whole body was wrapped in gauze. He was practically a fat white man. Marquis Xianping's condition was not much better. However, Gu Jiao was Xiaoheng's wife. Gu Jiao could tie him up wherever she wanted. But Gu Jiao was not Marquis Xianping's wife. He didn't want to tie him up. Gu Jiao called his wife over. When Princess Xinyang entered the room, Gu Jiao had already gone out. Marquis Xianping was paralyzed in his wheelchair, his back facing the door. He thought that it was Gu Jiao who had come. He snorted, "I'm not going to tie that thing up." "What do you want if you don't tie it up?" Princess Xinyang's voice rang out. Marquis Xianping choked. He wanted to turn around, but the pain in his neck made him gasp. "Why is it you?" Princess Xinyang came in front of him and looked at him. "Why aren't you receiving treatment?" Marquis Xianping said carelessly, "It's just a small injury." He still had to kill old Liang Wang. If he didn't go now, that old thing would die of old age. Marquis Xianping thought that she was going to say that the road was blocked. He had already thought of a way to go around the neighboring county. Perhaps he wouldn't make it in time, but he had to try. He was someone who would not give up until all hope was gone. But Princess Xinyang did not say that. After a moment of terrifying silence, she faintly said, "I've thought about killing him countless times. At first, I used the dragon shadow guards, but they didn't move." Marquis Xianping muttered to himself for a moment, then frowned and analyzed, "They are death warriors that old Liang Wang bought from the Yan Kingdom. The master who trained them also came from the Yan Kingdom. Old Liang Wang participated in the entire training process, so he secretly ordered them to never kill him." Princess Xinyang nodded in agreement. "I ordered all of them from Long Air to Long Wu, but they didn't listen to me. I only left out Long Yi. Long Yi just happened to go out. When he first came to my side, he was a little restless. He always didn't follow the rules at home. At that time, I didn't know that he had randomly entered. I only thought that he would be the same as the other 4 Dragon Shadow Guards and not carry out the mission to kill that person. After he returned, I was too lazy to give him any more orders." Marquis Xianping caught a key point. "Wait, what do you mean by Long Yi was randomly entered?" Princess Xinyang said, "A few days before the death of the late emperor, he summoned me to the palace and said that he would give me 4 Dragon Shadow Guards. In the end, there were only 5. I thought that the late emperor changed his mind after I left and gave me 1 more." Marquis Xianping was puzzled. "You didn't ask?" Princess Xinyang said as a matter of course, "Why should I ask? What if I don't ask?" Marquis Xianping's brain crashed for a second. Clearly, he didn't expect that Princess Xingyang would also like to take advantage of others. That's true. He accepted her advice. Perhaps because she was tired of standing, Princess Xingyang sat down on a stool diagonally opposite Marquis Xianping. Later, I secretly cultivated some forces. Even if I didn't use the Dragon Shadow Guards, I could still kill him, but I didn't do so. Why? Marquis Xianping tilted his head and looked at her. Princess Xingyang didn't look at Marquis Xianping. Instead, she looked at the pouring rain outside. I found out that he was sick. A very serious illness. His whole body was in constant pain. From the imperial physicians to the traveling doctors, none of them could cure him. They couldn't even alleviate his pain. The imperial physicians said that his organs were deteriorating and that he wouldn't live for more than a year. But a year has passed and he still hasn't died. If it was a normal person who contracted such a serious illness, they would have died long ago. Yet he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Sometimes I wonder if the heavens have grown eyes and his retribution has come. It's not that he didn't seek death. It's just that when the Liang estate was in his hands, it didn't have any real power. It was only because of His Majesty's respect for him that he managed to survive until today. If he were to die, the Liang estate would completely decline. How could his family be willing to let go of the glory and wealth in front of them? They spared no expense to preserve his life. He was used by his family and suffered the torment of his illness. His life was worse than death. Tell me, if this isn't his retribution, then what is? Marquis Xianping looked at her with a frown. Qin Fengwan. Princess Xingyang said indifferently, so you don't need to kill him. He already got the retribution he deserves. There's no need to dirty your hands. Then she turned and left the room. Marquis Xianping turned his wheelchair around and looked at her back. Qin Fengwan. What? Princess Xingyang turned around and looked at him strangely. Marquis Xianping patted the armrest and smiled. 2 wheelchairs. If he had only come to save Xiaoheng, only 1 wheelchair would have been enough. Princess Xingyang faintly looked away. Yujin brought it. In the middle of the night, Marquis Xianping disappeared. His mount was also gone. He still took a detour and rushed to the Liang estate. Old King Liang still hadn't breathed his last, but he would die soon. His family had all gone to the capital. Old King Liang could finally die of old age. Who would have thought that on his deathbed, he would see Yama with a butcher's knife in his hand? On a sunny afternoon, the redbud flowers in Jishui Alley bloomed. Large patches of purple color were newly planted in Little Jingkong. In fact, the so-called newly planted flowers were nothing more than moving the flower pots from Princess Xingyang's courtyard to the courtyard in Jishui Alley. Even the moving was done by Long Yi. However, he was the one who placed them on the ground, so he was the one who planted them. In the front courtyard, Gu Jiao was currently guiding Huang Fuxian in his rehabilitation. Huang Fuxian successfully stood up with the help of the artificial limbs. Now he was practicing walking with crutches. Gu Jiao made the artificial limbs according to his physique. Although he was young, he was actually taller than Gu Shaoshan and Gu Yan. On the other side of the courtyard, the 2 big whites were obediently sitting in the wheelchair and basking in the sun. Marquis Xianping's 4 limbs were in plaster. His neck and waist were also in plaster. He couldn't move anything below his chin. He could only move his eyes and try to look at his son. My back is a little itchy. Scratch it for me. Although Xiaoheng wasn't in plaster, his whole body was tightly bound with gauze. He wasn't much more flexible than him. I can't scratch it. Old King Liang was brutally murdered. The scene of the crime was too horrible to look at. The emperor flew into a rage and ordered the local government to thoroughly investigate this matter. In order to find the murderer as soon as possible, the emperor also sent out the expert Minister Xing. Minister Xing couldn't bring Xiaoheng with him this time because Xiaoheng was injured. He personally investigated, but the scene was clean and didn't leave a single trace. It was as if the murderer had a very strong anti-reconnaissance ability. Minister Xing returned to the capital to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, from the wounds of the deceased, this was a vendetta. The murderer vented his terrible anger on the deceased. The deceased suffered terrible torture when he was alive. The emperor was furious. That was the previous emperor's most respected uncle. How could he be brutally murdered when he was dying of old age? Who was so bold? Just as Minister Xing was reporting the case to the emperor, a eunuch rushed in and reported loudly outside the imperial study. Your Majesty, old King Liang's consort requests an audience. She says she knows who the murderer of old King Liang is. Eunuch Wei was so scared that he almost threw away the horsetail whisk in his hand. The eunuch who was shouting outside the imperial study was obviously not one of their own. It was obvious that old King Liang's consort had bribed someone. Old King Liang's consort was originally imprisoned by Empress Xiao. However, news of old King Liang's death came from Pingyue Prefecture City. The emperor sent someone to the old King Liang's residence in the capital to deliver the news. The person who delivered the news was probably bribed by old King Liang's consort, who then went to the palace. "Announce it," the emperor said. Old King Liang's consort didn't return to Pingyue Prefecture City because she fainted on the spot after hearing the news of old King Liang's death. She fainted for a few days and nights and only woke up now. "Your Majesty." Old King Liang staggered to the emperor's desk and knelt down. The emperor quickly got up and went around the desk to help her up. "Ninth Grand Aunt, please get up." Old King Liang's consort held the emperor's arm tightly and cried, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for your ninth granduncle." The emperor said seriously, "Ninth Grand Aunt said she has information about the murderer. May I ask who the murderer is?" Old King Liang's consort gritted her teeth and made up her mind. "Princess Xinyang." The emperor was stunned and said, "Ninth Grand, you must be joking. How could the murderer be Xinyang? She wouldn't kill anyone, especially ninth granduncle." He knew Xinyang's personality very well. She wouldn't commit murder and arson. Moreover, she didn't have the motive to kill old King Liang. Old King Liang's consort seemed to have used up all the strength in her body. She trembled violently and said, "Your Majesty, please believe me. The murderer is her. It really is her." How could the emperor believe that Xinyang was the murderer? The emperor said earnestly, "Ninth Grand, you must be tired. I'll have Eunuch Wei send you back to rest." Old King Liang's consort didn't want to leave. Old King Liang was dead. Liang household was going to decline. All of this was caused by that B*TC Xinyang. If she didn't let them have a good time, then she wouldn't let her have a good time either. At worst they would die together. Either the fish dies or the net splits. Old King Liang's consort raised 3 fingers and said seriously, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must believe me. I swear to the heavens that if the murderer isn't Princess Xinyang, then I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Just as she finished speaking, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the imperial study and struck old King Liang's consort directly. Old King Liang's consort, Minister Xing, the emperor. When the emperor had Eunuch Wei call Gu Jiao to the palace, old King Liang's consort had already breathed her last. Empress Xiao also came. She looked at old King Liang's consort in the imperial study and used a handkerchief to cover her nose. She said in disdain, "How unlucky. She actually died in your Majesty's imperial study." The emperor also felt unlucky, so he didn't refute Empress Xiao's words. However, he still called for Princess Xinyang to come to the palace. "Ninth Grand Aunt said that you were the murderer. I find it very strange. Did you do something that caused her to misunderstand?" "No. Perhaps she was traumatized and became delirious." The emperor thought about it and didn't rule out this possibility. However, for some reason he still felt that something was wrong. He stared at Princess Xinyang. "On the day of the incident, where were you? I heard that you left the city." Princess Xinyang's expression didn't change. "I went to visit Ninth Granduncle. Ninth Grand Aunt came to find me that day and said that Ninth Granduncle's health was not good and wanted to see me before he passed away. I quickly went, but who knew that I would encounter a natural disaster along the way? I was stopped at the relay station. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to ask." Princess Xinyang stayed at the relay station for a night before returning to the capital the next day. The people at the relay station could testify. "Where is Marquis Xianping?" the emperor asked. It had to be said that the matter between imperial concubine Jing and Qin Fengyan had allowed the emperor to grow up. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have suspected Princess Xinyang, but now he was much more cautious. But Princess Xinyang was not someone to be trifled with. She seamlessly said, "I didn't know about the storm. Eheng heard that I left the city and was worried that I would encounter a landslide or mudslide, thus she quickly chased after me. Her father was worried about her and also followed her. Eheng was worried about the village and wanted to see if everyone had been evacuated. As a result, she found an infant that had fallen into a dry well. Risking her life, she rescued the infant. Both were heavily injured because of this." The matter of Marquis Xianping leaving the relay station in the middle of the night was only known to Gu Jiao's group. Gu Qingfeng had disguised himself as Marquis Xianping and returned to the capital. He had even spoken a few words with the guards at the city gates. This was something that could be investigated. Marquis Xianping also had a perfect alibi. Princess Xinyang continued. After that, the two stayed in by Shui Alley to recover. They never left. The one recovering a few days ago was Gu Qingfeng, but his face was covered in bandages. Who could recognize him? They called him Lord Marquis, so everyone in the neighborhood knew that it was Lord Marquis. The emperor could go ahead and investigate. Everyone in the alley would say that Marquis Xianping had been there for a few days. The emperor nodded. The second day after Aheng returned to the capital, she went to the palace. We saw her at Renshou Palace, but we did not speak much. She was too tired and fell asleep. This was also to provide an alibi for Marquis Xianping ahead of time. Both of them were recovering in by Shui Alley. As long as Xiaoheng was real, no one would suspect that the Marquis Xianping everyone was talking about was fake. Leaving the imperial palace, Princess Xinyang went to Bai Shui Alley. Marquis Xianping was sunbathing alone in the courtyard. He looked meaningfully at Princess Xinyang, who hated that she could not appear 8 times a day. Qin Fengwan, you've been coming a little too often recently. You shouldn't have taken a fancy to this Marquis, right? It's best if you give up. This Marquis is protecting you because you are this Marquis wife in name and the mother of this Marquis son. It's not that this Marquis has any feelings for you. Princess Xinyang coldly said, I came to see my son. Marquis Xianping looked at her a few times without blinking. Shaking his head, he said, I don't believe you. Princess Xinyang. Chapter 609. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online can be found here. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth and said, these 3 words again. Other than saying that I don't believe you, what else can you say? Marquis Xianping thought seriously and said, you're stubborn. Princess Xinyang again? Princess Xinyang felt that she could not stay here any longer. Otherwise, if she was not angered to death by him, she would vomit to death. It seemed that there was no difference between the two. Princess Xinyang angrily walked away. She had indeed come to see her son, but she had been so angered by Marquis Xianping that she had forgotten what she had come here for. She only wanted to get as far away from this guy as possible. She turned around and boarded the carriage heading back to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Marquis Xianping watched her receding figure and clicked his tongue, and you say you're not here to see me. The deaths of the old King Liang and the old princess consort had caused quite a stir in the capital city and Pingle Prefecture City. It was said that the old King Liang had been murdered for revenge. Thinking about it, the old King Liang had a good reputation when he was alive. He was gentle and kind, so how could he have enemies? As for Princess Consort Liang's death, it was even more strange. She had been struck to death by lightning. The ancients were superstitious. How much sin must a person have committed to be struck by lightning? Could it be that Princess Consort Liang hired someone to kill King Liang? In the tea house, people were discussing this matter. A young man said, Princess Consort Liang? Where did this come from? A middle-aged uncle said, have you never been married? How many couples appear to love each other on the surface, but secretly become enemies? If you ask me who in this world wants me to die the most, it's definitely my wife. Many people in the tea house could empathize with these words, especially the women who had come to buy tea for their husbands. Every day they wished they could beat their husbands to death. But then again, it was one thing to be angry and another to actually do it. If old Liang Wang really forced old Liang Wang Fei to kill him, at the very least old Liang Wang must have done something that she could not tolerate. A destitute scholar in his 30s walked over with a jug of wine in his hand. He was half drunk and half sober. He sat down at their table and said, I heard that King Liang dotes on the son of a concubine. He wants to remove his eldest son from the throne and make the son of a concubine King Liang. Is that so? The young man from before asked. The scholar took a sip of wine and took out a folding fan to fan himself. He said in a serious tone, King Liang and his first wife were not on good terms. For the sake of an outsider, he could even beat up his eldest son. Princess Consort? When she was young, she had lived in the Liang King estate. Because of a quarrel between her and the eldest son, the old King Liang had turned around and beaten the eldest son half to death. Princess Consort, was he standing up for Princess Xinyang? No. He is slapping old Liang Wangfei's face. Really? The middle-aged man asked. The scholar closed his fan and said seriously, it's absolutely true. All these years, if it wasn't for old Liang Princess Consort guarding against him, both mother and son would have died countless times. The young man asked, "Is King Liang still a good person?" The scholar said, "He's a good person but he's not a good man. He wants to spoil his concubine and destroy his wife." He had been seriously ill for 10 years and was beyond cure, yet he was still wondering how to pass the throne to his bastard son. I also heard that he took advantage of the time when old Princess Consort Liang was bringing her eldest son, King Liang, to the capital to secretly summon the steward of the estate. He had the steward write a letter on his behalf, requesting that his eldest son be removed from the throne and that his bastard son be King Liang. Old Liang Princess Consort accidentally found out about this matter and became angry out of humiliation, so she hired someone to kill him. Another middle-aged merchant said, "That seems to make sense. If it wasn't done by someone familiar with the Liang household, how could we not find any clues?" The others immediately agreed, "That's right." There was a hubbub of voices below the tea house. Old Liang Wang's story was getting more and more ridiculous. The old chancellor who was about to pass a story to the storyteller upstairs was stunned. "You guys have rich imaginations and can make up stories better than me." I instantly felt that my story was too weak, okay? The storyteller grabbed the other end of the story and couldn't pull it over after a long time. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sir, are you selling this story or not?" The old chancellor pulled back the story of old Liang Wang in his hands. "No, I'm not selling it." This bunch of people with wild imaginations had already lost their livelihood. Because there was no evidence, old Liang Wang's case was left unsettled. To put it bluntly, the emperor had also believed the groundless rumors of the people. How could a person who didn't do anything wrong be struck to death by lightning? Could it really have been done by old Liang Princess Consort? As a result, the emperor ordered a thorough investigation of the Liang household. It didn't matter if they didn't investigate, but once they did, old Liang Wang's scandals of accepting bribes, colluding with local officials, privately opening mines and forcefully kidnapping women were all dug up. This was great. He went down in infamy for 10,000 years. The emperor confiscated the Liang household, and old Liang Wang's children were all demoted to commoners. From then on, they had nothing to do with the imperial family. On this day, Gu Jiao was drying medicinal herbs in the courtyard when a few soldiers brought a couple in their 20s to her door. The soldiers came from the yamen of Pingyue Prefecture. The leader bowed to Gu Jiao and asked, "Is this Dr. Gu's house?" "Yes, is there anything you need from me?" Gu Jiao stopped drying the medicinal herbs. The leader hurriedly said, "Dr. Gu, my surname is Lu. Dr. Gu can just call me Lu Quan." Another person called Lu Quan came. "Who called me?" Lu Quan walked over from the newly opened door next door with a spatula in his hand. Gu Jiao turned around and said, "No, Uncle Lu. His name is the same. He's also called Lu Quan." Lu Quan wasn't surprised. This name was very common. Over the years he had encountered many people with the same name. He went back to cooking. Perhaps it was because of the name, but Lu Quan actually felt closer to the name. He smiled and led the couple behind him over. "They are from Shishui village. They went to the yamen to report that their child was missing. We asked about their child's situation. He looked very similar to the child that Marquis Xianping and official Xiao rescued from the ancient well. According to the yamen, the child was brought back to Jade Water Alley and handed over to Dr. Gu for treatment." Gu Jiao nodded. "I was the one treating him. However, we didn't have enough manpower. After he recovered, he was brought to Princess Xinyang. Please wait for a moment. I will send someone to deliver a letter to Princess Xinyang." Hearing this, the couple almost knelt down. Their son was brought to the princess to raise? Princess? Princess? Heavens! Was there smoke coming out of their ancestral graves? The couple was young, but they married early in ancient times. Thus they already had 5 children. That infant was the youngest. As for why they left the child in the village, it wasn't because they were heartless. It was because they made a mistake. The woman blamed herself and explained the cause and effect to Gu Jiao. That day the people from the yamen came in a hurry. They said that there was going to be a rainstorm and that it might destroy the hillside. There was also some kind of flood. It was a mudslide. But forget it. There was no need to bother explaining this. Gu Jiao patiently listened to her. They said to evacuate quickly, the sooner the better. The carrier pigeon arrived at the relay station at noon. The relay station reported to the local yamen that there would be a natural disaster the next night. They told the villagers to evacuate quickly. The people from the yamen didn't really believe in the possibility of a natural disaster. However, because it was an order from the emperor, they didn't dare to neglect it. The Yamen went to the village in the afternoon to persuade the villagers to leave. At that time, the rainstorm had already begun. At first, the villagers refused to leave, especially the elderly. They said that they would rather die here than move. The Yamen used both the carrot and the stick. In the middle of the night, they finally convinced the villagers to evacuate. When the sky darkened and the rain poured down, the Yamen escorted the villagers to evacuate overnight. At that time, their son was lying together with a big winter melon. They took the winter melon away and left their son behind. It's too chaotic. We put him in the basket and thought he was our son. Our family has old people and young children. There are a total of 3 rooms. When we arrived at the settlement, the rooms separated. The child's grandparents took the basket away. We thought the child was with them and they thought the child was with us. Later on, I said to bring the child over. His grandparents were old. We didn't know until we got there. When the woman said this, she was already choking with sobs. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. To have such muddle-headed parents, it was really lucky that he had such good luck. The child must have found that his family was gone after he woke up. He crawled around to look for them and accidentally climbed onto the cover of the well. A 1-year-old child could stand up and walk a few steps. The well wasn't very high, so it wasn't difficult for him to climb up. The secret guard was very fast. It didn't take long for him to inform Princess Xinyang. What was surprising was that Princess Xinyang had personally brought Yujin and the child over. The child was in Yujin's arms. "This is Princess Xinyang," Gu Jiao introduced. The group hurriedly bowed to Princess Xinyang. The husband and wife looked at the child in Yujin's arms. They were so excited that they couldn't immediately throw themselves at her. Princess Xinyang asked the two about what had happened. Her expression was somewhat indifferent. "Are you sure it's your child? What does your child look like?" The husband and wife described a few of the child's characteristics, including that his toes were curled up tighter than normal babies. Yujin nodded at Princess Xinyang. She didn't say anything wrong. Princess Xinyang had looked after the child for many days. Of course, she knew that everything they said was accurate. She didn't even need to ask. The way a mother looked at her child couldn't be faked. Princess Xinyang looked indifferently at the husband and wife whose eyes were red. She said sternly, "Don't be so careless in the future. You can even carry your own child by mistake. He fell down the well and now he has pneumonia. What if no one went to your village? No one heard his cries. No one could cure his illness. You." Halfway through, Princess Xinyang seemed to realize that her words carried emotions. She stopped in time and looked at the child one last time. She restrained herself from reaching out to hold him. She only said to Yujin, "Carry him over." Yes. Yujin complied. She walked over and carried the child to the woman. The child was asleep at the moment and didn't react. Princess Xinyang glanced at the child a few times. It wasn't clear if she was hoping that he would wake up. The lost child was recovered. The husband and wife were moved to tears. After expressing their thanks again and again, they left with the child under the guidance of the officials. Gu Jiao continued to dry the herbs. Yujin helped her. Princess Xinyang went to see her son. In reality, the child was saved by Marquis Xianping and Xiao Heng. The husband and wife also wanted to thank them. However, they didn't like this kind of scene and stayed in the room the whole time. Princess Xinyang had just entered the room when she saw Marquis Xianping's wheelchair blocking her way. Princess Xinyang was angry at the sight of this person. She didn't want to face him. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "What? You can't bear to part with the child?" Princess Xinyang didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked forward. Marquis Xianping's eyes followed her. "If you want children, you can have another one." Princess Xinyang chuckled. "With whom?" "You." Marquis Xianping boasted shamelessly. "I'm not very interested in you right now. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to have children with me." "Who wants to have children with you?" "I'm being sarcastic. Do you understand sarcasm?" Princess Xinyang took a deep breath. She was a princess. She couldn't lose her composure. She had to be calm. He was a pumpkin. He was farting. Princess Xinyang walked forward without looking back. Marquis Xianping sneakily stretched out his plaster leg. "I'll block." Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang's temper flared up. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao's medicine box was on the table next to Marquis Xianping. She grabbed the medicine box and threw it at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping raised his plaster arm and firmly caught the medicine box. "I'll block again." Princess Xinyang wanted to take out the medicine chest, but after a few tries she failed. Marquis Xianping was smug. Princess Xinyang was so angry that she wanted to kick him. Marquis Xianping's entire body, including his neck, was in a plaster cast, so she couldn't find a suitable place to kick him. Suddenly, her gaze landed on an unspeakable part of him. Marquis Xianping's eyebrows twitched, and he hurriedly blocked the medicine box. Princess Xinyang's kick directly overturned the medicine box, and the medicine inside poured out. Princess Xinyang didn't expect this to happen. Her expression changed and she hurriedly squatted down to pick it up. These herbs were very precious. She couldn't spoil them. The herbs spilled all over Marquis Xianping's body, so Princess Xinyang could only pick them up one by one. Marquis Xianping looked deeply at her and said righteously, "Qin Fengwen, can you not use this method to take advantage of me? Princess Xinyang, give me a knife. I can really kill you right now." After she put away the medicine box, she stood up and looked down at Marquis Xianping. In the end, she decided not to lower herself and squabble with this kind of person. After Gu Jiao finished drying the herbs, she returned to the main room. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang weren't there, so she took the medicine box back to the east room to count the herbs. Then she realized that something was wrong. What kind of medicine are these blue bottles? It looked like the calcium gluconate oral liquid she gave little Jing Kong. But when she picked it up to take a look, she almost smashed the medicine box. Psychedelic number 1. This was the kind of medicine developed by the Research Institute. It was commonly known as an aphrodisiac. The entire psychedelic series was like this, but number 1 was a top-notch medicine. Who needs this kind of thing? Why? Do I need this when I pounce on my husband? If you continue to be so indecent, I'll really burn you. A gust of evening wind blew past, and the medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Chapter 610. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. Little Jing Kong returned from the Imperial College at around 5 p.m. Jiao. The first thing he did when he entered the house was to throw his bag away and look for Gu Jiao. Recently there were many patients at home. Gu Jiao basically stayed at home except for patients with critical conditions. Little Jing Kong didn't find Gu Jiao in the courtyard, so he went to Gu Jiao's east room. The east room was also empty. Little Jing Kong didn't give up and looked around even under the bed. He squatted on the ground and scratched his little head in confusion. Where's Jiao Jiao? Where did Jiao Jiao go? Little Jing Kong decided to continue searching in other rooms. However, the moment he got up, he unexpectedly saw a little thing lying on the ground. It was blue and looked a little familiar. Little Jing Kong picked up the soft little blue bottle. Wow! It's something delicious. In order to make little Jing Kong grow taller, Gu Jiao had tried all kinds of methods such as giving him oral calcium supplements. However, he only drank it for half a month and then stopped. Little Jing Kong missed the sweet and sour taste. Slurp, little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva. Jiao Jiao only gave him 1 bottle at a time. There were 2 bottles here. Yes, he wanted to hide them. Little Jing Kong quietly put the 2 small bottles into his pocket. His little action of hiding things was the same as Empress Dowager Zhuang hiding the candied fruits. After hiding the treasures, he put his little hands behind his back, raised his head and walked out casually just like his great-aunt, Old Zhao. Let's play cards. There were more and more people in the house so they couldn't live here. Fortunately, the house next door was connected, and the house and courtyard next door were maximized. Little Jing Kong couldn't find Gu Jiao because Gu Jiao went to the backyard next door to build a rehabilitation center for Huang Fuxian. Little Jing Kong heard the clanking sounds and his eyes lit up. Jiao Jiao. He quickly ran to the backyard. Now that the backyard of the 2 houses was connected, it was very convenient to come and go. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen were busy working in a pile of wood. When they saw him running over, Little Jing Kong said, "Jing Kong, little Jing Kong. There are nails on the ground." Oh, little Jing Jiao Jiao, little Jing Kong's SSSS Jiao Jiao's S. Little Jing Kong sighed. Okay. Little Jing Kong went back to the front yard. Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiao were chewing and pecking at his school bag. The dog and eagle still had the habit of tearing down the house. Little Jing Kong picked up the school bag he threw on the ground, lowered his head and dragged the school bag to the west room. Today's questions were a little difficult, and he couldn't solve one of them. He thought for a while, jumped down from the chair, and went to the study to find his bad brother-in-law. The door was half closed. He pushed the door open and there was someone in the study. It wasn't his bad brother-in-law but his mother, Princess Xinyang. Princess. Little Jing Kong went forward and greeted her politely. Princess Xinyang was standing in front of a row of bookshelves, with her back facing the door. Hearing this, she raised her hand and wiped her eyes. She turned around and said gently, "Oh, it's Jing Kong. Why are you here? Are you looking for your brother-in-law?" Little Jing Kong looked at her and nodded honestly. "Yes, I don't know how to solve one question." Princess Xinyang reached out her hand and said gently, "Your brother-in-law isn't here. Let me take a look." "Okay." Little Jing Kong handed her the paper in his hand. Princess Xinyang took it, read it carefully and said, "This is a sentence from the Book of Songs. You haven't learned this part yet, right?" Little Jing Kong nodded again. "Yes. Come, I'll teach you." Princess Xinyang reached out her hand to him. Little Jing Kong came to Princess Xinyang's side, climbed onto the chair and sat down. Princess Xinyang read the sentence for him, but he kept staring at Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang noticed his gaze and asked, "What's wrong? Have you cried?" Little Jing Kong asked. "No." Princess Xinyang subconsciously denied. Children were easy to believe in certain things, especially Princess Xinyang, who had a good reputation. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said, "You don't look very happy. Is there something bothering you?" Princess Xinyang paused for a while and said, "It's not a big problem." Little Jing Kong said, "Then it's just a small problem. Are you worried about my bad brother-in-law?" "Alas, don't worry. Although my bad brother-in-law is a little clumsy, his cooking is terrible and he's not very smart. He always comes in last place, but at least he's an official. Look at Master Zhao's grandson next door. He's about the same age as my bad brother-in-law, but he's always idling around. He's so worried that his hair has turned white," he said earnestly, which amused Princess Xinyang. Why did a 5-year-old seem to be worried about a 50-year-old? Little Jing Kong always said that he disliked Xiao Heng, but he respected Xiao Heng's mother very much, just like how he respected Gu Jiao's mother. He thought for a while and reluctantly took out a small bottle from his pocket. "Princess, this is for you." After thinking for a while, he took out another bottle. "Forget it, I'll give you both." "What is it?" Princess Xinyang asked. Little Jing Kong said, "It's something very delicious. Adults can drink it too. I saw Jiao Jiao give it to Great Aunt last time." Princess Xinyang looked at the small blue bottle in her hand and asked, "Is it medicine?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Yes, I don't know. Great Aunt had a cramp in her leg last time, so Jiao Jiao gave it to her. But I didn't have a cramp, so Jiao Jiao gave it to me too." Princess Xinyang returned it to him. "Then you can keep it for yourself." Little Jing Kong stuffed the small blue bottle back. "No need, I'm not sad." Princess Xinyang was indeed sad. But it wasn't because she was worried about Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng had grown up and had the ability to take care of himself. She didn't need to worry about him day and night. She was thinking about Xiao Qing, who died young because of the child today. She held the small bottle in her hand, endured the pain in her heart and asked, "Will you really not be sad after drinking it?" Little Jing Kong nodded like he was pounding garlic. "Yes, yes. I'm very happy every time I drink it." Princess Xinyang choked with sobs and smiled. "Then I'll accept it. Thank you." Little Jing Kong took the questions back to the West Room and continued to do his homework. Princess Xinyang went next door to say goodbye to Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng, then returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue. During dinner, Eugene's leg was limping. Princess Xinyang asked strangely, "What's wrong with your leg?" Eugene said in pain, "I just had a cramp." "Let me take a look," Princess Xinyang said. Eugene smiled. "No need, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine tomorrow." Princess Xinyang was silent for a moment, then took out 2 small bottles from her purse and handed them to her. "Take these and drink them. They can cure your leg cramps." On the other side, Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen were busy for the whole afternoon. They finally finished building a full set of rehabilitation facilities. Starting tomorrow, Huang Fuxian could start systematic rehabilitation training. This was going to be a long and painful process. During this time, Huang Fuxian needed to have strong endurance and willpower. Walking was not as easy as he thought. After throwing away his crutches, the pain caused by every step was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. "Are you scared?" Gu Jiao asked Huang Fuxian. "If I'm scared, is there any medicine that can stop the pain?" Huang Fuxian asked back. "No," Gu Jiao said. "Painkillers all had side effects. It was best not to use them if possible." Huang Fuxian took a deep breath. "Then I'm not scared." He could only be scared. Gu Jiao handed him the crutches. "Get used to it first." "Okay." Huang Fuxian took the crutches and slowly stood up with Gu Xiaoshuan's help. Half of his weight was on the crutches, and the other half was on Gu Xiaoshuan's arm that was supporting him from behind. In fact, he could already feel the pain in his stump. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to throw away the crutches. Gu Jiao began to clean the courtyard. Yuya suddenly walked over with an unfinished bowl. "Eldest young miss. What's wrong?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuya did not speak. She only looked awkwardly in the direction of her courtyard's front door. Gu Jiao had heard the sound of a carriage just now. She did not pay much attention to it, but seeing Yuya's movements, it seemed that an uninvited guest had come. "Okay, I'll go take a look." Gu Jiao put down the broom. Yuya said, "I'll clean later. I'm almost done washing." Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement and went to the main room. Then she saw Gu Jinyu, who had not been married for a long time. Gu Jinyu had been peacefully waiting for the marriage in the past few days and had not left the house. Not long ago, the Zhuang family's property was confiscated. Other than Royal Prince An's entire family being exiled, Gu Jinyu and Royal Prince An's marriage was also affected. "You're here to find Zhuang Yuheng?" Gu Jiao asked. "Zhuang?" Gu Jinyu was surprised by how Gu Jiao addressed Royal Prince An, but she did not say anything. She said in a low voice, "I'm here to find elder sister." She looked much more haggard. Her cheeks were thinner. This was not strange. This marriage was not glorious. After that, there were many wars in Zhao country, and the wedding date was pushed back again and again. Now that her fiancé had such an incident, it would be strange if she did not look haggard. "Why are you looking for me?" Gu Jiao asked mildly. "Can I come in to talk to elder sister?" Gu Jinyu stood awkwardly at the door and asked. Gu Jiao turned around and found a chair in the main room to sit down. Gu Jinyu and Gu Jiao were separated by a table and sat down on another chair. The moment she opened her mouth, tears welled up. "Elder sister, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Gu Jiao glanced at her mildly. "What should I forgive you for?" Gu Jinyu gripped her handkerchief tightly and sobbed. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have overestimated myself and always opposed elder sister. I shouldn't have pretended to be arrogant just because father doted on me. Elder sister, please give me one last chance to change for the sake of father and mother of the Gu family's third branch." Gu Jiao frowned in annoyance. "Speak human." Gu Jinyu said with tears in her eyes, "Father wants to break off my marriage with Royal Prince An. I'm sure elder sister knows father's character. He also opposed your marriage with brother-in-law. Elder sister, help me. I don't want to break off the marriage. My chastity is Zhuang Yuheng's. I can't marry anyone else." Gu Jiao asked, "Zhuang Yuheng has nothing now. Do you still insist on marrying him?" Gu Jinyu said firmly, "Yes. I don't know where he is now. But brother-in-law used to be his colleague. I'm sure he has a way to contact him. I hope elder sister can help me pass a message. If father comes to find him, please don't agree to father's request to break off the marriage." Gu Jiao glanced at her and said, "Zhuang Yuheng is next door. You can tell him this yourself." Gu Jinyu went next door with a face full of surprise. Royal Prince An was packing his luggage. When he heard that Gu Jinyu was looking for him, he hesitated for a moment before going to the main room to see her. Royal Prince. When Gu Jinyu saw him, the pain of longing filled her heart. Her eyes turned red again. Royal Prince An adhered to etiquette and kept a suitable distance from her. He said politely, "Miss Gu, why are you looking for me?" Gu Jinyu repeated what she said to Gu Jiao just now. Royal Prince An looked down and sighed. "I'm grateful that Miss Gu doesn't abandon me. However, does Miss Gu really want to marry me?" Gu Jinyu looked at him with hurt. "Are you suspecting me? If I don't really want to marry you, why would I ask you not to agree to my father's request to break off the marriage?" Royal Prince An explained, "I'm not suspecting you. I'm just worried that Miss Gu will be wronged. I'm leaving the capital. The place I'm going to is thousands of miles away. I may not be able to come back in this lifetime." Gu Jinyu asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" Royal Prince An said truthfully, "The frontier fortress. My family has been exiled there." Gu Jinyu's expression changed. "But you haven't been exiled." Royal Prince An said calmly, "I'm worried about them. Many of them deserved it, but there were also innocent people. For example, his two younger sisters had never participated in his grandfather's ambitions." Royal Prince An continued, "I've already submitted my resignation to the cabinet and asked His Majesty to remove me from the position of royal prince. So, if you really want to marry me, you can only follow me to the frontier fortress in the future, and become a commoner." As he spoke, he looked steadily at Gu Jinyu. "Miss Gu, are you still willing to accept this marriage?" Gu Jinyu was stunned. Chapter 6:11. Royal Prince said, "You don't need to immediately give me an answer. This is a big matter. Why don't you go back and think it over? Don't be impulsive and do something that you will regret in the future." After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the room. He still had to pack his luggage. Gu Jinyu also stood up. Looking at his back, she said in a trembling voice, I'm willing to marry you. As long as you don't dislike my birth, I'm willing to go to the frontier with you." Royal Prince slowly turned around. "When I was a royal prince, I never disliked your birth. Now I definitely won't." Gu Jinyu smiled with relief. "Then that's good." Royal Prince looked deeply at her and said, "However, your father might not agree. If you insist on marrying me, you can only choose to elope." "I'm not afraid," Gu Jinyu said. Royal Prince said, "Good. Tomorrow morning I will wait for you at the city gates." After Gu Jinyu left, Lu Quan walked over and looked at Royal Prince. His expression was hard to describe. "You really want to bring her along?" Gu Jinyu had once stolen Gu Jiao's credit and always caused trouble for Gu Jiao and Yao Shi. Lu Quan felt that she was a big problem. Royal Prince bitterly said, "After all, we have an engagement. If she is willing to elope, I have no reason to disappoint her." After Gu Jinyu returned to Marquis Ding Manor, she immediately chased out the maidservants in the room. The maidservants were dumbfounded. "Young miss, what's wrong?" a senior maidservant asked. Gu Jinyu pulled open the cabinet door and turned to look at the door, ordering, "No one is allowed to come in." "Young miss, what exactly happened?" The senior maidservant came to the door and asked. "I said no one is allowed to come in." Gu Jinyu took out all the clothes in the cabinet. The senior maidservant had never seen Gu Jinyu lose her composure like this. How could she really ignore it? She pushed open the door and saw the bed covered in clothes. She was stunned and did not care about Gu Jinyu's orders. She walked into the room. "Young miss, what are you doing? Why did you take out all the clothes?" Ew. She then saw Gu Jinyu take a box and stuff all the clothes into it. The head maidservant hurriedly asked, "Miss, are you moving out?" Gu Jinyu said seriously, "No one is allowed to control me. Also, no one is allowed to tell anyone about my return." The maidservants at the door looked at each other. The head maidservant had a bad premonition. She quietly gave them a look and said, "Go invite the Marquis." A nimble-footed servant girl went over. Marquis Gu happened to be at the manor today. The manor that Empress Dowager Zhuang had requested was finally completed after a series of renovations and expansions. Now there was only a handover ceremony left. He had invited the imperial astronomer to calculate the date. Right now he was waiting for the results in his residence. A young maidservant reported at the door, "Marquis, please go and take a look. Something had happened to Miss. When you return to the residence, you immediately pack up the clothes and don't let the servants leak the news." Marquis Gu frowned and went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard without another word. Gu Jinyu finished packing up the box of clothes and started to pack up her jewelry. She had just opened the dressing table drawer when Marquis Gu strode in with his hands behind his back. "Jinyu, what are you doing?" he asked in a low voice. Gu Jinyu's body trembled. A high-quality pearl hairpin slipped from her palm and fell to the ground with a thud. The pearl flowers fell off. She turned around frantically and blocked the dressing table behind her. "Father?" Marquis Gu looked at the box on the ground that had not been closed and then looked at the pearl hairpin that Gu Jinyu had accidentally broken. His gaze turned cold. "Jinyu, you want to sneak out?" Gu Jinyu stuttered. Marquis Gu looked coldly at the head maidservant. "Where did Miss go today?" The head maidservant said in a low voice, She went to Jade Water Alley." Marquis Gu's gaze turned cold. "Did that girl bully you again?" Gu Jinyu hurriedly said, "No, father. It has nothing to do with sister. Was me. I saw Royal Prince I wanted to go to the frontier fortress with him." Marquis Gu frowned. "Frontier fortress? He's also been exiled?" Gu Jinyu took a step forward and grabbed Marquis Gu's arm. "Father. He's not exiled. He asked to go to the frontier fortress. He even resigned from the throne because of this. He's a good man who values relationships. I'm willing to follow him. Please grant me my wish." Marquis Gu said without hesitation, "I don't agree." Gu Jinyu pleaded bitterly, "I've already had physical contact with Royal Prince. How can I marry someone else in this lifetime?" Marquis Gu said angrily, "If you don't say anything about physical contact, I won't say anything and he won't tell anyone. Who will know? Gu Jiao was already married, but Marquis Gu was unwilling to acknowledge that marriage. What more Gu Jinyu, who was not married yet? Gu Jinyu's eyes reddened. She knelt on the ground and said, "Father, I'm sincere to Royal Prince and, please grant my wish, Father." Marquis Gu was furious. If this was a son, he would beat him up. He gritted his teeth and looked at her. "Jinyu, you're too young. Do you know what sincerity is? Back then, Princess Ning'an wasn't sincere to the prince consort? Guess what happened in the end? She died at the frontier fortress. I will never agree to you marrying a down and out." He used to think highly of Royal Princeton. Now he looked down on Royal Princeton. He was no longer the legitimate grandson of the #1 aristocratic family. What right did he have to be his son-in-law? She was his daughter after all. Marquis Gu could not bear to be too fierce. He softened his tone and said, "Jinyu, you're my most beloved daughter. I won't let you go to the frontier fortress to suffer." "But father, Jinyu, don't disappoint father." Marquis Gu unconsciously became more stern. Gu Jinyu had never angered Marquis Gu in her life. The maids were also shocked. Marquis Gu said coldly, "You must have been led astray by that girl. She's disobedient and caused you to learn from her." Gu Jinyu choked. "Father?" Marquis Gu's gaze sharpened. "Someone come." "Marquis." The senior maid walked over. Marquis Gu ordered, "From today onwards, guard the door day and night. Keep an eye on Miss and don't let her out. Otherwise all of you can wait to be sold off." The senior maid looked at Gu Jinyu and bowed. "Yes, Marquis." Marquis Gu strode away. Gu Jinyu chased after him. "Father. Father." The maid stopped her in time. The senior maid consoled her. "Miss, quickly enter the house. Don't make things difficult for us." Gu Jinyu's tears fell. "Let me see father again, okay? I'll beg him again." The senior maid said earnestly, "Miss, Marquis Gu is doing this for your own good. And prefecture. Zhuang. Master Zhuang has nothing now. He's just a commoner. If you marry him, you won't have a good life. I understand that you're kind-hearted and can't bear to abandon your fiancé at this time. But don't you think for Marquis Gu? He dotes on you so much. What if he misses his daughter when you're not by his side?" Gu Jinyu fell to the ground. She covered her face and sobbed. "Second Miss is just too kind-hearted. Who can be like eldest Miss? She only has her own husband in her heart and doesn't have Marquis Gu as her father." "Isn't that because her husband is capable? Her husband was the best student in the academy in the countryside. Eldest Miss forced him to marry her because she fancied him as the top scholar. If Lord Xiao had been useless or exiled, do you think eldest Miss would still have been willing to follow him? Our second Miss is still the most sincere. It's a pity that they are not fated to be together. They are destined to never be husband and wife." In the dead of the night, the maids' discussion in the corridor gradually died down. Gu Jinyu sat quietly in the room. There was no light or food brought in by the maids. All of a sudden, the commotion outside stopped completely. She looked up and saw a black shadow flash past the window. The next moment, the door was pushed open and the black shadow darted in. Gu Jinyu jumped in fright and stood up from the stool. She looked at the other party in horror. "Who are you?" The other party didn't say anything. Instead, he stepped to the side and a thin young man walked in casually. "It's me," the youth said. Gu Jinyu was taken aback. "Yener? So late. Why did you bring someone to my room?" Gu Yan's body was much better than before. Not only had he lived past 15, he was full of energy and was no different from a normal person. Gu Yan raised his brows and looked at the chests and jewelry boxes in the room. He said, "Since we are siblings, I'm here to help you one last time. Otherwise you'll say that my younger brother is biased and only knows how to pamper Gu Jiao." Gu Jinyu looked at him in confusion. Gu Yan hooked his finger at Secret Guard A and Secret Guard B, who were guarding the door. He said, "Come in and send my second sister out of the city tonight. Use the Rensho Palace token that the Empress Dowager gave me." Gu Jinyu was so shocked by the first sentence that she forgot to be shocked that he had the Rensho Palace token in his hand. "You, what? So happy that you can't speak? Don't be like this. I always bullied you in the past. It's my fault. I'm here today to make it up to you. I've prepared some travel expenses for you. If you live frugally, it should be enough to support you until you reach the border." As he spoke, he took out a 50 taels banknote and handed it to Secret Guard A. Secret Guard A tactfully stuffed the banknote into Gu Jinyu's jewelry box. 50 taels? Gu Jinyu bought a bolt of cloth for more than this in the capital. Gu Jinyu gaped and looked at Gu Yan in panic. Yen are you? Gu Yen said impatiently. Hurry up. Those knockout drugs won't last long. They will wake up soon. If my father finds out, my second sister won't be able to leave. Yes. Secret guard. It came to Gu Jinyu's side. Second miss, sorry to offend you. Gu Jinyu's face turned pale. What are you doing? Secret guard. It carried Gu Jinyu over his shoulder. Secret guard B grabbed the chests with one hand and the jewelry box with the other and quickly followed. Gu Jinyu was flustered. Yena. Gu Yen smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. My secret guard's martial arts are very good. The guards in the residence won't find out. You can leave the city in peace and elope with my second brother-in-law. Gu Jinyu, Gu Yen, don't shout. You'll draw father here. Or do you want to draw father here so that father will stop you? Then it looks like you don't have much sincerity towards my second brother-in-law. Gu Jinyu choked. Father finds out. Father will punish you. I'll be fine after I leave. What about you? I don't want to implicate you. Put me down. I'll think of something myself. In the entire residence, the person father will not punish the least is me. Even if he hits Gu Xiaobao, he won't hit me. Gu Yen raised his brows and said, I'm sick. Gu Jinyu, who's there? A familiar voice suddenly sounded from a small path not far away. Gu Jinyu was delighted and shouted, Yen, leave quickly. Second brother is here. His voice almost reached the old madam's courtyard. Gu Qingfeng walked over quickly and Gu Qinglin was with him. The two brothers looked at the swaggering Gu Yen and then at Gu Jinyu, who was being carried on the secret guard's shoulders. They were both shocked. Gu Qingfeng asked, What are you doing? Without waiting for Gu Yan's reply, Gu Jinyu sobbed and said, Second brother, please persuade Yen. He wants to help me escape from the residence, but I don't want to implicate him. Escape from the residence? What are you talking about? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yen in confusion. Gu Yen sighed, Isn't my second brother-in-law going to the frontier fortress on his own? Second sister has deep feelings for him and doesn't want to betray him when he's down and out. So, she decided to elope with him and continue to fulfill their marriage agreement at the frontier. Ordinary families could not do something like eloping. It was a disgrace to the family, and it would greatly affect the marriage of other children. Gu Qingfeng frowned and thought for a while. Gu Yen, what you're doing is indeed inappropriate. Gu Jinyu was delighted. Second brother was going to stop her. Alright, put her down. Gu Qingfeng said to the secret guard. The secret guard looked at his young master. The young master nodded and the secret guard placed Gu Jinyu back on the ground. Gu Qingfeng said to Gu Jinyu with a complicated expression, We're siblings. I'll still help you with this small matter. I'll take you out of the city. Gu Jinyu? Gu Qinglin said, Second brother, I want to leave the city too. Gu Qingfeng said unhappily, What are you going to do? Has your hair grown out? Feeling wronged, Gu Qinglin touched his half-grown hair on his head. Gu Jinyu felt a lump in her throat. Second brother, Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. Alright, don't say anything else. Let's go. Gu Jinyu's eyes flashed. Second brother. I'll implicate you. I can't be so selfish. I'll go by myself. I can think of a way. Gu Qingfeng looked sideways at her. You're still thinking of us at a time like this. It looks like I've wronged you in the past. You're not a heartless person. Don't worry, my Qinggong is better than Gu Yan's secret guard. No one will discover that I've taken you away. These were Gu Qingfeng's heartfelt words. Gu Qingfeng grabbed Gu Jinyu's wrist. Oh, second brother? Gu Jinyu was really about to cry now. Second brother. Second brother. Eldest brother. She saw Gu Changqing, who had returned to the residence on horseback. Eldest brother, why are you here? Gu Qingfeng frowned. Gu Changqing rode up to them and looked down at them. His gaze landed on the crying Gu Jinyu. What's wrong? Gu Yen told Gu Changqing what he had said to Gu Qingfeng just now. Gu Jinyu sobbed and pleaded, Eldest brother, second brother and Yener didn't do it on purpose. I won't go. I'll be good. Don't be angry with them. Don't tell grandfather and father. I'm afraid they'll punish second brother. No one could bear to punish Gu Yen, but Gu Qingfeng was often punished. Second brother, let go of me. Gu Jinyu said with red eyes. Don't be silly for me. Let's pretend nothing happened today. Go back with eldest brother obediently. I can't implicate my own brothers for my own selfish reasons. Although Jinyu is not their biological child, I understand that the kindness of birth is not as great as the kindness of upbringing. My brothers and Yen, or have never mistreated Jianghu since I was young. Jianghu has nothing to repay you with. I only hope that I won't implicate you. Gu Changqing frowned and looked at Gu Jinyu, whose eyes were red and swollen. You're really willing to follow Zhuang Yuheng to the frontier fortress? Gu Jinyu was stunned again. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. I'm willing to be with someone of my heart and never part. Gu Changqing seemed to have thought of something. It was rare that he did not reveal his cold and hard side. He sighed slowly and said, forget it. Zhuang Yuheng is virtuous, loyal, and kind. He's a man you can entrust your life to. If you insist on marrying, then go ahead. I'll talk to father. I won't make things difficult for you. Gu Jinyu was almost choked to death by his brothers. He's leaving tomorrow morning? Gu Changqing's frown deepened. Can't you change the date? Gu Jinyu said, It can't be changed. It's already set. It won't do if the wedding is too hasty. Gu Changqing was silent. After a while he said, then you go to the frontier fortress first. Coincidentally, his family is also at the frontier fortress. It's more suitable for your wedding to be held there. Gu Jinyu was thunderstruck. Gu Changqing said to Gu Qingfeng, all right, send Jinyu out of the city first. Gu Jinyu panicked. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. I'm not leaving, I'm not marrying. Gu Changqing said, father won't blame you. I'll convince father. Gu Qingfeng was about to use his qinggong to take Gu Jinyu away. Gu Jinyu was so frightened that she cried out, I don't want to marry. I don't want to marry him. I don't want to go to the frontier fortress to suffer. I don't want to be a commoner. Gu Changqing frowned. But didn't you say you were willing to marry him? Gu Jinyu wailed. I was lying. I said that on purpose. I also packed my things on purpose to alarm father. I knew father would definitely stop me. My father? Royal Princein? She was halfway through crying when she saw Marquis Gu and Royal Princein, who had arrived at some point. Chapter 612. This is awkward. It has never been so awkward in 16 years. Gu Jinyu never expected that Marquis Gu and Zhuang Yuheng would appear here in the middle of the night. It was understandable that Marquis Gu was passing by. After all, he was the master of the Marquis's residence. But what was up with Zhuang Yuheng? Why was he here? Thinking of what she had said in her fluster earlier, Gu Jinyu felt terrible all over. She could only pray that they did not hear her. However, their expressions were completely different. They had heard everything. They had heard every word clearly. Gu Jinyu seemed to have been struck by lightning. She froze on the spot. The brothers were also surprised by Marquis Gu and Zhuang Yuheng's arrival, except for Gu Yan. Zhuang Yuheng had come in Gu Yan's carriage. Of course, Gu Yan knew that he was in the residence. He also knew that he had gone to look for Marquis Gu to discuss his marriage with Gu Jinyu. In reality, Zhuang Yuheng was a very responsible person. Before Gu Jinyu came, Marquis Gu had already looked for him in private to ask him to hand over the marriage certificate and call off their marriage. Marquis Gu was afraid that Gu Jinyu would be upset and did not tell her. He thought that it would not be too late to let Gu Jinyu know after Zhuang Yuheng left. Anyway, Gu Jinyu would not be able to do anything then. But Gu Jinyu, who did not know, did something unnecessary. She found Zhuang Yuheng the day before he left and would rather elope to marry him. She was affectionate and righteous. Even if Zhuang Yuheng did not have any romantic feelings for her, he could not leave her alone. But he would not really let her bear the reputation of eloping. He decided to come to the residence to discuss their marriage with Marquis Gu one last time. He would beg Marquis Gu to let Gu Jinyu marry him and promise to treat her well for the rest of his life. The two of them had just finished exchanging pleasantries and were about to get to the main topic when a servant came to report that the young masters in the garden were arguing. It seemed to be because of Gu Jinyu. If it was only a family matter, Zhuang Yuheng would not have followed. However, since it involved his fiancée, he still came to take a look. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't seen it, but now that he did, he was pleasantly surprised. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. However, this was not disappointment in a relationship, but disappointment in human nature. For the sake of a good reputation, a person could actually fool the people around him to such an extent? That was good too. She didn't have to force herself to treat someone she didn't love with respect for the rest of her life. Gu Jinyu took in Zhuang Yuheng's expression. Her already flustered heart grew even more uneasy. Regional king? Let me explain. Zhuang Yuheng ignored her and turned to bow to Marquis Gu. Marquis. The Marquis of Gu was completely stunned by Gu Jinyu's words. He could not regain his senses for a long while. Zhuang Yuheng called him a few times before he regained his senses. He looked at Zhuang Yuheng as if he had just woken up from a dream. You said in the study earlier that you came to the residence to look for me. What was it again? Zhuang Yuheng paused and took out a marriage contract from his chest. I'm here to return the marriage contract. Since Miss Gu is unwilling to marry me, then it's better to call off this marriage. What? Call off? The Marquis of Gu's heart was in a mess. Although he had been looking forward to getting the marriage contract back now that it was finally here, why was he not that happy? Marquis, please keep the marriage contract. Zhuang Yuheng saw that the Marquis of Gu did not extend his hand and took the initiative to pass the marriage contract forward. Gu Yan walked over and took the marriage contract. All right, I'll keep it for my father. Zhuang Yuheng calmly said, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. You can take my carriage back. Gu Yan said. All right. Zhuang Yuheng did not refuse. Zhuang Yuheng had nothing now. If he did not take the carriage back, he could only walk until he broke his legs. Gu Yan did not lack carriages, but Gu Yan did not owe him anything. Giving the carriage to him was a favor. After all, he had helped Gu Yan shovel chicken dung for so long and had allowed Gu Yan, the middleman, to earn the price difference. Of course, Gu Yan would treat him better. Zhuang Yuheng turned to leave. Gu Jinyu called out in a choked voice, Royal Prince. Royal Prince. Zhuang Yuheng turned slightly and did not completely turn to face Gu Jinyu. He only said from a distance, I just want to ask Miss Gu, that time at the tea house, was it really just an accident? Gu Jinyu's entire body stiffened. Take care. Zhuang Yuheng did not say anything else and did not expect any answers. He disappeared into the night without looking back. Gu Jinyu watched as his side profile gradually disappeared. For a moment, a huge impulse surged from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to marry him. She wanted to marry such a responsible and upright man. Xiao Lulang, that little cripple, was able to achieve a meteoric rise. Why couldn't Zhuang Yuheng make a comeback? Earlier, she had been muddled by the cancellation of the engagement and had forgotten to sit down and think about it. Zhuang Yuheng was able to live in Jade Water Lane. How bad could his relationship with Gu Jiao's family be? Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were favored by the Empress Dowager and His Majesty. Perhaps the Empress Dowager and His Majesty had tacitly allowed them to take Zhuang Yuheng in. From the looks of it, the Empress Dowager and His Majesty had not completely given up on Zhuang Yuheng. He had a chance to turn the tables. What commoner, what self-exile, it was all a show for the world to see. The Zhuang family was in big trouble. If they did not punish Zhuang Yuheng, the people would be angry. But when the people's anger subsided, they would be able to bring Zhuang Yuheng back to the capital. Gu Jinyu, who finally realized what she had missed, chased after Zhuang Yuheng without regard for anything else. Gu Yan discreetly stretched out his leg and tripped her. Ah! Gu Jinyu fell flat on her face. Actually, Gu Jinyu was thinking too much. Empress Dowager and His Majesty had never thought of putting on an act, especially Empress Dowager Zhuang. She was not afraid of the people's anger and was even more unafraid of being scolded. If Zhuang Yuheng stayed in the capital, she would not make things difficult for him. But if Zhuang Yuheng wanted to go out on his own, she would not stop him. The child had grown up. She should learn to let go. Gu Jinyu did not know. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. But now was not the time to wallow in regret. Zhuang Yuheng had left, but there was still Marquis Gu, Gu Changqing and the other brothers. Gu Changqing and the other two were very disappointed. Tonight's show was planned by Gu Yan. Gu Yan did not inform them in advance. Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng really wanted to help Gu Jinyu leave. Although they had no feelings for Gu Jinyu's insistence on leaving Royal Prince and made them feel disgusted. I didn't expect it to be fake. As expected, I shouldn't have had any expectations for you, Gu Qingfeng said disdainfully. Gu Changqing regained his usual cold expression. Yin, let's go. Gu Yin did not leave. He wanted to watch the show. Gu Changqing directly pulled him onto the horse. It's so late. You should sleep. Staying up late is not good for your health. But I want to watch the show. Don't be naughty. Can't I be naughty? You've been naughty all night. When have I been naughty? Gu Yan's indignant snorts gradually faded away. Shadow Guard A and B also disappeared into thin air. Gu Qinglin also wanted to watch the show, but was pulled away by Gu Qingfeng. Only Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu were left in the garden. Gu Jinyu looked at Marquis Gu helplessly. Father, let me explain, Marquis Gu asked in a daze. What's going on with the tea house? Gu Jinyu's expression changed. Father, Marquis Gu looked at her deeply. The tea house. Zhuang Yuheng was drugged and you were almost molested by him. Is that what happened? Gu Yan suddenly came out from behind the tree. Of course not. She found out that Zhuang Yueshi wanted to harm someone and went to join in the fun. She saw that Princeton was drugged. It was not Princeton who dragged her in through the door. She went in by herself. Gu Changqing held his forehead helplessly and pulled him over. Alright, are you done? Can you go back to sleep now? I haven't said enough. Gu Yan struggled out of Gu Changqing's arms. He was taken away by Gu Changqing and then coaxed Gu Changqing to use his lightness skill to bring him over. It was not easy for him to come over. He wanted to finish. He shouted at Marquis Gu across half the garden. Princeton asked her to run away. She did not run away. Princeton could not control himself and had no choice but to stab himself. She kept saying, "What happened to you, Princeton? What happened to you? Do you want me to call a doctor for you? Call a damn doctor. You saw Zhuang Yueshi drugging him and you don't know what happened to him." Gu Changqing could not listen to him anymore. He was so angry that he twitched. Who taught you to say such nonsense? Gu Yan used to be very obedient. Ever since Marquis Xianping moved into Baishui Alley, Gu Yan became more and more naughty. Woo. Gu Yan wanted to say more but his mouth was covered. The young man's body was mercilessly carried over by Gu Changqing and they left the residence with his lightness skill. Marquis Gu was not interested in the dispute between Zhuang Yueshi and Zhuang Yuheng. He only cared about what role Gu Jinyu played in it. He clenched his fists and looked at her. Is what Gu Yan said true? If these words were said by Gu Jiao, Marquis Gu would not believe a single word. He would only think that Gu Jiao was framing Gu Jinyu. To put it bluntly, he did not know Gu Jiao well enough. But he knew Gu Yan. Did Gu Yan need to frame Gu Jinyu for bullying him? He was doing it openly. I just want to bully you. What can you do to me? The whole family dotes on me because I'm sick. This was Gu Yan. Another important point was that this matter did not involve Gu Jiao. As long as it involved Gu Jiao, Marquis Gu would unconditionally side with Gu Jinyu. But now that there was only Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu could look at this matter relatively rationally. If Gu Yan mentioned that Princeton had feelings for Gu Jiao, this matter would be ruined. Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. Father. If Gu Jinyu was only unwilling to go to the border to suffer and at the same time wanted to gain a good reputation, it could still be treated as a little girl's vanity. But she took advantage of the situation to plot against Princeton to marry her. This was very distressing. Marquis Gu turned around in disappointment and clutched his chest. His heart was in so much pain. Chapter 613. After Gu Changqing brought Gu Yan out of the residence, he rode on a horse to send Gu Yan back to Jadewater Alley. The two of them rode on the same horse with Gu Yan in front. The 16-year-old youth's body could not block Gu Changqing's line of sight. Gu Changqing held the reins tightly with both hands and encircled him in his arms. Gu Yan's excitement had worn off and he was really a little sleepy now. His thin and weak body leaned against Gu Changqing's firm chest and his little head started to peck at the rice like a chicken. Gu Changqing was both angry and amused. He freed an arm to hold his thin waist. Are you sleepy now? Gu Yan groaned in a daze and immediately sat up straight. He widened his eyes and said very clearly, I'm not sleepy. Gu Changqing saw through him but did not expose him. He smiled and asked again, how did you know about those things? Gu Yan said proudly, I investigated. I'm so smart. Gu Changqing was so angry that he laughed and muttered, You're really not modest at all. He did not ask how Gu Yan investigated because Gu Yan had started to peck at the rice like a chicken again. But even if he did not ask, he could guess a thing or two. Zhuang Yuheng stayed in Jadewater Alley. Gu Yan must have accidentally found out about how Zhuang Yuheng was drugged by Zhuang Yueshi from him. Zhuang Yuheng did not suspect that Gu Jinyu's appearance was not a coincidence. He just thought that she was really just passing by and did not know anything. She was really concerned about him. Gu Yan, this little fox, was not so easy to fool. He might not have found conclusive evidence, but he had pieced together all the fragments of the incident and combined them with his understanding of Gu Jinyu to basically reconstruct the truth of that day. To put it bluntly, he was still guessing. But judging from Gu Jinyu's reaction, he had guessed correctly. Gu Changqing looked down at Gu Yan, who had fallen asleep in his arms. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, You have such a bright brain. Why don't you use it on your studies? The next day, Zhuang Yuheng packed his luggage and boarded the carriage to the frontier fortress. Empress Dowager Zhuang also came to Bai Shui Alley to see him off. He was not an exiled person, but the frontier fortress was full of hardships. If he wanted to protect his sisters, he would have to suffer a little. Come back if you can't take it anymore. Beijing is your home. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say this out loud. Compared to going to the Qin nation as a hostage, Zhuang Yuheng's journey was far more important. He wasn't doing this for his country, nor was he doing this for anyone's ambitions. He was using a brand new identity to start a journey that was completely his own. He no longer relied on any power, nor did he receive any help. Every step he took, he had to start from scratch. This is for you. Xiaoheng took a book from the study and handed it to him. Didn't you want to learn the book from the Yan Kingdom? I organized it and made a few notes. It was a book about the arithmetic of the Yan Kingdom. It originally had notes, but Zhuang Yuheng's Yan language wasn't very good, so Xiaoheng translated it into the Zhao nation language. Xiaoheng's hands and feet were not well these days. It was clear that this book had been prepared long ago. Zhuang Yuheng took the book and said to Xiaoheng in the wheelchair, "If you can start from scratch, so can I." He knew Xiaoheng's identity. Strictly speaking, Xiaoheng's matter had motivated him. Since someone had done it, it meant that this path was feasible. Xiaoheng was only 14 years old when the accident happened. If 14-year-old Xiaoheng could do it, why couldn't he? Zhuang Yuheng said solemnly, "Wait for the day I return to Beijing." Xiaoheng said, "I'll wait and see." Empress Dowager Zhuang gave Zhuang Yuheng a brocade box. Zhuang Yuheng sat in the carriage and opened it. It was a hair crown. He was afraid that he would have to spend his 20th birthday on the road. This was the gift his great-aunt had prepared for him. He wiped his red eyes and smiled through his tears. "Thank you, great-aunt." In the next few days, Marquis Gu went straight to the Ministry of Works. Gu Jingyu wanted to find him several times, but he couldn't even see his shadow. Xiaoheng's injuries were superficial. After resting for a few days, the bandages were finally removed. Marquis Xianping wasn't so lucky. His injuries were so severe that they reached the bone. He also disobeyed and rode the horse at night. He was hit by a big tree and his waist injury relapsed. In short, after Xiaoheng regained his freedom and returned to the officialdom, he was still a miserable big white who could only sit in a wheelchair. He couldn't even play cards. Qin Fengwan. He sat in the courtyard and basked in the sun. He called Princess Xinyang, who was helping little Jing Kong tie his hair. Little Jing Kong's mushroom hair could be tied into a small ponytail. Princess Xinyang tied it for him patiently, and he was happy to let her do it. Princess Xinyang didn't want to bother with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "Don't always show that you're very close to the child in front of me. It's useless even if you hint. I won't have a child with you." Princess Xinyang was furious. She picked up the wicker basket on the ground and covered his head with it. Marquis Xianping, who was covered by a wicker basket, was speechless. "Qin Fengwan. Take the wicker basket away. Qin Fengwan. How dare you?" Qin Fengwan. Gu Jiao had been doing something at home recently. She had requisitioned the old chancellor's front and backyards and always ran to the blacksmith's shop. She was covered in dirt every day. Today, she came back from the blacksmith's shop again. After washing up, she changed into dry clothes and went next door. It was time to rehabilitate Huang Fuxian. Today, Huang Fuxian would officially throw away his crutches and stand up with his hands on the railings on both sides. Huang Fuxian sat in the wheelchair and didn't dare to move. Gu Jiao came in front of him and maintained a distance where she could reach out and hug him. She said, "Don't be afraid. Try standing up." Huang Fuxian hesitated. Huang Fuxian was shy. When he trained, there weren't many people present. Yu Ye and Lu Quan deliberately didn't go to the backyard. Gu Jiao said, "If you hesitate any longer, little Jing Kong will be here soon." Thinking of little Mushroom, Huang Fuxian gritted his teeth. He didn't want little Mushroom to look down on him or be disappointed. He took a deep breath and grabbed the 2 rows of railings in front of him. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Stand up, Huang Fuxian." Huang Fuxian exerted strength in his arms, but his legs didn't listen to him. "I can't stand up." He could walk a few steps with his crutches. How could he not even stand after losing his crutches? This was a kind of psychological dependence. Gu Jiao had to help Huang Fuxian get rid of it. Gu Jiao said again, "Huang Fuxian, stand up." Huang Fuxian exerted all his strength. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging. However, just as he stood up a little, he felt a sharp pain in his broken limbs. He fell back into the wheelchair and broke out in a cold sweat. "No. I can't stand up." Gu Jiao looked at him without blinking. She didn't say anything unnecessary. She just repeated, Huang Fuxian, stand up. Huang Fuxian, stand up. Stand up. Huang Fuxian's thoughts drifted back to that icy and snowy night. His mother had put him into the snow pit that she had dug out, using her thin body to block the wind and snow that filled the sky. Xian, live well? Huang Fuxian's eyes turned red. He gripped the armrest of the wheelchair tightly and gritted his teeth. He used the strength of his arms to support his body and slowly stood up. He put one hand on the right railing. Then he put the other hand on the left railing. His arms began to tremble from the immense force he was exerting. Little by little he channeled his strength into his legs. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, he gradually left the wheelchair. The pain from his stump caused his facial features to twist together. He almost fell back into the chair again. You're already half standing, Gu Jiao said. Huang Fuxian gritted his teeth again and stood up in one go. The sharp pain in his receiving cavity almost killed Huang Fuxian. His back was soaked in cold sweat, but he did stand up. Very good, Gu Jiao said calmly. Now let go of your left hand. Letting go wasn't the goal. The main thing was to not let him use his arm anymore. Huang Fuxian's throat moved. He slowly picked up his left hand. Gu Jiao put her hand under his palm in time, but didn't touch him. Now try to let go of your right hand. Huang Fuxian was very nervous. After he couldn't use his left arm, he used his right arm to support himself. He felt that his broken limbs were very painful. But after hesitating for a moment, he forced himself to let go. Gu Jiao held his hand weakly. He stood up completely on his own. He looked at his legs in disbelief and then looked at Gu Jiao in front of him. I'll stand. He lost his balance and fell forward. Gu Jiao caught him in time. He let out a long sigh of relief. I said I wouldn't let you fall. Gu Jiao let him stand back up and put his hands on the railing. But you'll still fall in the future. Now you're just building the confidence to stand up. Okay. Huang Fuxian nodded. He wasn't so scared when he really crossed that hurdle. It was painful, but he already knew how painful it was. It doesn't hurt, he said. Gu Jiao said, say that after you walk a few steps. Sure enough, Huang Fuxian was slapped in the face. It was too painful. Every step was like walking on the tip of a knife. Fortunately, the bone grinding was anesthetized. Gu Jiao thought that half of the pain was psychological, so it was normal. The first day of formal rehabilitation was to adapt. Gu Jiao didn't let him practice for too long. In less than an hour he was back in the wheelchair. At this time, there was no dry spot on Huang Fuxian's body. Master, I've prepared the hot water. Lianer saw that they were done practicing and walked out of the room with a smile. Huang Fuxian looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, go take a bath. Don't catch a cold. Okay. Huang Fuxian nodded. Gu Jiao turned back to her side. Huang Fuxian suddenly called out to her. Dr. Gu, thank you. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Jiao left the backyard of her master's house. As soon as she entered her own backyard, she saw her grandaunt sitting in the hallway. She stood in her grandaunt's position and looked in the direction of the rehabilitation field. She suddenly understood what her grandaunt was looking at. Not playing cards anymore? Gu Jiao asked with a smile. I'll go play now. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her chin and walked out. Lu Tsuehua. We need one more. Empress Dowager Zhuang was in a good mood today. When she played cards she went easy so the neighbors lost less money. Gu Jiao returned to the east room. Little Jing Kong didn't go to class today. He just went to play with Princess Xinyang. At this time he ran in with a few knots on his head. Jiao 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 Jiao. Gu Jiao looked back at him. He put his little head in front of Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao look. Gu Jiao grabbed his knots. You look good. In a few months he would be able to tie his hair into a small bun. Little Jing Kong was happy and shy. The princess did it for me. Gu Jiao praised, you did it well. Little Jing Kong said, Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao said, That. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and played with his fingers. Do you still have that delicious drink? After he gave the 2 bottles he had picked up to Princess Xinyang, he regretted it. If he had known he would have kept 1 bottle. Gu Jiao tidied up the small medicine box. What's the delicious drink? Little Jing Kong began to look into the small medicine box. It's blue. It's sweet and sour. Gu Jiao understood. Calcium supplement oral liquid? There's no more. That one only appeared twice and then it never appeared again. Little Jing Kong was disappointed. He looked at the small medicine box and didn't understand. Why are there only 2 bottles this time? Didn't there used to be a lot of them? It was Gu Jiao's turn to be puzzled. Oral fluids were counted by boxes. There were 10 bottles in a box. Why did he say there were only 2 bottles? Well. Little Jing Kong grabbed his knots and told Gu Jiao about the blue bottle he found under the bed. Gu Jiao was very sure that there was no oral calcium supplement in the medicine box during this period. But if there was a blue liquid, then it could only be psychedelic one. Gu Jiao asked Little Jing Kong about the specific day he found it. Little Jing Kong said it was the day he sent the baby away. Gu Jiao paused. Did you send him to Princess Xinyang or back to his parents? Little Jing Kong said, his parents. His parents came to look for the baby. That was the day psychedelic one appeared. Did she accidentally drop 2 bottles on the ground when she put the medicine back? Gu Jiao closed the medicine box. Where did you put the medicine? He definitely didn't drink it. Otherwise Little Jing Kong wouldn't be standing there in one piece. Little Jing Kong said, the princess was very sad that day. I wanted to comfort her, so I gave it to her. Gu Jiao felt like she was shot in the heart by an arrow. Wait, Princess Xinyang probably didn't drink it. Otherwise she would have been in trouble. Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva. Jiao, do you have more? I want to drink it. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. No. If I have more in the future, I'll keep it for you. I'm okay. Little Jing Kong was an obedient child. Since Gu Jiao said there wasn't any for now, he could wait until later. By the way, where's the princess? She left. Gu Jiao looked at the medicine box on the table, which was becoming more and more naughty. She resisted the urge to punch it and said to Little Jing Kong, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Little Jing Kong responded cutely, okay Jiao. Although several days had passed and nothing happened, the medicine was a time bomb. If she didn't know about it, she would take it back immediately. Gu Jiao didn't even sit in the carriage. She rode directly to Zhuke Avenue. Yujin was watering the flowers in the front yard. When she saw Gu Jiao get off the horse at the door, her eyes lit up. Jiao, you're here? Aunt Yujin. Gu Jiao handed the reins to the maid at the door and walked into the yard. Is the princess here? The princess went to the cloth store. Yujin wanted to go with her, but she fell when she entered the door. Princess Xinyang told her to rest at home. Gu Jiao asked, Aunt Yujin, do you know that the princess brought back 2 bottles of blue medicine? Yujin looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Yes, I know. What's wrong? Gu Jiao paused. She didn't say that it was an aphrodisiac. She only said, there's something wrong with the medicine. Can you give it to me first? The princess gave it to me, Yujin said with a complicated expression. But I gave it to the Marquis. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Marquis Xianping? Yujin said worriedly, yes, the princess said that the 2 bottles of medicine were for leg cramps. I didn't want to drink it, so I kept it. Last time I went to Pushui Alley and heard the Marquis complaining about leg cramps, so I gave it to him today. Did I make a mistake? Gu Jiao calmed down. It's okay. It was better for Marquis Xianping to drink it than for the princess to drink it. Although the medicine was powerful, Marquis Xianping's willpower was also very strong. Moreover, his whole body was in plaster. He couldn't do anything. She couldn't let people carry him to the brothel to find girls. Gu Jiao smiled awkwardly. I'll go back and take a look. Yujin was stunned. Okay. It was an emergency. Yujin didn't have time to ask Gu Jiao what was wrong with the medicine. Gu Jiao rushed back to Pushui Alley. The first thing she did was to find Marquis Xianping, who was sunbathing in the backyard. Gu Jiao walked over and asked breathlessly, Marquis, did you drink the medicine Yujin gave you? Marquis Xianping glanced at her and said, I didn't drink it. Gu Jiao secretly sighed in relief. She reached out her hand. Then give it to me. Marquis Xianping said lightly, no. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Marquis Xianping's eyes glanced down the corridor. Yes, she drank it. Gu Jiao turned around and saw Princess Xinyang coming out of the room. Chapter 6:14. Gu Jiao's mind was filled with one sentence. It's over, it's completely over. Gu Jiao gritted out a few words from between her teeth. How could Princess Xinyang drink the medicine? Didn't Yujin give it to you? Wasn't it because someone had a cheap mouth, showing off and angering Princess Xinyang? In a fit of anger, Princess Xinyang didn't give him any medicine to stop the pain and directly drank it herself. Princess Xinyang didn't know what happened. She saw Gu Jiao in the courtyard and walked towards Gu Jiao. She didn't even look at Marquis Xianping beside Gu Jiao. Where did you go just now? I couldn't find you. I should be the one asking you that. Where did you go just now? Didn't you say you went to the cloth shop? Why are you here? As if seeing Gu Jiao's confusion, Princess Xinyang said, When I returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue, I remembered that I had finished making your clothes, so I went to the cloth shop to get them. Your clothes are in your room. Hurry and try them on. If they don't fit, I'll change them. Princess Xinyang had made clothes for all the children in her family, including Huang Fuxian. She came to the old chancellor's place to try on clothes for Huang Fuxian. However, she didn't expect to have a little conflict with Marquis Xianping. Forget it, it would be strange if this man ever made her happy. Why are you looking at me like that? Princess Xinyang sensed Gu Jiao's indescribable gaze. Would you believe me if I said you took the wrong medicine? I think you're beautiful, okay? Marquis Xianping said carelessly. Princess Xinyang glared at him and said to Gu Jiao, What are you standing there for? Hurry and come over. Gu Jiao silently followed. The two arrived at Gu Jiao's room. Princess Xinyang took out the dress that was folded on the bed. After unfolding it, she first compared it to Gu Jiao's body. It looks quite suitable. Originally, it was made according to your measurements. I was just afraid that some of the embroiderer's needlework wasn't good enough. Princess Xinyang had bought enough clothes for Gu Jiao, but a rich mother-in-law would never complain about more clothes for her daughter-in-law. At this moment, Gu Jiao was not in the mood to think about whether or not the clothes fit. She had been secretly observing Princess Xinyang's complexion and breathing. Princess, she said. What's wrong? Raise your arms, said Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao raised her arm, and Princess Xinyang unfolded her sleeve and gestured. Gu Jiao allowed her to compare the clothes and said calmly, Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Princess Xinyang said, No, why do you ask? Gu Jiao's fingertips moved. It's the one you just ate. Before Gu Jiao could finish speaking, Xiaoheng returned from Hanlin Academy. He came to Gu Jiao's door and saw the two of them. He hurriedly greeted them. Mother Jiao Jiao. You're back. Princess Xinyang glanced at him. Hurry and try on your clothes. There were clothes again. Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. Sure enough, it was the same as when he was a child. He wished he could wear 30 sets of clothes a month and change every day. He didn't have any objections to wearing new clothes, but he didn't like to try them on. But his mother had spoken, so he couldn't do anything about it. Okay, try it on yourself. Princess Xinyang handed the clothes to Gu Jiao. Where are you going? Asked Gu Jiao. Princess Xinyang sneered. I'm not going. I'm going to ask Lu Quan if the horse I gave him a few days ago is still working. You can't go find Lu Quan. Gu Jiao hurriedly said, It's good. A fine steed. It's very fast. I've already tried it. How about? Princess, you go sit in the study? Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao strangely. She felt that Gu Jiao's reaction was a bit strange, but she didn't take it to heart. Got it. She went to the study. Gu Jiao put down the clothes and went to Xiaoheng's room. Xiaoheng was unbuckling his belt. Her sudden entrance gave him a fright. Gu Jiao looked at his loose belt and calmly said, Husband, something happened. Xiaoheng tightened his grip on his belt. Why am I not satisfied with your reaction? He cleared his throat and sternly said, You turn around first. Gu Jiao turned around and muttered, It's like no one has seen it before. What did you say? Nothing. She was determined not to admit that she had seen him naked when she was drunk. Xiaoheng tidied up his clothes and placed the clothes he had changed out of on a shelf at the side. He asked, What happened? That's enough. Gu Jiao turned around and told him about the medicine. Most people's first reaction to this was either, Oh my God, luckily Jing Kong didn't drink it, or, Princess Xinyang is too unlucky. How could she drink it? However, Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao with a puzzled expression. Why do you have this medicine? Gu Jiao, would you believe me if I said it was the medicine box that gave it to me? Xiaoheng, it would be strange if I believed you. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. She said that he would wait for her to grow up, but in the end she couldn't help but drug him first? Gu Jiao, can your focus be any more skewed? Then what do we do now? Xiaoheng asked. They could talk about the drug later. Right now they had to solve this problem first. Is there an antidote? Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping weren't real husband and wife, so they couldn't sleep together. Otherwise, Princess Xinyang would probably kill someone when she woke up. Gu Jiao said regretfully, There is no antidote. Xiaoheng's expression changed slightly. Could it be that we can only... Gu Jiao blinked. The princess really doesn't have a male companion? Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao could ask this question, which meant that she could easily overcome the effects of the medicine. However, Princess Xinyang really didn't have a male companion. She couldn't get close to men at all. The so-called male companion was just a rumor. Gu Jiao sighed. Then, we can only give her more water. Then I'll give her some tonics to see if it can speed up her metabolism. That's the only way, Xiaoheng said. I'll go make some herbal tea. The young couple went their separate ways. Gu Jiao went back to the east room and opened the small medicine box to take out the tonics. However, when she opened the door to the study, she found that Princess Xinyang had long disappeared. Husband. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. Xiaoheng had just put the firewood into the stove. Hearing this, he looked at her with a confused expression. Gu Jiao whispered, "The princess disappeared." Xiaoheng's hand trembled and the firewood fell out of the stove. He stood up quickly. Hurry up and look for her. It would be bad if his mother randomly picked up a man on the street and brought him back. As soon as Xiaoheng left the kitchen, Gu Jiao pulled on his sleeve and pointed to the backyard next door. It seems that there's no need to look. In the backyard, Marquis Xianping was lying in a wheelchair, basking in the sun. He was bored to death, but what could he do? He sighed again and again. Suddenly, a figure with a murderous aura came to his wheelchair. The owner of the figure reached out a hand that was as delicate as jade and slowly grabbed his collar. Marquis Xianping felt his throat tighten. The next second he was pushed back by a strong force and even his wheelchair was pushed to the ground. Marquis Xianping couldn't turn his head and could only look at the shadow on the ground. He frowned and said, "Qin Fengwan? Qin Fengwan, what are you doing?" Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. She just grabbed his collar and dragged him from the ground to his room as if she was dragging a sack. Marquis Xianping was confused. What's going on? Is Qin Fengwan crazy? Didn't I just say a few words in the afternoon? Does she have to be so angry? But then again, when did Qin Fengwan become so strong? That wasn't the main point. The main point was that it was embarrassing for a man like him to be dragged by a woman like this, okay? Qin Fengwan, let go of me, he said coldly. Not only did Princess Xinyang not let him go, she even dragged him up the steps with a duong, duong, duong. Marquis Xianping, who had a big hole in his pants, was speechless. The world's #1 martial marquis, who was decisive in killing, was dragged into the room by the possessed Princess Xinyang without any resistance. Marquis Xianping frowned. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Bang. Princess Xinyang closed the door. Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes. Is she trying to murder her husband? Princess Xinyang leaned against the door. The room was dimly lit, and her face was shrouded in shadows. Marquis Xianping couldn't see her expression clearly. He only felt that her eyes were especially bright but also had a strange feeling. Marquis Xianping's eyes moved and he said mockingly, "Qin Feng, are you not afraid of men or of me? You actually dare to stay in the same room as me? Don't tell me you're going to kill me? Let me tell you, even if I'm paralyzed to the point that I only have one finger left, you're still not my match." As soon as he finished speaking, Princess Xinyang grabbed him with both hands and threw him onto the bed. Marquis Xianping, who was dumbfounded by the throw, was speechless. Marquis Xianping curled his right lips wickedly. "Qin Fengwan, did you take the wrong medicine again?" Marquis Xianping closed his eyes and said faintly, "Qin Fengwan, I'm injured and can't do it." Marquis Xianping exploded. "Qin Fengwan, you beast." Chapter 6:15. In the rear courtyard, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng, who had witnessed the entire process of Marquis Xianping being dragged into the sack, were speechless. Xiaoheng found a bit of his voice after a while. "My mother, is she that powerful?" Of course, Princess Xinyang wasn't that powerful, but wasn't she drugged? "I'm guessing it's the effect of the drug," Gu Jiao whispered. In her previous life, the organization had a special drug training program. She had tried all kinds of drugs and succeeded in overcoming them. Psychedelic one was the only drug she had never tried. It was said that because the drug was too powerful, it was one of the 3 forbidden drugs in the organization. Xiaoheng broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't finish his sentence, but Gu Jiao understood. Gu Jiao said, "1 drop is effective." Xiaoheng broke out in a cold sweat again. "Then how much did my mother drink?" Gu Jiao silently extended a finger. 2 bottles. Xiaoheng heard the sound of the sky collapsing. He asked in a daze, Then should I worry about my mother or my father?" Tonight was destined to be a restless night. In the evening, the color of the sky suddenly changed. Thunder and lightning intersected, strong winds blew, and torrential rain poured down all night. Princess Xingyang woke up with a wave of soreness. Her head hurt, her legs hurt, and her entire body hurt. She didn't come back to her senses for a moment. She still thought she was in the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue. She called out in a daze, "Eugen?" As soon as she opened her mouth, she felt a burning pain in her throat. Her voice was also unbelievably hoarse. "Eugen." She called out again. This time she was sure it wasn't an illusion. She really was tired and mute. "Am I sick?" She slowly raised her sore arm and gasped in pain. She wanted to rub her forehead, but she touched something not quite right. She opened her eyes wide to take a look. Beneath him was... Her expression changed and she rolled down from the body that was too horrible to look at. She grabbed the blanket and covered herself with it. Instinctively she kicked the other party twice. Ugh! Xian Pingho was awakened by the kick, and a magnetic murmur came from his throat. The man's voice was a little hoarse, but it was different from a woman's hoarse voice. It had a mature charm. Princess Xingyang wished she could go deaf. She didn't fall on the outside of the bed. Instead she fell on the inside of the bed. The bed wasn't big. Of course it could also be because he was too tall. Once he laid down he occupied the entire bed. If she wanted to get off the bed she would have to climb over him. He didn't even have a complete set of clothes on him. Princess Xingyang took one look and felt suffocated. She hurriedly covered her eyes with a blanket. At this moment she wished she could go blind. She was calm and collected in everything, but it was very difficult for her to get along with men. Xian Pingho was a man after all, and a thick-skinned one at that. After a short moment of dizziness he woke up. He looked at Princess Xingyang, who was tightly covering herself with the blanket, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. "Qin Fengwan, what tricks are you playing now? Why you move aside?" Princess Xingyang sat on the corner of the bed and covered her head with the blanket. Xian Pingho looked at her with a dark expression. "Qin Fengwan, what kind of disdainful tone is that? Do you want me to remind you of what you did to me yesterday? No, yesterday plus last night?" Princess Xingyang's mind started to have an image. Her body gradually froze. Her blanket only covered half of her body, mainly her head. Her legs were still exposed. Xian Pingho looked at her and sneered. "You remember now? Qin Fengwan, I haven't seen you for many years. Your methods have improved. You purposely had Eugen drug me. When I didn't take it, you snatched it and ate it. You still say you don't have ulterior motives toward me. The two of them weren't fools. It wouldn't be right if they still couldn't tell that there was something wrong with the 2 bottles of medicine. But Princess Xingyang didn't do it on purpose. That medicine was clearly given to her by little Jing Kong to treat leg cramps. How could it have this kind of effect? If she said she didn't know and was innocent now, this man probably wouldn't believe her. After all, she didn't do anything usually, but he already thought she had ulterior motives toward him. Now that she really did something, she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Xian Pingho had an as-expected expression. "Can't say anything? I knew you did it on purpose. Just how many wrong medicines did you take?" This marquis almost lost half of his life. Princess Xingyang's face flushed red. "Can't a man like you save some face for yourself?" Princess Xingyang gave up on arguing with him about the medicine. She couldn't be led by the nose by him. She had to take back the initiative. She composed herself and tried to calm down. "Why, you know I took the wrong medicine, so why didn't you push me away?" Xian Pingho sneered. "Qin Fengwan, do you want to see what you did to me?" Princess Xingyang slowly pulled down the quilt covering her head, revealing a pair of red and swollen almond-shaped eyes from crying. She looked at Xian Pingho's upper body nervously. In the end, she saw that Xian Pingho's hands were tied to the head of the bed. Princess Xingyang? Disbelief and panic flashed across her eyes. Xian Pingho took in her expression. He shook the rope in his hands and smiled mockingly. "I couldn't tell, Qin Fengwan, that you have this kind of fetish." Princess Xingyang wished she could find a hole to hide in. What kind of fetish was she into? I was afraid he would run away, but that wasn't her. She took the wrong medicine and lost all rationality. She didn't know what she was doing. "But don't you have? Princess Xingyang only wanted to change the topic. She quickly used any excuse she could think of. But halfway through her question she saw the plaster pieces all over the ground and the hammer lying on top of them. Very well, the possibility of him using his internal energy to shake off the plaster and sleep with her also died. Princess Xinyang blushed and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Why, if you don't do that, I can't? Xian Pingho frowned. Qin Fengwan, I'm not a eunuch. This sentence directly hammered this path to death. The princess of Xinyang bit her lip tightly. She still didn't give up and still felt that this matter definitely wasn't her fault alone. Suddenly, some images flashed through her mind. She sat up straight and said seriously, okay, even if it was my fault at the beginning, but later, wasn't it all yourself? If you have the ability, don't? She really couldn't bring herself to say the word yourself. Xian Pingho was so angry that he laughed and said with a chuckle, isn't that because your skills aren't good enough? And almost, speaking up to this point, he raised his eyebrows and said without changing his expression, sit and break. Princess Xinyang was about to explode. Heavens, someone come and sew his mouth shut. The next evening, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were called to Vermilion Bird Avenue by Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang had already returned to her room, washed up, and dressed neatly as if nothing had happened. But her aura was very cold. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng both felt a chill on their necks. Xiao Heng took a step forward without leaving a trace and shielded Gu Jiao behind him, bearing his mother's fury alone. Princess Xinyang was furious. Get out. I have something to say to her. Xiao Heng obviously wouldn't leave Gu Jiao under Princess Xinyang's fury. He said, it has nothing to do with Jiao Jiao. It's me. Princess Xinyang said angrily, is it you? Get out. She really wanted to settle the score with these two little things, but now wasn't the time. She had more important things to do. Go. Gu Jiao whispered to Xiao Heng, she can't beat me. Princess Xinyang. Xiao Heng made an oh sound and left. Princess Xinyang was even angrier. She didn't know what she was angry about, but after what happened last night, she didn't like anyone. Close the door. Princess Xinyang yelled at the door. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. Close the door. My mother is so fierce. Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. She said slowly, do you have any contraceptive? Gu Jiao was stunned. Contraceptive? Was it that shocking? Didn't she like children? Princess Xinyang liked children, but she didn't have the confidence to be a mother again. Let me see. Gu Jiao put the medicine box on the table, opened it and began rummaging through it. But where was the contraceptive? It was full of pregnancy pills, oral progesterone tablets, iron folic acid tablets. There was even a very cute picture of a baby printed on the bottle. Gu Jiao looked at the medicine box, speechless. Are you kidding me? Although Princess Xinyang didn't understand the words on the bottle, she could tell the effects from the picture. She gritted her teeth. Gu Jiao blinked innocently. If I said I didn't prepare these, would you believe me? Chapter 616. Princess Xinyang would be a fool to believe her. Princess Xinyang didn't want to see these two little troublemakers, so she sent them back. She asked Yujin to find Dr. Song and prescribe a bowl of contraceptive soup. On the other side, Changjing returned. He didn't know that something had happened to Marquis Xianping, so he went back to the Marquis's residence first and learned of Marquis Xuanping's whereabouts from Steward Liu. He used Qinggong to come to Jade Water Alley. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's place was full. Marquis Xianping, Huang Fuxian, and the former Zhuang Yuheng were all staying at the old chancellor's place. Changjing immediately found Marquis Xuanping's aura. He jumped in through the window. The scene inside made him instantly pull out his sword. He flashed to the side of the bed and blocked Marquis Xianping behind him, vigilant of the movements around him. Marquis Xianping shook his wrists tied to the head of the bed and said, no one, come and untie this first. Changjing raised his sword and cut the rope. His sword technique was precise and didn't hurt Marquis Xianping at all. He picked up the broken rope and looked at it, saying strangely, it's just a normal rope, why can't you even break this? Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and sighed, you don't understand. His body was hollowed out. Changjing frowned. His gaze swept across the mess on the floor and landed on Marquis Xuanping's body full of scars. You were beaten up? Who did it? I'll go kill him. This was too miserable. Changjing had followed Marquis Xianping for so long, but he had never seen him so badly injured. Marquis Xianping glanced at Changjing. Thinking that Changjing was still young, he waved his hand. Forget it, it's fine, no need to investigate. Right, didn't you chase after Nangongli? Where is he? Changjing's face darkened. I didn't catch him, he ran away. Marquis Xianping looked at him in surprise. There's someone you can't catch? It wasn't that Changjing's martial arts were invincible, but that Nangong Li was obviously not Chang Jing's opponent. Furthermore, he had a broken arm. How could he run away with such injuries? Someone saved him. Chang Jing hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell the truth. It's a guardian of the Dark Knight sect. Marquis Xianping frowned. Is it the Dark Knight sect that you were in before? Yes. Chang Jing nodded. Marquis Xianping said, since he's a guardian, it's normal that you can't beat him. I could beat him, but I didn't hit him. Chang Jing muttered in her heart. Xianping Ho did not know much about the Dark Knight Society. He had only heard that it was the most powerful and mysterious assassin organization in the Six Nations. When he met Chang Jing, she was being chased by people from the Dark Knight Society. She accidentally got into his carriage and fell asleep in it. Marquis Xianping thought that he had offended the Dark Knight Society and was being chased by them. Chang Jing said that he was a member of the Dark Knight Society, but he did not want to return to the Dark Knight Society. He saw that Chang Jing had some skills, so he suggested that Chang Jing follow him. However, Chang Jing did not agree at first. He also found that Chang Jing liked to play marbles, so he practiced hard for many days and finally won Chang Jing back. Until now, Marquis Xianping still thought that Chang Jing was just a small traitor of the Dark Knight Society. How would he know that the person he kidnapped was actually the young master of the Dark Knight Society? But he won't live for long. I cut him several times, Chang Jing said. It was as if she wanted to get back at him for being unable to beat the guardian of the Dark Knight Society. Okay. Marquis Xianping smiled and looked at her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Chang Jing shook her head. Marquis Xianping nodded. If you're fine, then do something for me. Chang Jing's handsome face darkened. Was it too late to pretend to do something now? After several months of review and debate, the imperial edict regarding the rewards for meritorious service was finally drawn up. During the battle at the frontier fortress, the world's Grand Marshal Tang Yushan had meritorious service. He was conferred the title of Count Tang En and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Marquis Ding En's heir, Gu Changqing, was equipped with armor and took the lead. He led the Gu army to exterminate the remnants of the previous dynasty and defeated the Qin army. He was conferred the title of Major Third-Rank Northern General and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. In addition, Marquis Ding En's second son, Gu Qingfeng, had meritorious service. He was conferred the title of Major Sixth-Rank Cavalry Captain and rewarded with 800 taels of silver. In addition, there were several generals who had outstanding performances in the battle that were also rewarded. Medical Officer Tong and Dr. Song had helped to pacify the plague. They were conferred the title of Zhao country's famous doctor and rewarded with 500 taels of silver. The rest of the accompanying doctors also received their own rewards. Gu Jiao was naturally no exception. Not only was she the main contributor to pacifying the plague, she was also an important general who defended ancient Moon City. Not to mention, she had single-handedly exterminated 5,000 soldiers of the previous dynasty. The emperor conferred her the title of Hugua Junju. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xanyang were also meritorious officials who defended Zhao country. The emperor's intention was to either confer Marquis Xianping Wang or promote Princess Xanyang to Ding country's Princess Royal. But they could not have both. The specifics depended on the husband and wife's choice. In addition, Grand Secretary Yuan submitted a memorial to the emperor, requesting that a junior advisor be appointed to the cabinet. Oh. In the imperial study, the emperor looked at Grand Secretary Yuan in shock. Beloved Minister Yuan has been in the cabinet for so many years and has never had the thought of appointing a junior advisor. Why are you suddenly having this idea now? Grand Secretary Yuan cupped his hands and said, this old official is old and cannot do many things. In addition, Grand Tutor Zhuang's matter has deeply affected the cabinet. The cabinet is in turmoil and its power and prestige have been greatly weakened. This old official hopes that someone can revive the cabinet and better serve your majesty in Zhao country's court. These words could be considered to have touched the bottom of the emperor's heart. That old man, Grand Tutor Zhuang, had brought disaster to half of the cabinet. The two secondary assistants were his people. Although they hadn't done anything bad that would cause the cabinet to fall into the hands of these two people, the emperor was not at ease handing the cabinet over to them. The emperor said, beloved Minister Yuan's choice of junior advisor is? Grand Secretary Yuan smiled. Hanlin Academy's attendant, Ministry of Justice's secretary? Xiao Lulang. Most importantly, he is Xiaoheng. How can we restore this identity for him? He can't keep Xiao Liulang's identity for his entire life. The emperor muttered to himself for a moment. Allow us to think about it first. Yes. Grand Secretary Yuan complied. This matter was of great importance. Careful consideration was correct. That's right. Just as Grand Secretary Yuan was about to withdraw, the emperor called out to him. We heard that the Yuan family is going to form a marriage alliance with the Marquis Ding and Fu? Is there such a thing? Grand Secretary Yuan said, there is indeed such a thing. Gu Changqing and this old official's granddaughter Yuan Baolin. The emperor was surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt it was appropriate. Changqing and Baolin are a match made in heaven. Mentioning this, Grand Secretary Yuan smiled helplessly. In reality, it was the two children themselves who agreed. The misunderstanding that Yuan Baolin was not pregnant had long been resolved. To be honest, Grand Secretary Yuan felt that there was no chance for the two of them. They didn't have much passion for each other. He thought that if one of them was unwilling, Grand Secretary Yuan didn't plan on forcing the two to marry. Who would have thought that the two of them would suddenly agree one day? It was as if they had discussed it beforehand. This made it difficult for Grand Secretary Yuan to refuse. The auspicious date for the Board of Astronomy had been calculated. It was the 9th of the 3rd month. Marquis Gu received news that Empress Dowager Zhuang would personally come to inspect the Fu. He got up before the sun rose and tidied himself up. Neatly dressed, he waited at the entrance of the new Fu. He was very excited, because he was going to see Empress Dowager Zhuang. It had to be known that with his official position, he didn't even attend court much less see the Empress Dowager who had the power to overturn the court. How could he know that not only had he seen her, he had also mocked and ridiculed her? The second reason for his excitement was that he was finally going to see the mysterious owner of this Fu. This Fu was built according to the specifications of a Princess Fu. At first he thought it was built for Zhuang Yueshi. Later, he thought it was built for Princess Ningyan who had returned from the frontier fortress. But the Zhuang family had been exiled. Princess Ningyan was fake. So who was the owner of this Fu? It couldn't be that little remnant Huang Fuxian, right? No, there was no news of Huang Fuxian returning to the capital in the early stages of construction. Who is it? Marquis Gu was so curious that his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Marquis. Huang Zhong rushed over. The Empress Dowager's guards of honor are here. Prepare to welcome the Empress Dowager. Marquis Gu adjusted the black gauze hat on his head and flicked his wide sleeves. Together with the officials and the attendants present, he bowed respectfully. The Empress Dowager's guards of honor majestically stopped in front of the magnificent Fu. Marquis Gu loudly said, "Welcome, Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." Everyone followed suit and bowed. "Welcome, Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." Eunuch Qin got off the carriage first and lifted the curtain for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang got off the carriage with a young girl in green. Marquis Gu's gaze fell on the young girl's green dress and white embroidered shoes. He thought to himself, is this the owner of the Fu? Sure enough, her bearing is extraordinary. When she walks, she is more heroic and noble than ordinary women. Come and see your Fu, Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Okay. The young girl responded. Marquis Gu frowned. Why does this voice sound a little familiar? Marquis Gu bravely raised his head and glanced at the young girl. He was so shocked that he froze on the spot. Why is it this stinky girl? He looked at the Empress Dowager again. The next second he knelt down with a plop. It wasn't because of fear but because of shock. Isn't this the old lady of that girl's family? He had seen her in the countryside. At that time he felt that she looked familiar. But he and the Empress Dowager had only seen each other a few times, so he didn't dare to recognize her. No one would be able to admit it. How could the Empress Dowager be a foodie old lady from the countryside? Did he say anything disrespectful to the old lady? No, the Empress Dowager? Oh no, I'm too nervous. I can't remember it all. Marquis Gu felt like dying. What on earth did this lass do? Why did she hide the Empress Dowager in her own house? Why didn't she tell him? Would it kill her to tell him? She only knows how to cheat him every day. Marquis Gu clutched his chest. He felt that he was going to have a heart attack. This girl is here to jinx me. She is here to take my life. Marquis Gu felt that he was most likely going to die. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even look at him and directly brought Gu Jiao into the Fu. Marquis Gu was speechless. Do you like it? In the pavilion, Empress Dowager Zhuang asked Gu Jiao. I like it. Gu Jiao said seriously. She really liked it. There was a house that was built according to Clearwater Alley. There was also a courtyard that was built step by step according to the medical center. In addition, there were pavilions, waterside corridors, a library, a practice room, and a meadow for riding and archery. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Clearwater Alley is almost full. Find a day to move in." Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Empress Dowager Zhuang took in her expression and asked, "What's wrong? You can't bear to leave?" Gu Jiao clutched her chest. This was her reluctance? When she first left the village, Gu Jiao didn't feel this way. She seemed to be able to feel the complex emotions that she couldn't before. Empress Dowager Zhuang handed the deed to her. "Don't worry. You can move when you want." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. The two wandered around the Fu and then took the carriage back. In the carriage, Gu Jiao's heart suddenly twitched. She clutched her chest and frowned. Empress Dowager Zhuang noticed her strangeness and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao pointed to her chest. "It hurts." Empress Dowager Zhuang asked strangely, "You don't have a heart disease. Why does it hurt?" Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and her eyes narrowed. "It's not me. Ziyan." Gu Yan's heart disease acted up. It acted up without warning. The teacher was teaching when the students suddenly shouted. The teacher looked up and saw Gu Yan fall to the ground. Gu Shaoshan immediately rushed up and took out the medicine in the teacher's purse to feed him. Gu Yan's heart disease hadn't acted up seriously for half a year. Occasionally he would feel uncomfortable, but taking a pill would immediately help. But this time, it didn't seem to work. Gu Jiao quickly ran back to Clearwater Alley. Yao Shi had already fainted from crying. Gu Shaoshan ran out of the central room. Sister, you're back." Gu Jiao stared and asked, "Where is he?" Gu Shaoshan quickly said, "In your room." Gu Jiao entered the eastern room. Gu Yan's condition was very bad. His heart stopped again. Everything seemed to have returned to the first time they met at the hot spring villa. He was also like this and might not be saved at any time. Gu Jiao took out the epinephrine and saline from the small medicine box. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles. After 4 injections, Gu Yan's heart finally started to beat again. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Gu Jiao. His empty and dim eyes suddenly seemed to light up. Sister. He had been led astray by little Jing Kong to Jiao. Only when he was weak to a certain extent would he have this behavior. Gu Jiao took off her gloves and touched his forehead. "I'm here. Hug me," he said. Gu Jiao gently held him in her arms. Gu Yan breathed in her scent and closed his eyes in peace. He said weakly, "I'm not afraid when you're here. I'm leaving. When I leave, you'll accompany me. I want you to send me off." Chapter 617. Gu Jiao's heart was aching. She couldn't tell whether it was her own feeling or Gu Yan's pain. She was a person who lacked emotional perception. Many of her experiences of this world came from Gu Yan. If she and Gu Yan were compared to a tree, then her branch had already turned into iron. It was Gu Yan who passed on his feelings to her, making her deeply feel that she was still alive and living under the sun with Gu Yan. This analogy might not be appropriate, but she knew that she and Gu Yan were inseparable. They had the deepest bond in the world. Gu Jiao hugged Gu Yan tightly and covered his burning forehead with one hand. "You won't go. I want you to stay." Gu Yan fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Unlike the time when he was rescued in the hot spring villa, his situation this time was really bad to a certain extent. Gu Yan had to be operated on. However, this was not an ordinary surgery. It could be done by anesthesia, cutting open the wound, resolving the focus of the disease, and suturing. Gu Yan's operation required extracorporeal circulation. She didn't have the equipment for extracorporeal circulation, nor did she have the other drugs and equipment needed for the operation. Although the small medicine box could provide a continuous supply of drugs and medical consumables for the research institute, they were all very small and would not exceed the size of the box. Moreover, according to Gu Yan's current situation, what he needed was not only a set of extracorporeal circulation equipment, but also a complete operating room. Gu Jiao looked down at Gu Yan, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. He was too weak. Even the small tuft of hair on the top of his head couldn't stand up. It drooped there listlessly. Gu Jiao held Gu Yan's weak hand and said firmly again, "You won't go. I won't let you go. I haven't done enough to be your sister. No one can take you away from me, not even Yama." At present, it seemed impossible to operate on Gu Yan. She lacked equipment and an operating room, but she did not want to give up. Gu Jiao hugged Gu Yen for a while. After making sure that Gu Yen would not wake up for the time being, she gently placed Gu Yen back on the bed and covered him with the quilt. She walked out of the east room and said to Gu Xiaoshen, who was anxiously waiting in the central room, "Xiaoshen, come here." "Sister." Gu Xiaoshen turned around and walked towards Gu Jiao. "How is Gu Yen?" "For the time being," Gu Jiao said. Gu Jiao didn't show much emotion on her face, but Gu Xiaoshen could still feel the coldness that enveloped her. Gu Xiaoshen felt sorry for Gu Jiao. He was a child who didn't even care about his parents. Only his sister was good to him. Sister. Thinking that Gu Jiao would be sad because of Gu Yen, his throat suddenly choked up. Gu Jiao looked at him and asked, "I have something to ask you." Hearing that it was a serious matter, Gu Xiaoshen hurriedly wiped his tears and pulled himself together. "Sister, go ahead." Gu Jiao asked, "Did Gu Yen have any strange behavior before his heart disease broke out?" Gu Xiaoshen scratched his head. "Strange behavior?" Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "For example, who did he come into contact with? What did he eat?" Gu Yen had been taking medicine and his heart disease was well controlled. There was still a difference between him and a normal person, but it shouldn't have broken out suddenly. Gu Xiaoshen knew that Gu Yen had a heart disease and would take good care of him in the academy. He would also pay attention to him. He thought carefully, "I entered the academy with him. Then we went to class together and studied together. After class he went to the outhouse. When he came back, he seemed to say that he was a little tired. He usually said that he was tired, but he wasn't really tired. He just didn't want to go to class and wanted to sleep on the table. I thought he would be like that today, but who would have thought?" He suddenly collapsed while lying on the table. Gu Jiao frowned. "Ah." Gu Xiaoshen thought of something and suddenly said, "I remember now." Gu Yen came back from the outhouse and said, "It's bad luck to meet someone who doesn't have eyes." I asked him what happened and he said it was nothing. Then he patted his clothes and seemed to have fallen. But I saw that he was fine, so I didn't ask any more questions. "Someone who doesn't have eyes?" Gu Jiao called Shadow Guard A and Shadow Guard B. "Did you follow Gu Yen today? Did you know that he fell in the outhouse?" The two of them shook their heads. They did follow Gu Yen, but they wouldn't follow him to the outhouse. Shadow Guard A said, "We were guarding the courtyard outside the outhouse. If someone wanted to deal with Little Master, we could feel the murderous aura." Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "In other words, Gu Yen was accidentally knocked down by someone? That person didn't have the intention to hurt or kill Gu Yen. But why would he fall ill after being knocked down? His body shouldn't be so weak." Gu Jiao felt that something was wrong. She went back to the room, took away the quilt and uncovered Gu Yan's clothes. When she was saving Gu Yen, it wasn't obvious. Now that the bruises were exposed, Gu Jiao saw that there was a palm print on Gu Yan's chest. He was hit by someone. "We didn't feel any murderous aura." Shadow Guard A looked at the palm print on Gu Yan's body in surprise. Shadow Guard B nodded. To be honest, Gu Yen was like a little tyrant in the academy. Even Gu Qinglin didn't dare to provoke him. If Gu Yen shouted, the two of them would immediately appear. If Gu Yen couldn't shout, then it must be an expert. But if an expert fought, the murderous aura would be too strong. It wouldn't escape their senses. Then there was only one possibility. This person really didn't come to kill Gu Yen. He just accidentally bumped into Gu Yen and conveniently hit Gu Yen. "Sister, Mistress Nan is here." Outside the east room, Gu Xiaoshen interrupted Gu Jiao's thoughts. Today was the day that Gu Xiaoshen and Gu Yen went to Master Lu's house to learn. Usually if they didn't go, the shadow guards would inform them. But today no one came. Mistress Nan was worried that something might have happened to someone, so she rushed to Jade Water Alley to take a look. Master Lu also came. "Master Lu, Mistress Nan." Gu Jiao went to the central room to greet the two. Mistress Nan sensed the unusual atmosphere when she entered the courtyard. She glanced at Gu Xiaoshen, who was secretly wiping his tears, and asked Gu Jiao, "Did something happen? Why did little Shun, this child, cry? Where's Yen?" "Something happened. His heart disease acted up." "Is it serious?" "A little." "Let me see." Gu Jiao led Mistress Nan and Master Lu into the east room. They knew that Gu Yen had a heart disease, but after being together for so long, Gu Yen had almost never acted up. They were already about to treat Gu Yen as a normal child. Now Gu Yan's face was pale and his breath was weak as he laid on the bed. He looked like he could die at any moment. The two of them were heartbroken. Master Lu was shocked. How did it suddenly become like this? He was still fine yesterday. He was hit by a palm. Gu Jiao said. Mistress Nan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Gu Jiao shook her head and came to the bed. I don't know. No one saw who it was. They only left a palm print. Otherwise he wouldn't even know that he was hit. Palm print? Mistress Nan quickly walked over and untied Gu Yan's clothes. Her eyes darkened when she saw it. 9 clouds palm? What's 9 clouds palm? Gu Jiao asked. Mistress Nan said in a low voice, it's the unique skill of Yin country's Nangong family. The power of this palm technique is that it's fine when you're hit, but afterwards your tendons and veins will gradually break. He controlled his strength and didn't intend to kill him. He just wanted to vent his anger and teach Yen'er a lesson. Gu Jiao frowned. Nangong family? Could it be Nangong Li? Nangong Li's arm was broken by Chang Jing. He had been hiding all this time. Could it be that he snuck into Qinghe Academy today? Nangong Li didn't know Gu Yan. He must have accidentally bumped into Gu Yan and felt that Gu Yan was blocking the way. So he hit Gu Yan in anger. He seemed to have done it unintentionally, but in reality, it was a heinous crime. Gu Yan didn't provoke him. He just accidentally bumped into, and it wasn't clear who bumped into who, but he could vent his anger on a weak scholar. Was he still human? Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. Nangong Li, it better not be you. Otherwise, Madame Nan was also furious. Gu Yan was just an innocent child. Which beast of the Nangong family dared to hit him? Why would the Nangong family come to Zhao country? Master Lu whispered to Madame Nan. How would I know? Madame Nan said angrily. Master Lu choked and didn't say anything. He understood that Nan Xiang wasn't targeting him. Nan Xiang was just too angry. To be honest, he was also angry. No matter who in the Nangong family did it, this kind of behavior was more hateful than revenge with a purpose. This was simply disregard for human life. It was inhumane. Madame Nan looked at the weak Gu Yan and closed her eyes worriedly. She could detoxify the poison, but she couldn't cure it. Jiao Jiao, can you cure Yen'er? She looked at Gu Jiao expectantly. In fact, she also understood that this hope was very slim. If it could be cured, Gu Jiao wouldn't have this expression. Let me think about it first. Gu Jiao went to the study room. Madame Nan didn't dare to leave. She stayed in the east room to watch over Gu Yan. When night fell, the family members came back to Bai Shui Alley one after another. Soon after, everyone knew that Gu Yan's condition had worsened. Madame Yao cried her heart out. Even Gu Xiaobao, who never cried or made a fuss, pursed his lips in grievance. His large eyes were brimming with tears. Empress Dowager Zhuang rushed over from the palace. She only had one request for Gu Yan. It was good that he was alive. But now this request seemed to have become an extravagant hope. She sat at Gu Yan's bedside and suddenly looked much older. Huang Fuxian and little Jing Kong also came to the east room. Huang Fuxian had just moved into Bai Shui Alley. He thought that he was just an outsider. But seeing Gu Yan unconscious, he felt very sad. Little Jing Kong, who was always talkative, stopped talking this time. He stood in front of the bed and looked at Gu Yan with wide eyes. When Gu Yan was bullied by Tang Ming, he also flared up fiercely. But the atmosphere at that time was not as serious as it was now. It was as if everyone felt that Gu Yan was really doomed. The old chancellor didn't dare to say anything. He silently went to the kitchen to cook. As he added firewood to the stove, he silently shed tears. Old master, what's wrong? Yuya asked with concern. The old chancellor used his sleeve to wipe his eyes and said, the smoke is too big. Xiao Heng was the last to reach home. Lu Quan had already told him about Gu Yan's situation on the way to pick him up. He immediately put down his work and rushed back. The whole family felt sorry for Gu Yan. But he knew that the one who was suffering the most right now was Gu Jiao. She was his sister and also a doctor. She wouldn't allow herself to be unable to cure Gu Yan. Xiao Heng found Gu Jiao in the study room. Gu Jiao was holding a charcoal pencil and writing something on a piece of white paper. Jiao Jiao. Xiao Heng stepped into the room. Gu Jiao stopped writing and raised her eyes to look at him. There was a grievance in her voice that she had never revealed to others. Husband. Xiao Heng's heart twitched fiercely. He walked around the desk and came to her side. He leaned over and looked at her steadily. It's okay. Ayan will be fine. Gu Jiao's expression was calm. She picked up the paper on the table and handed it to him. These are the equipment and medicine that I listed. The ones that are circled with cinnabar are the ones that I already have. I haven't gotten the rest yet. Xiao Heng took the paper and looked at it. It was full of paper, but the cinnabar circled less than 1/10 of it. She was very strong. So strong that it made people's heart ache. Xiao Heng stroked the top of her head to comfort her. With these things, can I Yen be saved? If you have all of them, I can operate on him. I can complete the operation alone. She emphasized. Xiao Heng looked at the strange names on the paper. What are these? Gu Jiao said firmly, these are the equipment needed for the operation. I can't take them out with my medicine box. Did you draw this picture? Xiao Heng looked at the picture on the back of the paper. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Heng pondered for a moment and suddenly said, wait a minute. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. He turned around and went to the bookshelf. He took down a box and took out a yellow drawing from it. Take a look and see if this is it. Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. Her expression froze. Wasn't this the drawing of the operating room? Where did it come from? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng said, it's from the Yen Kingdom's mathematics book in Jianghu. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't seem good to throw it away, so I took it out and put it aside. The Yen Kingdom's operating room? Or was the Yen Kingdom planning to build an operating room? The mathematics book and the drawing of the operating room basically confirmed that there was a transmigrator in the Yen Kingdom. Gu Jiao held the drawing in her hand and a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart. The Yen Kingdom has what I need. Xiao Heng's eyes darkened. The Yen Kingdom was a place he should never set foot in. Chapter 618. Coming out of the study, Xiao Heng went to Marquis Xianping's room next door. Although Marquis Xianping didn't need a new cast, he still had to sit in a wheelchair. He already knew about Gu Yan's situation. Although he didn't know about the operating room, he knew that if even Gu Jiao was helpless, then the only hope in the world to cure Gu Yan was in the Yen Kingdom. Don't even think about it. I don't know. I don't have it. I won't give it to you even if I have it. Without waiting for Xiao Heng to explain why he came, Marquis Xianping directly refused 3 times. Xiao Heng frowned and looked at him. Do you know what I'm going to say? Marquis Xianping leaned back in his chair and looked at him lightly. He raised his eyebrows. Who was the female slave in the Yen Kingdom who gave birth to you? Did she leave any keepsakes? So, can I give it to you? Xiao Heng felt a blow to his soul. He was indeed his biological father. His thoughts were well thought out. What? Do you want to go to the Yen Kingdom? Marquis Xianping pretended to be indifferent. Do you know that someone in the Yen Kingdom wants to kill you? Of course Xiao Heng knew. But this was not a reason for him to retreat. He said, only the Yen Kingdom has what Jiao Jiao needs. With those things Gu Yan can be cured. It turned out that the girl could be cured, but she lacked the necessary items. Your wife is quite capable. Marquis Xianping said with pride. That year. Xiao Heng seemed to not know how to address her. He deliberated for a moment and asked, that person really didn't leave anything behind? No. In order to cut off the connection with you, she even cleaned up a strand of her hair. Marquis Xianping said and realized that his words might be ambiguous. He added, it's not what you think. She was afraid of being a burden to you. It's not that she didn't want you. Xiao Heng was silent. He didn't doubt that woman's feelings for him. Otherwise she wouldn't have rather killed Xiao Qing and left the antidote to him. He had Shurye's curiosity. What kind of woman was she? How could she kill a newborn baby? Would she be the same as the Nangong clan member who hurt Gu Yan? Would she be an evil person who didn't care about human lives? But even if she was, he had no right to criticize her. She had sacrificed all her evil to save his life. In the end, Xiao Heng failed to find a way to go to the Yen Kingdom. Gu Jiao thought of Gu Changqing, who said that he would go to the Yen Kingdom to find a doctor for her. Gu Changqing had been living in the underground dojo for the past few days. Every day he refreshed his ranking. According to his reckless fighting style, he was not far from the top 3. Once they entered the top 3, they would be sent to the Yen Kingdom by the underground martial arts arena for the next stage of the competition. It was called a competition, but in fact, it was a way for the Yen Kingdom to win over martial arts geniuses from other countries. Gu Jiao called Secret Guard A and told him to immediately find Gu Changqing. Who would have thought that Secret Guard A would be a step too late? Secret Guard A came back and reported to Gu Jiao, the heir has already left. Gu Jiao asked, where did he go? Secret Guard A said, I heard from the Marquis Fu that the heir went to Jiangnan to find a divine bird as a betrothal gift for the daughter of the Yuan family. In the Zhao country, it was a custom for men to catch wild geese as betrothal gifts for their fiancés. The better the breed of wild geese, the higher the sincerity. The divine bird wasn't a wild geese, but the legendary phoenix. Gu Jiao had seen pictures of phoenixes before. She felt that they looked like the flamingos from her previous life. No one in the Zhao country had seen this kind of bird before. It was only a legend. Gu Changqing didn't want to get married. He left the capital with great fanfare at this time to find a bird. She was afraid that it was to cover up the fact that he had snuck into the Yan kingdom. How long has he been gone? Gu Jiao asked. 3 days. Secret Guard A said. Gu Changqing had already said goodbye to Gu Jiao, so strictly speaking he didn't leave without saying goodbye. But Gu Jiao was still somewhat depressed. It had already been 3 days. She feared that she wouldn't be able to catch up. Xiaoheng was also thinking of a way to go to the Yan kingdom. Since Marquis Xianping didn't have any clues, he went to the residence of Princess Xinyang. Hearing that Xiaoheng wanted to go to the Yan kingdom, Princess Xinyang's reaction was the same as Marquis Xianping. But after all, Xiaoheng had grown up. They could only give their opinions but couldn't make the decision for Xiaoheng. He insisted on going. As his father and mother, they could only think of a way to help him. Princess Xinyang thought of the Yan kingdom's pharmacist in the underground martial arts field. Yujin, you go and invite the pharmacist. If he doesn't come, let Long Yi catch him. Yujin took Long Yi. However, what made people disappointed was that the Yan kingdom's pharmacist unexpectedly returned to the Yan kingdom with Gu Changqing's group. From this, it could be inferred that the Yan kingdom's pharmacist should have personally brought Gu Changqing, this martial arts genius, back to the Yan kingdom. The young couple took turns to hit a wall. When they returned to the central room, both of them blankly sat on the chair without saying a word. Master's wife Nan came out from the east room. Just now, Gu Jiao had prescribed some medicine for Gu Yan. Master's wife Nan fed him. Master's wife Nan looked at the two people whose complexion was not quite right. She vaguely guessed something and said, "Not too smooth?" Master's wife Nan, is there any other way to go to the Yan kingdom? Is it possible to sneak in? Sneak in? Master's wife Nan was dumbfounded. What is that? It's probably the meaning of sneaking in. Master's wife Nan shook her head without thinking. This won't do. It's too dangerous. It's difficult for you to sneak in alone, not to mention the seriously ill Gu Yan. Don't tell me there's no other way? Master's wife Nan opened her mouth. Master Lu came over in time to hold her hand. He frowned and shook his head at her. Master's wife Nan said, I want to save Yan. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng looked at the two strangely. They did not understand the connection between this sentence and Gu Jiao's previous sentence. Master Lu sighed helplessly and said, but they don't have a travel permit. If you want to take them to the Yan kingdom, there's only one way. Put the mark of a slave on them. The slaves of the Yan kingdom were not people. They were only objects. Master's wife Nan, are you from the Yan kingdom? Gu Jiao asked. She had long known that Master's wife Nan was not simple, but she did not expect her to be so complicated. Master's wife Nan said, I'm not from the Yan kingdom, but I can go to the Yan kingdom. Then either she was from the Shang kingdom or she came from a powerful force outside the 6 kingdoms. Since Master's wife Nan did not point it out, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not pursue the matter. To put it bluntly, who didn't have secrets? Master's wife Nan sighed, my husband is right. Without a travel permit, people can't enter the Yan kingdom. If I take you there by force, I can only turn you into slaves. Slaves were very lowly in the Yan kingdom. Once someone in a high position took a fancy to them, they could be taken away by force at any time. So it was reasonable for Master Lu to stop her. She was impulsive just now. She only wanted Gu Yan to go to the Yan kingdom, but she forgot that if Gu Yan became a slave, he would not be qualified to enter the medical center for treatment. Jiao Jiao, I'm scared. Little Jing Kong held a small pillow and walked out of the west room in a daze. He fell asleep and was awakened by a nightmare. Gu Jiao held his little hand and brought him over. Don't be scared. Little Jing Kong yawned and lay in Gu Jiao's arms. What were you talking about just now? We were talking about the travel permit. Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng handed over a piece of clothing. Gu Jiao took it and wrapped little Jing Kong's body. What is a travel permit? He asked vaguely. It's a kind of travel document that allows you to go to other places. We had a travel permit when we came to the capital. Have you forgotten? Oh. Little Jing Kong sat on Gu Jiao's lap and leaned his little head on Gu Jiao's arms. Considering that Gu Yan's incident had a big impact on the little guy, Xiaoheng resisted the urge to pull him away from Gu Jiao's arms. Thinking of something, Xiaoheng suddenly said, Jing Kong, do you have a travel permit to the Yan kingdom? Master Nan and Master Lu were both stunned when they heard this. What was he asking? How could a child have a travel permit to the Yen Kingdom? Gu Jiao blinked. Yes, she almost forgot that this little guy was a local tycoon. He even had a house deed to the Liang Kingdom. Little Jing Kong rubbed his sleepy eyes and thought for a while. Then he shook his head. No. Xiaoheng said seriously, do you really not have it or not? Think about it again. Little Jing Kong almost fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. He murmured, no. I don't have a travel permit to the Yen Kingdom. Master didn't give it to me. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao sighed at the same time. There's only that thing. Little Jing Kong said in his sleep. Gu Jiao's eyes moved. What thing? That. Little Jing Kong was drooling. He tried to keep his eyes open, but it was really difficult to not fall asleep in Jiao Jiao's arms. Box, what did he say? Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao listened carefully. After a while she said to Xiaoheng, I think he said a box. The last time Gu Changqing came back to Beijing he brought a box to little Jing Kong. It's so big and there's a lotus flower carved on it. Xiaoheng went into the west room and found a small lotus flower box from little Jing Kong's pile of junk. Is this it? Gu Jiao took the box and asked little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong really couldn't take it anymore. His eyelids were hurting. Yes. He nodded confusedly. Can I open it and take a look? Gu Jiao asked. Give it to Jiao Jiao. He was half awake but he still remembered that as long as Jiao Jiao liked it, it would all belong to Jiao Jiao. He also belonged to Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao handed the box to Xiaoheng and motioned him to open it. After Xiaoheng opened it, everyone present was dumbfounded. Mistress Nan's delicate body trembled. She seriously suspected that she was dreaming. What kind of mountain was this little monk adopted from? Why did he have the admission papers of the Imperial Academy of the Yen Kingdom? Tianqiong Academy was one of the 4-century-old academies of the Yen Kingdom. It was known as the Imperial Academy because it had produced 3 empresses and 2 monarchs. There were 4 men in the family so there were 4 admission papers in total. Mistress Nan was confused. Was Tianqiong Academy owned by your family? Gu Jiao was shocked many times so she quickly calmed down. She asked the little guy in her arms, Jing Kong, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had this? Jing Kong was almost asleep. He murmured in his sleep, I don't want to go to school. No, it seemed that the gift was not from the abbot but from little Jing Kong's master. Gu Jiao was more and more curious about the white-bearded old monk. She really wanted to visit him if she had the chance. Tianqiong Academy's admission papers were the best guide. With them, their plan to go to the Yen Kingdom could be considered to have succeeded. Gu Jiao was packing up in the east room when Xiaoheng pushed the door and entered. He was holding his admission paper with his name on it. I looked for it but I couldn't find yours. Gu Jiao was a woman and had never been to school. Jing Kong's master must have known about this so he didn't prepare one for her. Gu Jiao stopped packing and poured a cup of hot tea for him. Have some tea. Xiaoheng took the cup and drank 2 mouthfuls. His stomach felt warm, but I asked Madame Nan and she said I can bring my wife with me. Gu Jiao continued folding the clothes. She suddenly said, no need. Xiaoheng was stunned. He stopped drinking tea. Aren't you going? Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him calmly. I'll go but I don't need you to take me. Xiaoheng frowned in confusion. Then what are you going to do? Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoheng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head. The cup in his hand fell and he fell down. Gu Jiao caught the cup with one hand and held him with the other. Xiaoheng looked at her in a daze. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Yen Kingdom so I've decided. Gu Jiao put down the cup and took the admission paper in his hand. Go by yourself. Xiaoheng gritted his teeth weakly. Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng completely fainted in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao drugged Xiaoheng fiercely. It was 3 days later when he woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a little boy in the Imperial College's uniform squatting on the ground next to the bed and drawing circles. Xiaoheng struggled to sit up. Hearing the movement, the little boy raised his head and threw away the branch in his hand. He looked at him with hidden bitterness. You're finally awake? Xiaoheng looked at little Jing Kong and then at the door. Where's Jiao Jiao? Little Jing Kong stomped his feet and snorted. She left. It's all your fault. You didn't leave Jiao Jiao behind. I had to take care of you so I was left behind by Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao didn't want to take you with her, okay? You're just a child and you're a hindrance. Gu Jiao still has to take care of the patients. How could she have the time to take care of you? Xiao Heng's conscience kicked in and he didn't tell him the cruel truth. In addition, he felt that Gu Jiao might still want to avenge Gu Yen, so she couldn't take Jing Kong with her. It was too dangerous. Did she take Gu Yen there alone? Xiao Heng actually wanted to ask if Madame Nan went with them. Little Jing Kong didn't understand what he meant. He only said sourly according to his own understanding, Xiaoxuan's brother also went. What? She took Gu Xiaoxun but didn't take him. He was really angry. Do you want to go to Jiao? Little Jing Kong pursed his lips and asked. Xiao Heng heard this and his anger disappeared. What do you mean? Oh, you also have the admission document. But other than husband and wife, only blood relatives can go. Little Jing Kong stuck out his small chest. As long as you promise to take me with you, I have a way to make you go. Xiao Heng didn't believe him. Little Jing Kong asked, do you agree? Xiao Heng looked at him suspiciously. Okay, I agree. Little Jing Kong was not easy to fool. You have to swear. If you lie to me, I'll let Jiao Jiao find me a new brother-in-law in the Yen Kingdom. This little guy was too vicious. But the temptation of going to Gu Jiao was too great. Xiao Heng still listened to him. Little Jing Kong ran to the box and dug out his small pile of junk. Finally, he took out a small box inlaid with gold and handed it to Xiao Heng. Here. Xiao Heng opened the small box and saw that it was another admission document from the Yen Kingdom. He had been unlucky for so long. Finally, there was a time for him to turn around. Xiao Heng's eyes lit up, but his face sank when he read the last part. The words on the document were written in black and white. Kanglin Women's College. Xiao Heng. Chapter 619. It was obvious that this admission document was for Gu Jiao. Why didn't you take out Jiao Jiao's admission document earlier? If the little monk wasn't only 5 years old, he would have suspected that this guy did it on purpose. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. You didn't ask. Isn't that because you fell asleep? The more Xiao Heng thought about it, the angrier he got. Why didn't you put Jiao Jiao's admission document together with ours? Little Jing Kong said righteously. Of course Jiao Jiao's stuff can't be put together with yours. Xiao Heng said sarcastically. Oh, as if you're not one yourself. Little Jing Kong was confused. He seemed to have hurt himself. Xiao Heng looked at the beautiful handwriting on the admission document. At the end of the document, there was even a shy and cute little pink lotus flower made of silk. He felt unwell all over. The Yen Kingdom was west of the Zhao Kingdom, separated by the Yen River. Gu Jiao took their admission documents and the customs clearance pass given by her great-aunt. Then she rented a boat and left the border of the Zhao Kingdom. There were 5 of them on this trip. Except for her, Gu Yen and Gu Xiaoxun, Master Nan and Master Lu were also with them. Gu Jiao still didn't ask about their origins. However, there was one thing that Gu Jiao was extremely clear about. The 2 of them had come all the way here for Gu Yen. Alright, let's eat something. We'll reach the shore in an hour. Madame Nan said. The boat they rented was a large black awning boat. Inside the awning there was a bed board, a table and chairs, and the curtain was drawn down to make it look like a small room. At this moment, other than Lu Shifu who was observing the situation outside, the other 4 people were inside the awning. It was worth mentioning that ever since they left the capital of Zhao country, Madame Nan and Master Lu no longer spoke the language of Zhao country. They used the language of Yen country to communicate with each other and Gu Jiao and the other 2. Gu Jiao and her brother had changed from the initial confusion to the current situation where simple communication was no longer a problem. All right. Gu Jiao replied in the language of the Yen Kingdom. I've finished the jerky but there are still some snacks left. Let's make do with them first. Xiaoxun. Yes, sister. Gu Xiaoxun replied. Speak the language of the Yen Kingdom, reminded Mistress Nan. Gu Xiaoxun scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, I see. Gu Jiao opened the lunchbox and asked Gu Xiaoxun to bring a packet of snacks to Master Lu. Then she put the rest of the snacks on a big plate and put it on the table. She looked at Gu Yen who was leaning on her back and asked, How do you feel? Seasick? Gu Yen shook his head slightly, his pale lips moved slightly. I don't feel seasick. Gu Jiao raised her hand and touched his forehead. Ever since Gu Yen was rescued last time, he woke up on the second night in the carriage. But his body was not as good as before. He always had no strength and was extremely weak. Every time Gu Jiao saw Gu Yen like this, she would think of Nan Gongli who gave him a slap to vent his anger. That's right, after understanding the other person's appearance and figure from Gu Yen, Gu Jiao could already confirm that the crazy man was Nangong Li. Gu Yen only accidentally bumped into him, and he gave Gu Yen a serious injury to vent his anger. Didn't he know that this slap would make Gu Yen lie at home for half a month even if he didn't have a heart attack? What's more, he suddenly sneaked into the academy and caused Gu Yen to bump into him. How could this person be so unreasonable? Well, if he was reasonable, he wouldn't have come to the Zhao kingdom to assassinate secretly. Gu Jiao fed Gu Yen a piece of snack. When she took the second piece, Gu Yen turned his face away and refused. Drink some water. Gu Jiao didn't force him to eat. Gu Yen drank 2 mouthfuls of warm water and fell asleep on Gu Jiao's back. After they got ashore, they still had to walk some distance on foot. Gu Jiao carried Gu Yen off the boat. Madame Nan led the way in front. Master Lu and Gu Shaoshan took the luggage and weapons and followed. Gu Yen lay on his sister's back and said weakly, "I'll walk by myself." Gu Jiao's steps were firm. "No, I'll carry you. I'm not tired. As long as I carry you, I won't be tired no matter how far." Under the scorching sun, Gu Jiao, dressed in a young man's black robe, carried Gu Yen and walked with sweat all over her back. On the way, Madame Nan wanted to help her several times but she refused. There were many people at the border checkpoint, but Tianqiong Academy's reputation was too great. As soon as they saw the stack of dark blue admission papers, the attitude of the officials changed. They directly went through the procedures for them and gave them a pass to pass through the Yen Kingdom. The group smoothly set foot on the territory of the Yen Kingdom. The local conditions and customs of the Yen Kingdom were very different from those of the Zhao Kingdom. However, they were busy taking care of Gu Yen and didn't have time to enjoy the scenery along the way. After another month of tiring travel, they finally arrived at the last post station near Xingdu in the evening when the sun was setting. Xingdu, the capital of the Yen Kingdom. Gu Jiao and the group used 2 carriages. Usually Gu Jiao, Gu Shaoshan and Master Lu took turns to drive the carriages. After arriving at the post station, Gu Jiao jumped off the horse from the carriage. Madame Nan opened the curtain and got out of the carriage with the help of Master Lu. They had been on the road for 2 months. Right now it was already the 5th month of the lunar calendar. The weather was hot and they were all soaked. Even the extremely weak Gu Yen was sweating a lot in the carriage. Madame Nan wiped her sweat and said to Gu Jiao, "Sit for a while, I'll go and book a guest room." "I'm not tired," Gu Jiao said. "You child." Madame Nan looked at her sweaty face and took out a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat on her forehead and neck. Gu Shaoshan called the servants of the post station and gave them to feed the horses. Then she went to the lobby and asked for 3 guest rooms. The post stations of the Yen Kingdom were generally larger than those of the Zhao Kingdom. The guest rooms were more particular. Of course, the price was also more expensive. The currency of the Yen Kingdom was mainly silver and knife coins. Knife coins were actually copper coins made into the shape of a knife and engraved with the emblem of the Yen Kingdom. A knife coin was worth about 3 copper coins. In the Zhao Kingdom, a steamed bun was worth 1 copper coin. In the Yen Kingdom, a steamed bun was worth 1 knife coin. It could be seen that the prices of goods in the Yen Kingdom were higher than in the Zhao Kingdom. There were no transnational banks in the 6 kingdoms. Fortunately, gold and silver could be circulated anywhere. After entering the Yen Kingdom, they exchanged the boxes of gold they brought with them for banknotes and deposited them in the largest bank in the Yen Kingdom. The silver was also exchanged for the official silver of the Yen Kingdom. Needless to say, there was a lot of handling fees. Gu Jiao carried Gu Yen to the room on the 2nd floor. Gu Yen and Gu Shaoshan shared a room. Madame Nan and Master Lu shared a room. Gu Jiao was alone in her room. Gu Yen and Gu Xiaoshuan's room was in the middle. Dinner was placed in Gu Yen and Gu Xiaoshuan's room. The dishes of the Yen Kingdom were different from those of the Zhao Kingdom. They were not spicy. Fortunately, they were not picky eaters. Gu Yen was a picky eater. But now that he was so sick, no one dared to give him spicy food. At the dinner table, Madame Nan said, "We can go to Xingdu tomorrow. You go to the academy to register first. Xiaoshuan's adoptive father and I will find a suitable residence nearby." Gu Jiao had no objection. Madame Nan said again, "Rest early tonight." After dinner they returned to their rooms. Gu Jiao would check on Gu Yen every night. It was not time yet, so she simply went down to check on the carriages. She would not know if she did not check. But when she checked, she found that one of their carriages was overworked. The wheels and the bottom of the carriage were faintly cracked. If they continued on the road, it would break down halfway. She went to the lobby and asked the posthouse officer to buy a new carriage. The posthouse officer said, "Young Master Xiao is so lucky. We happen to have one last carriage at the post house. Gu Jiao was dressed as a teenager. When she spoke, she used a youthful voice that she learned from Gu Chengfeng. But her appearance had not changed. There was still a red birthmark on the left side of her face. The reason why the posthouse officer did not judge people by their appearance was because of her identity as a student of the Tianqiong Academy. Thank you for your trouble, Gu Jiao said. It's a total of 2 taels of silver. The posthouse officer said. Gu Jiao took out 2 taels of silver from her purse. The posthouse officer was about to accept it when suddenly there was a rush of horse hooves outside the door. An imposing carriage stopped at the entrance of the posthouse. The curtain of the carriage was lifted and a young girl in pink clothes wearing a veil lightly jumped out of the carriage. When the posthouse officer saw the guard's attire, his whole body froze and he revealed an extremely excited expression. The young girl in pink held a whip and walked in with light steps. She did not even look at the people around her and said to the posthouse officer, "Give me a carriage. Pair it with 2 good horses." This. The posthouse officer looked at Gu Jiao awkwardly and silently withdrew his hand that had reached out to take the silver. "What are you dawdling for?" the young girl in pink asked. The posthouse officer pointed at Gu Jiao embarrassedly and said, "The last carriage. This young master also wants it." The young girl in pink turned her head to look at Gu Jiao. When she saw that the other party was a youth with a disfigured face, she could not help but show some contempt. "Give it to me. I'll compensate you." Gu Yan's life was counting down every day. Gu Jiao did not want the silver. She wanted to enter Chengdu as soon as possible to find an operating room to treat Gu Yan. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "I won't give it to you." After saying this, she placed the silver on the posthouse officer's table. The young girl in pink put her hands on her hips and snorted, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The posthouse officer persuaded Gu Jiao in a low voice, "Xiao, young master Xiao, they are from the Su family? This must be the daughter of the Su family. Give it to her." Although the status of a student of Tianqiong Academy was honorable, the Su family was the 9th most influential family in the Yan kingdom. They had a pivotal position in Chengdu and were not people that could be offended casually. "I said I won't give it to you." "You?" the young girl in pink snorted. "Do you believe that I won't beat you?" Gu Jiao said without fear, "If you dare to beat me, I will beat you." The young girl in pink lashed out with her whip. The posthouse officer was so frightened that his face changed color and he hurriedly covered his head and squatted down. However, the whip did not even touch a single strand of Gu Jiao's hair. It was easily grabbed by Gu Jiao. The young girl in pink was startled. She did not expect that this ordinary-looking. No, it should be said that this young man with a damaged face was actually so powerful. He even caught her whip. She tried to pull the whip back but she could not pull it back. She gritted her teeth. You let go." Gu Jiao calmly let go. She did not expect that Gu Jiao would let go so quickly. She was pulling back when she suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. She was in so much pain that her face turned pale and the whip flew out. She was furious. She grabbed the whip and got up and hit Gu Jiao again. "Stop." A man's low voice suddenly came from the carriage. The young girl in pink paused. "Come back," the man in the carriage said. His voice was not loud but his tone was firm. The young girl in pink glared at Gu Jiao unwillingly. "Just you wait, I will remember you. Don't let me see you again in the future. Otherwise every time I see you, I will beat you." Gu Jiao ignored her threat and asked the posthouse officer to take her to the last carriage. After finishing, Gu Jiao planned to go upstairs. Suddenly, a young man dressed like a scholar waved at her from the other side of the hall. "Brother." "Yes. It's over here." Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "You called me?" The young man nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. Seeing that Gu Jiao did not have any intention of coming over, he simply stood up and walked over to Gu Jiao. The two of them were standing at the top of the stairs. At this time there were guests coming down. The two of them moved to the side at the same time. The young man cupped his hands to Gu Jiao and said with a bit of excitement, "This one is surnamed Zhong, given name Ding, given name Heziming. If brother doesn't mind, you can call me Zhong Heziming." Zhong Ming Cauldron family. This name was very interesting. Gu Jiao said, "What do you want from me?" Zhong Ding said, I came after you. I saw you take out the certificate of Tianqiong Academy. You are also a student of Tianqiong Academy." Gu Jiao looked at him. "You too?" "Me too," Zhong Ding said excitedly. Then, as if he was afraid that Gu Jiao would not believe him, He hurriedly took out his admission certificate. I am from the Zhao Kingdom. You are? Gu Jiao said calmly, the Zhao Kingdom. Zhong Ding's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He wanted to say something but stopped. He smiled and asked, are you also new to the Yan Kingdom? May I know your name? Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao said. Zhong Ding smiled. Lulang, this name is good. It's catchy. The conversation died. Gu Jiao went upstairs. Hey, Zhong Ding saw that she was going to leave again. He hesitated for a moment and summoned the courage to tell her the surprise in his heart. You are not from the Shang Kingdom. How dare you provoke that girl? Can't you see that she is from the Su family? If the person in the carriage didn't stop you in time, you would be miserable now. Are you done? Chapter 620. Gu Jiao went upstairs and returned to her guest room. This small episode didn't affect Gu Jiao much. She waited for Gu Yan to take his pulse and blood pressure. The value didn't deteriorate too much. Then she went to rest. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden situation at the relay station in the middle of the night. A group of thieves came. They had encountered many thieves along the way. They didn't even know how many horse and mountain bandits they had encountered. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised. As long as they didn't offend her, she couldn't be bothered to care. The guards of the relay station had some skills. The thieves had tried their best to hide their aura, but they still detected them. The two sides fought fiercely. Although the thieves had the upper hand in terms of numbers, there weren't only guards from the government in the relay station. Some guests also brought their own escorts. When they found that they had been robbed, they hurriedly went to catch the thieves. After a while, the thieves were completely enraged. They started to set fire and capture the hostages. They rushed into the quiet rooms. Usually, people who didn't come out after such a big commotion were either asleep or too scared to come out. Either way, they were the best candidates for hostages. A thief rushed towards Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoxuan's room with a large knife. But before he could reach the door, he was suddenly kicked out by Gu Jiao. Ah! The thief screamed and hit the pillar behind him. He fainted on the spot. Madame Nan also felt that someone was about to sneak attack Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoxuan. She opened the door and came out. Seeing that the thief had been dealt with by Gu Jiao, she wasn't surprised. Gu Jiao said to her, Madame Nan, go back and sleep. I'll guard. Gu Jiao's strength was enough to deal with a group of thieves. Madame Nan went back to her room. The fierce battle in the courtyard continued. This group of thieves actually had accomplices lying in ambush outside the relay station. They probably heard the commotion and dozens of people rushed in aggressively. The relay station was at a disadvantage. When they saw that they had stolen the money, they started to steal horses. Gu Jiao could not let them succeed. Otherwise, what would she bring to Chengdu tomorrow? Gu Jiao held onto the railing with one hand and jumped down from the second floor. With a kick, she sent a horse thief flying. She didn't join the fight in the courtyard and just stayed at the stable. If one came, she would fight one, and if two came, she would fight two. In the end, the thieves in the courtyard were not beaten into submission by the group of people, but the thieves assigned to the stable were all beaten like shrimps. While the group of people were confronting Gu Jiao with knives, a young girl upstairs ran out of her room. Fourth brother. She made a dash for the other wing. What she didn't notice was that there was a thief standing behind her. That thief had planned to return empty-handed, but suddenly, such a luxuriously dressed young lady appeared. It would be a pity to let her go. This young girl was none other than the Su family's daughter who had previously fought with Gu Jiao over the carriage in the main hall. Sure enough, she was a paper tiger. The thief had already snuck up behind her, but she didn't notice. The thief's evil hand reached for the young girl's neck. Gu Jiao swept the ground and with the tip of her foot she picked up a dagger that one of the thieves had dropped. Then she turned around, raised her foot and kicked the dagger toward the second floor. The dagger pierced the thief's shoulder, and the huge force knocked the thief against the wall. He was then bounced off the second floor and fell heavily to the ground floor of the main hall. Everything happened in a flash. The Su family's daughter didn't notice anything, but the thieves who were confronting Gu Jiao were all dumbfounded. What kind of skill was that? Fourth brother. The Su family's daughter came to a wing. Gu Jiao looked and saw that it was the wing next to hers. The door of the wing opened and a slender hand reached out and caught the Su family's daughter, who had tripped and almost fell. The night was dark, but that hand was as beautiful as a piece of exquisitely carved jade. It was too much for a man's hand to be so beautiful. Tisk! Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and couldn't look away for a moment. One of the thieves took the opportunity to swing his dagger at her. Gu Jiao kept staring at that hand, and then she stabbed the dagger into the thief's chest. The thief looked at his chest in disbelief. What the hell? All the thieves in the courtyard were eventually caught. Oh no. We forgot about the stable. A guard at the relay station said. The relay station's leader hurriedly led his men to the stable, only to see a bunch of bandits with bruises all over their faces tied up. They knelt on the ground with handkerchiefs in their mouths, looking like they wanted to take them away quickly. Everyone. The next day the weather was fine. Gu Jiao carried Gu Yan onto the carriage. Gu Xiaoshan drove the carriage and Master Lu drove the other carriage. Gu Jiao didn't pay too much attention to the Su siblings' movements, and she let Gu Xiaoshan set off after putting down the curtains. The journey was smooth, and after about an hour they entered Jianghu of the Yan Kingdom. Even though Gu Jiao wasn't interested in the cultural landscape, she could clearly feel the atmosphere of the capital of a powerful country. The shops on both sides of the street were arranged in rows, and in the middle of the road, there was a hubbub of voices and endless streams of horses and carriages. Gu Xiaoshan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Wow, sister, the streets of Jianghu are too wide. How many carriages can walk side by side? Madame Nan's carriage was parallel to theirs. Hearing Gu Xiaoshuan's words, Madame Nan lifted the curtains and smiled. This is only the outer city, the streets will be wider when we enter the inner city. What's the inner city? What's the outer city? Gu Xiaoshan asked in confusion. Madame Nan explained patiently, Jianghu of the Yan Kingdom is divided into the inner and outer city. Most of the people who live in the outer city are merchants and ordinary people, while most of the people who live in the inner city are high officials and noble people. Gu Xiaoshan asked again, then is the academy we're going to in the inner city or the outer city? The outer city. Madame Nan said. Gu Xiaoshan didn't understand again. But aren't there many young masters of aristocratic families who come to the academy? Why not build the academy in the inner city? The land in the outer city is cheap. Gu Jiao said. Madame Nan smiled. That's right. Gu Xiaoshan was stunned. Then we'll have a chance to enter the inner city and have a look. What Madame Nan didn't say was that it wasn't easy to enter the inner city, even with the documents of the Tianqiong Academy. There were 3 impregnable walls in Jianghu of the Yan Kingdom. The first was the outer city wall, the second was the inner city wall, and the third was the palace wall of the imperial palace. The Yan Kingdom was definitely a place with a stricter hierarchy than the Zhao Kingdom. It was easy for people from the inner city to come out, but it was very difficult for people from the outer city to enter. Madame Nan had lived in the Yan Kingdom for many years and had never entered the inner city even once. Although the Tianqiong Academy was located in the outer city, it wasn't far from the inner city. It was a prime location in the outer city. After traveling for more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the back door of the Tianqiong Academy. Madame Nan said apologetically, I haven't been here for so many years that I almost forgot the way. She wanted to lead the way to the front door, but she led the wrong way. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. It's okay. We'll go through the back door. Madame Nan said, we'll take Yen'er to find a house first. We'll come here to pick you up later. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. The Tianqiong Academy had a servant who was specially in charge of the carriage. Gu Jiao walked over and showed him her and Gu Xiaoshuan's admission documents. Then she took out Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshuan's Zhao Kingdom household registration. After verifying their identities, the servant handed a matching card to Gu Jiao. Use this to get the carriage later. As he spoke, he looked up and down at Gu Jiao. He was mainly looking at the birthmark on her face. Gu Jiao didn't care at all and asked where the registration place was. The servant said, it's in the Qingqingtang. Go straight in and turn east at the fork. You'll see it. Gu Jiao took Gu Xiaoshan to the Qingqingtang to register. There were many people who came to register today from different countries. Therefore, the Tianqiong Academy was an international school. After waiting in line for a while, it was Gu Jiao's turn. Gu Jiao handed over her and Gu Xiaoshuan's documents and household registration. They needed to know the language of the Yan Kingdom to study in the Yan Kingdom, but the teacher who taught in the Yan Kingdom didn't need to know the language of the Zhao Kingdom. Therefore, there were 2 sets of household registration. When the teacher saw that they were from the Zhao Kingdom, he looked a little disdainful. When he looked at Gu Jiao's face, he became even more impatient. He had just received a few students from the Jin Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom and was very enthusiastic. Gu Xiaoshan thought that he was very nice. Now that he changed his attitude so quickly, she instantly curled her lips in disappointment. However, when the teacher saw the name on the household registration, his eyes paused slightly. Which one is Xiao Lulang? I am, Gu Jiao said. How old are you? 19. You look like you're only 15 or 16. Gu Jiao, who was indeed only 16, said, I have a tender face. The teacher looked deeply at Gu Jiao. His lips moved, but no one knew what he was saying. He picked up the seal and stamped the household registration and the document. Then he took the document and returned the household registration to Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan. He took out another document and asked Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan to sign it. This process made Gu Jiao feel like she was reporting to a university in her previous life. After filling it, it was time to pay the tuition fees. 20 taels per person per month, the teacher said casually. Gu Xiaoshan stared at him. Was he robbing her? 20 taels. 10 taels for accommodation, the teacher said again. 1 month. Gu Xiaoshan was petrified. Studying in the Zhao kingdom for a year was not enough to pay 30 taels. In addition, she had brought Gu Yan's document and household registration. However, Gu Yan was sick and she applied for sick leave. The teacher said lightly, 30 taels? She had to pay for sick leave. Gu Jiao said, what if we don't stay? The teacher said, you still have to pay. Gu Jiao checked the rules and regulations of the academy. After making sure that the teacher was not blackmailing them, she paid the money out of her own pocket. 2 people per room. The teacher said and threw 2 wooden plates with their names on them. There was a key hanging on the wooden plates. Gu Xiaoshan thought that he and Gu Jiao would share a room. However, when he looked carefully, he found that he was in the 17th room and Gu Jiao was in the 27th room. How many rooms were there? Gu Xiaoshan was confused. Can't you arrange for us to stay in the same room? The teacher glanced at Gu Xiaoshan indifferently. No. Gu Jiao said, forget it. We don't need to stay anyway. Sister, it's so expensive. I want to stay here. Let's move back. Gu Xiaoshan had suffered before. 10 taels of silver for a month's accommodation was really painful. He wished that he could live and wear in the dormitory. Not only were they not in the same room, but they were also not in the same courtyard. Gu Jiao was in the south courtyard and Gu Xiaoshan was in the east courtyard. Gu Xiaoshan's heart was bleeding. He covered his chest and said, Sister, let's go and see what the dormitory is like. Gu Jiao accompanied Gu Xiaoshan to the east courtyard. The environment is not bad. It's very quiet. Gu Jiao said. Gu Xiaoshan had lived in Tianxiang Academy for a period of time in the county of Zhao country. At that time he felt that it was much better than the houses in the village. The dormitory in Tianxiang Academy was naturally more luxurious than that of Tianxiang Academy. Not to mention that it was worth the 5 taels of silver, it was also worthy of the reputation of Yan country's Royal Academy. Number 17 is over there. Gu Jiao pointed to a room in the corridor. The 2 walked towards Gu Xiaoshan's room. The door was open. Your roommate is here, Gu Jiao said. She reached out to push the door, but the door was pulled open from the inside. A familiar face entered Gu Jiao's sight. When the other party saw Gu Jiao, he was startled at first, then his eyes lit up. Brother Xiao. It's you? Brother was a respectful term. In fact, Xiao Lulang was definitely younger than him in terms of age. Sister. Husband, do you know each other? Gu Xiaoshan almost blurted out. We've seen each other at the relay station. Gu Jiao said. This person was none other than Zhong Ding, the one who spoke to her earnestly in the lobby of the relay station. I'm Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding said as he looked at Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan looked at Gu Jiao and said, I'm Gu Xiaoshan. He's my brother-in-law. Ah, then you too. Zhong Ding used his eyes to indicate the room behind him. Gu Jiao understood and said, my wife's younger brother is your roommate. Zhong Ding let out another sound and said with a smile, I thought Brother Xiao was the one. Right, the relay station was robbed last night. Brother Xiao, are you guys okay? Gu Xiaoshan was surprised. Was there a thief last night? Zhong Ding was even more surprised than him. Did you sleep so deeply? The few of them chatted for a while, mainly because Zhong Ding was very talkative. Every time they talked to death, he would stubbornly revive it. From him, Gu Jiao learned that dormitories were usually allocated according to the country. People from the lower country lived with people from the lower country, and people from the upper country lived with people from the upper country. Since that was the case, her roommate must also be from the lower country. The east courtyard is full of people from the lower country. We have the most people from the Zhao kingdom. Zhong Ding said, Brother Xiao, which room do you live in? Gu Jiao said, I don't live in the east courtyard. Zhong Ding said without hesitation. Then it must be the west courtyard. Both the north and south courtyards were for people from the upper country. Chapter 621. Gu Jiao didn't say that he guessed wrong. She wasn't good at arguing with people. Besides, this wasn't something she cared about. In addition to the dormitory allocation, Zhong Ding also told them the time and place of their classes. He also reminded them to remember to come to class tomorrow morning and not be late. You'll get a demerit if you're late. Tianqiong Academy has strict rules. You'll be expelled if you get 3 demerits or more. After listening to him for so long, they finally got the important information. They couldn't get a demerit or be expelled. After all, Tianqiong Academy was the only way for Gu Jiao to stay in the Yan Kingdom. After leaving the east courtyard, Gu Xiaoshen wanted to go to the south courtyard. Gu Jiao didn't want to go. It's all the same. There's nothing to see. Gu Xiaoshen thought about it. It seemed to be right. He and his sister were both from the Zhao Kingdom. How could their dormitory be different? Then let's go and meet Master's wife. Gu Xiaoshen called Master's wife Master in front of others. He only called them father and mother when he was alone with Nan Xiang. They went back to the back door of Tianqiong Academy. To be honest, apart from the purpose of Gu Yan's operation, Gu Jiao was really interested in Xingdu and the Yan Kingdom. However, she didn't want to go sightseeing before she solved Gu Yan's problem. Master's wife and Master Lu's carriage had stopped nearby. Gu Xiaoshen brought their carriage over with a matching plate. He said painfully, "Sister, we only stopped for a while. They charged me 1 knife coin. The Yan Kingdom is too expensive. Money is needed everywhere." Gu Jiao raised her hand and took a leaf off his shoulder. "It's okay. It's just 1 knife coin." Gu Xiaoshen said, "We still have to save some money. We have to save the money for Gu Yan's treatment." Before they set off, they didn't know that prices in the Yan Kingdom were so high, especially in Xingdu. A steamed bun cost $2, a big meat bun cost $3, and a mutton bun cost $4. Madame Nan did live in Xingdu more than 10 years ago, but wasn't it 3 buns for 1 knife coin at that time? How did it increase so much? "It's alright, I also have some money in the bank," Madame Nan said to Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen. Gu Jiao didn't regard Mistress Nan as an outsider, but even with Mistress Nan's money, it wouldn't be enough for them to spend for a long time. It seemed like she had to think of a way to earn some money. But that was a topic for another time. First, he had to deal with the matter at hand. Since entering the territory of the Yan Kingdom, Gu Jiao had been inquiring about the operating room along the way. However, no medical center had the operating room that Gu Jiao needed. Either the operating theater was not built yet, or the things in the operating theater were too shocking and could not be known to the outside world. Gu Jiao hoped that it was the latter. This way at least Gu Yan still had hope. Madame Nan said, "I've already found a house. It's not far from the academy. Go out from the back door and walk forward for 1 mile. It was a house with 2 courtyards. The backyard was connected to the kitchen and the woodshed. The area wasn't big, but it was enough for them to live in. There were 3 rooms and a small study. Madame Nan and Master Lu shared 1 room, Gu Xiaoshen and Gu Yan shared 1, and the last one was Gu Jiao's. "Madame Nan, how much is the monthly rent for this house?" Gu Xiaoshen asked. Madame Nan smiled, "Not much, 100 taels a month." "What? 100 taels?" Gu Xiaoshen was dumbfounded. Madame Nan was amused by his dumbfounded look. "The houses near the academy are rented by rooms. 1 room costs at least 20 taels a month. We have 4 rooms, a kitchen, a woodshed, and 2 courtyards. 100 taels is not expensive." Gu Xiaoshen was speechless. Chishui Alley is so much bigger than here. Jianghu only charges 30 taels, and the location near the Imperial College is also good. In just one day Gu Xiaoshen began to know how to compare locations. If the Zhao Kingdom was divided into inner and outer cities, then the Chishui Alley they lived in was definitely part of the inner city. And the Zhuke Avenue where Princess Xinyang lived was very close to the Imperial Palace. It was the inner city of the inner city. Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. We can earn more money. Let's go and pack up first." "Okay." Gu Xiaoshen quickly responded. "We'll pack up. Don't you have class tomorrow? Go and prepare for class." "There's nothing to prepare. We'll go to the classroom tomorrow to get the books. Then take a rest." The 2 children were very tired along the way. Madame Nan was distressed and did not let them do anything. Gu Jiao had to give up. She paused and said, Then I'll go and inquire about the nearby medical centers. Sister, I'll go with you. Okay. The siblings wandered around the streets for a whole day. They inquired about the largest medical centers in the outer city of Chengdu from the locals. In the end, there was no so-called operating room, and none of the doctors in the medical centers had seen or heard about the equipment on the drawings. In the evening, the two returned to the courtyard sweating profusely. The food was ready. It was the children's favorite dishes, except for Gu Yen, who had a separate stove. Gu Yen looked at the steamed meat in front of him, which was so bland that it almost became a bird. The corner of his mouth twitched. Madame Nan also served Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen soup. She asked, "Did you find anything today?" "Thank you, Madame Nan." Gu Jiao took the soup bowl and said, "As usual, I didn't find anything." Madame Nan was not too surprised. "Are you sure that what you want is in the Yen Kingdom?" "I've seen its drawings. I'm sure that there are people in the Yen Kingdom who know about those things. As for whether it has been built, I'm not sure." Madame Nan thought for a while. "How about going to the inner city to take a look? After all, the outer city is for ordinary people to live in. The best medical centers and the most skilled doctors are all in the inner city. It's difficult to enter the inner city." Master Lu gave Madame Nan a piece of braised meat. "That's true." Madame Nan frowned. Gu Jiao drank a mouthful of soup and said, "I'll go to the inner city wall and see if there's a chance to sneak in." Madame Nan felt that it was very risky, but thinking of Gu Yan's condition, she understood that they did not have time to wait. She nodded and said, "I'll go with you." Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, it's easier to hide alone. Madame Nan is still at home, help me take care of Yen." It was already a great favor for Madame Nan to accompany them to the Yen Kingdom. How could she let Madame Nan go into the inner city with her? Madame Nan opened her mouth. Master Lu advised, "Just listen to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao is smart and quick-witted. She knows what to do and won't be rash. On the contrary, you are not as calm as Jiao Jiao." Madame Nan's face darkened. "Are you itching for a beating?" Master Lu awkwardly cleared his throat. Eat. They ate dinner early. After dinner, the sky was still bright. However, Gu Yan's physical strength was weak. Gu Jiao sent him back to his room to rest. Gu Yan lay weakly on the bed. He could do nothing but watch Gu Jiao run around desperately for him. He suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Gu Jiao took his temperature and blood pressure. She packed up the small medicine box and said, "Don't think too much. I'll be back soon." Gu Jiao put the night suit and mask in a small bag and tied it on her body. She went out and got into the carriage. Gu Xiaoshen sent her to the inner city wall. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. "Okay, I'll send you here. You should go back quickly." Gu Xiaoshen said, "Sister, be careful." Gu Jiao said, "I know." After Gu Xiaoshen left, Gu Jiao observed for a long time near the inner city wall. Finally, she found a carriage that was parked on the side of the road. It was about to enter the inner city. Gu Jiao came to the back of the carriage and sneaked under the carriage when no one was looking. She grabbed the pole under the carriage with both hands and hooked her feet on the wheel. Her whole body was tightly attached to the carriage. This method was quite risky, but Gu Jiao's luck seemed to be good. When the carriage entered the inner city, it was not checked from top to bottom. Gu Jiao was looking for a less crowded street to land on. Unexpectedly, the carriage went all the way to the main street. There were pedestrians on both sides. She inexplicably fell from the bottom of the carriage and shocked half the street. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth. She waited. She continued to wait. This posture was a bit tiring. Her whole body was soaked in sweat. The carriage went through a few more streets. Finally, it was no longer a noisy main street. But before Gu Jiao could get off the carriage, it drove into a big house on the side of the road. Gu Jiao. Why did she say it was a big house? Because after going in, it jolted for a long time. Gu Jiao's brain almost scattered from the jolting before the carriage finally stopped. The person in the carriage came down and ordered several servants, "Move everything to the storeroom." "Yes, Master Guan." The servant replied. Gu Jiao patiently waited for the servants to move everything out of the carriage. Only the driver was left unharnessing the horse. Gu Jiao endured the soreness all over her body and silently landed. She felt like her body was not hers. She could not feel her fingers and abdomen. Right now she had to quickly leave this place. After the driver finished unharnessing, he led the horse to the water tank on the side. He was going to wash the horse. Gu Jiao took advantage of the distraction to leave the stable. She wanted to find the shortest way out, but when she looked around she was stunned. What kind of place was this? She could not see any walls. Over there. Suddenly, a man's voice filled with killing intent rang out. Gu Jiao felt a familiar and terrifying aura. Dragon Shadow Guards. Or more accurately, Yen Kingdom's Men of Sacrifice. Zhao Country's Dragon Shadow Guards were tamed by Yen Kingdom's Men of Sacrifice. But there was a significant difference between the two. Zhao Country's Dragon Shadow Guards could not speak and could not communicate. They were just tools used by the late emperor to carry out his mission. But not all Yen Kingdom's Men of Sacrifice were like that. Could it be that she had been discovered? Behind her was the stable. Yen Kingdom's Men of Sacrifice were coming from the front and right. Gu Jiao could only escape to the left. Well, her eyes lit up. With a tap of her toes, she leaped up and leaped over the city wall with one hand. However, she did not leave the residence. Instead, she entered a small courtyard in the courtyard. This luck. Was she possessed by Xiaoheng? Could it be that because she used his name she was sharing his bad luck as well? Don't forget the things I asked you to prepare. If Madame finds out that you are slacking off, I can't protect you. Sister Lian Xiao, please don't worry. We will not slack off. A few servant girls were about to walk around the corridor towards Gu Jiao's direction. Gu Jiao closed her eyes. She had no choice but to push open the door and enter a room. A warm smell of incense and medicine assailed her nose. Gu Jiao was a doctor. She was sensitive to such smells. There was a patient. You guys follow me in to take a look. Stop. What are you doing? Madam, it seems that there was an intruder in the residence. We are searching. How did you find this place? Is this a place where you can enter as you wish? Madam, please forgive us. I will go in to take a look. You guys wait outside. Yes. Not long after the conversation ended, Gu Jiao could clearly hear a woman's footsteps heading towards the room she was in. Gu Jiao slapped her forehead. Was she so unlucky? The cabinet was too slow, the bed was too narrow, the tablecloth was too short, and the beam, she did not know Qinggong. She could not climb the beam. Gu Jiao came to the bed and lifted the curtain. Looking at the unconscious middle-aged man, she said, "Excuse me." She climbed onto the bed. After thinking for a while, she pulled the blanket and got in. In order not to expose herself, she could only try her best to get close to him and stick close to him. The man's figure was thin. He emitted a faint cold and medicinal fragrance. The woman entered the room. Lian Xiao. The woman's tone was not very happy. The servant girl called Lian Xiao hurried over. Madam. Where did you go? Why didn't you stay in the room? The woman questioned. Lian Xiao hurriedly said, I went to get the medicine. I just went. Gu Jiao listened carefully to their conversation. She quietly held her breath. The woman gently lifted the curtains. Gu Jiao could feel the woman's gaze directed towards her. The woman said unhappily, Why did you cover him with such a thick blanket? Gu Jiao, are you serious? Are you going to lift his blanket? The doctor ordered it, Lian Xiao said. The woman came to the bedside. She reached her hand into the blanket and touched the man's hand. Gu Jiao also touched the man's other hand with her fingertips without a trace. It was very cold. The blanket was not thick. The woman sighed and put the man's hand back into the blanket. Nothing strange happened in the courtyard, right? The woman asked. No, madam, Lian Xiao said. After that, the woman asked a few more questions about the man's daily life. Lian Xiao's answer was the same as yesterday. There was not much change in her expression. After that, the woman left. Phew, I was scared to death. Lian Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. She looked like a pitiful girl who was caught skipping work but managed to get away with it with her wits. The woman ordered Lian Xiao to guard the man well. However, this girl called Lian Xiao sneaked away after guarding for less than half an hour. Gu Jiao lifted the blanket and sat up. Taking a few deep breaths, she got off the bed and covered the man with the blanket. Then she turned and left. In the twilight, the man's fingertips suddenly moved. Chapter 622. After half a day, Gu Jiao came out of the mansion and it was already dark. It was reasonable to say that it was not a big deal even if it was dark. Chengdu was so prosperous that there were businesses in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, she encountered a curfew. The number of pedestrians on the street began to decrease sharply, and the shops on both sides of the street closed one after another. Gu Jiao was confused. What the hell is going on? Did she forget to look at the almanac when she went out? She asked around and found out that the inner city gate of Chengdu was closed at 7:30. She still had half an hour left. It seemed that there was no time to inquire about the medical center today. She had to get out of the city as soon as possible and couldn't walk. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to make it. Gu Jiao quickly locked onto a carriage parked in the alley. She hadn't done this kind of robbery for a long time. Today she finished it all. The coachman was not there. She didn't know if he was doing something else, but there was someone in the carriage. The candlelight reflected the figure of a man. Gu Jiao wanted to put on the mask, but found that the mask was gone. It seemed that it fell somewhere. Forget it, if there is no mask then there is no mask. Gu Jiao pulled a handful of wall dust from the wall and smeared it on her face. Then she clenched the dagger in her hand, walked over to the carriage and put the dagger on the man's neck. "Don't move," she threatened with a low and young voice. It was a young man, wearing a plain white gown with a dark blue gauze on the outside and a jade belt around his waist. His side face was elegant and delicate, and his eyelashes were long. Even though she had seen Xiaoheng, she still had to admit that this was a handsome man. He looked about the same age as Xiaoheng. He had a noble temperament and was calm. He didn't panic even when the dagger was on his neck. Gu Jiao said, "You send me out of the inner city and I won't hurt you." South Gate. The young man didn't say whether he agreed or not. At this moment the coachman returned. "Young master, I've asked. The boss said that it's not ready yet and asked us to come back in 2 days. Are we going back now?" Gu Jiao sat beside the man and pressed the dagger against the man's neck. The threat was obvious. The young man said, "I want to go out of the south inner city gate." Through the curtain, Gu Jiao could feel that the coachman was stunned. "Didn't you just come back? Why are we going out again? There's a curfew in the city tonight. If we go out we won't be able to come back in." The young man did not say anything else. Perhaps the coachman was used to treating the man's acquiescence as a form of deterrence. He mumbled a few words and said, all right, I can't persuade you." The coachman sat on the outside seat and drove the carriage to the inner city gate in the south. But as the saying goes, when a person is unlucky, even water will be stuck between their teeth. It wasn't even 7:30, but the city gates were already closed early due to the curfew. "We can't get out, young master," the driver said. The young man still didn't say anything. Gu Jiao knew that he was waiting for her answer. Gu Jiao held the dagger against him with one hand and opened the curtain with the other to see if there was an inn along the way. The young man suddenly said, "I advise you not to stay in an inn easily. Without the talisman you will be arrested." "What's a talisman?" Gu Jiao asked. The young man said calmly, "It's a certificate for people from the outer city to enter the inner city." Gu Jiao was about to ask how he knew that she was from the outer city, but she felt that it was unnecessary. If she was from the inner city she would go back when the curfew was over instead of hijacking the carriage to get out of the city. Gu Jiao glanced at him and asked, "Do you have a talisman?" The young man said, "People from the inner city have a fish talisman. They don't need a talisman." Gu Jiao knew that the fish talisman of the Yen kingdom was something to prove one's identity. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Where's your fish talisman?" The young man didn't move. Gu Jiao glanced at his waist, took his money bag with one hand, and took out a bronze fish talisman from it. "Young master?" The coachman asked outside, "Who are you talking to? Is there anyone in the carriage?" Gu Jiao moved her dagger and signaled him with her eyes. The young man said lightly, "Where's the inn nearby?" "It's not closed." The coachman thought that he heard something, but he couldn't ask his young master if he didn't want to tell him. He said, "Go back 2 miles. There seems to be an inn." "Go there." The young man said. "Yes." The coachman drove the carriage to the inn. The young man said again, "Stop the carriage here. Go around and see if there are any other inns." "Yes." The coachman did as he was told. He even knew how to use this method to send the coachman away. Of course, Gu Jiao did not think that he was thinking for her. He was most likely worried that she would knock the coachman out. He was smart. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked again, "Will you report it to the officials?" The young man said lightly, "Do you think that the officials can check all the inns in the inner city overnight?" "That's true." Gu Jiao nodded. It seemed that he guessed that she wouldn't stay in the inn he found for her. What a smart man. He was also beautiful. Gu Jiao couldn't help but look at him from head to toe again. For a while, no one noticed that a new student had entered the classroom. Zhongding was also in Mingxin Hall. He sat in the 3rd row near the inner wall. There was no one beside him. He waved at Gu Jiao excitedly. Gu Jiao was really afraid of his noise. She pretended not to see him and silently went to the empty table in the last row near the back door. Zhong Ding was disappointed. You didn't see me? Brother Xiao. He stood up and yelled at Gu Jiao. Everyone in Mingxin Hall looked in Gu Jiao's direction. Gu Jiao was dressed in green. She tied her hair into a simple young man's bun with a green hairband. She had a clean temperament and a cold look in her eyes. However, there was an eye-catching birthmark on her young face. Mingxin Hall suddenly became quiet. Zhong Ding blinked, not knowing what to do. He covered his mouth with his hand and continued to talk to Gu Jiao. Brother Xiao. Was my voice a little loud? Gu Jiao really wanted to stun him with a stick. What do you think? However, this kind of collective stare didn't last long. A young scholar suddenly rushed in and shouted, Young Master Qingchen is here for class. The Clear Heart Hall, which had been silent for a long time, exploded in an instant. What? Young Master Qingchen? Are you sure? Why did young Master Qingchen suddenly come to the academy? That's right. Didn't he never come to class? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. But before everyone could rush out, the academy's bell rang. Everyone reluctantly returned to their seats. Gu Jiao wasn't interested in meeting this young Master Qingchen. She just felt that this name was a little familiar. Just as she was pondering, she suddenly felt everyone's gazes return to her in unison. Wait, look at your young Master Qingchen. Why is he looking at me? In the next second, a young man dressed in a sky blue uniform walked to the back row and sat next to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was speechless. Why are you sitting next to me? Can't you see that there are so many empty seats in front of you? Gu Jiao ignored him. She didn't even look at him. She just took out a book and pretended to flip through it. Soon the teacher entered Mingxin Hall. All the students stood up and cupped their hands in salute. Teacher Jiang. Under the cover of the greetings, Gu Jiao heard young Master Qingchen ask casually, Is my fish talisman still working? Cough. Gu Jiao choked. Chapter 623. Novels with hidden meanings that can't be found on the internet can be found here. The person who had kidnapped a person had actually kidnapped a fellow student and was even recognized by the fellow student. This was simply a large-scale scene of social suicide. Gu Jiao didn't understand how he recognized her. Although she wasn't wearing a mask, she had smeared half a kilogram of wall dust on her face. How could that not cover her face? More importantly, he didn't seem to look up at her from the beginning to the end of the carriage. Sit. Teacher Jiang said. All the students sat down. Gu Jiao and her desk mate also sat down. Gu Jiao finally understood where young Master Qingchen's sense of familiarity came from. Wasn't Mu Qingchen's name written on the fish talisman last night? Where's my fish talisman? Mu Qingchen took out a book and asked. I threw it away, Gu Jiao said. This was evidence. She had thrown it away before leaving the inner city. Otherwise, if she was stopped and searched by the soldiers when she left the city, would she deny it or not? I knew it, Mu Qingchen said. Gu Jiao glanced at his waist. Unsurprisingly, she saw a new fish talisman. Gu Jiao didn't think it was the one she had thrown away. She had thrown it into the latrine of the brothel. With his status, he probably wouldn't want something picked up from the latrine. He looked straight at the teacher in the lecture and said, What? Do you still want to rob me? Gu Jiao sat up straight like a good student, as if she didn't hear what he said at all. Gu Jiao felt that he was glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. However, she had a strong belief that she wasn't embarrassed, and that it was others who were embarrassed. Therefore, she didn't bother to talk to him during the whole lecture. However, thanks to young Master Qingchen, their table became the focus of the entire Clear Heart Hall. Even Teacher Jiang looked at them with surprise, joy, and gratification from time to time. Therefore, this man probably didn't come to class often, which was why he caused such a big sensation. But couldn't a person have some basic principles? If he didn't come, then so be it. Why did he come when she came? It couldn't be that he had recognized her as a new student of Clear Heart Hall in the carriage yesterday and had come to take revenge on her today. Gu Jiao thought about it carefully and felt that this possibility was zero. Yesterday in the carriage was the first time they had met. It was reasonable for him to remember her and recognize her today, but to say that he had guessed her last night was too ridiculous. He wasn't a monster. The whole morning was Teacher Jiang's class. Gu Jiao was certain that neither she nor young Master Qingchen had heard a single word. However, both of them acted as if they were top students. After the morning class, Mu Qingchen left amidst the envious and fawning voices of his classmates. Gu Jiao also planned to pack her things and look for Gu Xiaoshan, but the moment she was about to get up, 6 young schoolmates around 20 years old surrounded her with malicious intentions. Several of them arrogantly blocked her way. One of them, who had a square face, even raised his foot and wanted to step on her desk. However, he probably remembered that this desk also belonged to Mu Qingchen, so his foot awkwardly froze in the air for a long time before resentfully falling back down. The square face said arrogantly, "My surname is Wu and I'm from the Yan Kingdom. I heard that you're from the Zhao Kingdom. In today's world, even a lowly person from a lower country has the qualifications to sit next to young Master Qingchen? Hurry up and get out of my way." "That's right. You don't deserve to sit next to young Master Qingchen. You're overestimating yourself." People kept chiming in as if Gu Jiao had done something unforgivable. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't Gu Jiao who wanted to sit next to Mu Qingchen. It was Mu Qingchen who didn't want to sit next to her. There were so many empty seats, but Mu Qingchen insisted on sitting next to her. Did Mu Qingchen see that she was alone, so he came to help her? Obviously not. He didn't shed any blood and gained a lot of hatred for her. "Zhongding," Gu Jiao said. Zhongding, who wanted to pretend to be blind, was startled. He walked over to Gu Jiao under great pressure. What are you doing?" he asked in a low voice. "Do you get a demerit for beating someone up?" Gu Jiao asked. Zhongding said in a trembling voice, "A demerit? Why do you ask?" Gu Jiao said regretfully, "That's a pity." As she spoke, she put one elbow on the desk and rested her chin on one hand. She looked at them and said, "Okay, I'll make room for you." They were all startled. She compromised just like that? She didn't even struggle? She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment from bullying others. But Gu Jiao's gaze swept across the faces of the 6 people. "There's only one seat. Who should I give it to?" A scholar with a pair of triangular eyes stepped forward. "Of course it's me." The square face said angrily, "Why is it you? I came first." The triangular eyes said, "I suggested it first." The square face said, "Then I saw it first." Another person said, "All of you stop fighting." The 2 said in unison, "If you don't want to argue, then you can sit." The man said, "I'll sit." The few of them started arguing fiercely. Gu Jiao slowly put away the book, stood up calmly and walked out of the back door. Zhongding looked at the 6 people who were about to fight, and then looked at Gu Jiao who was leaving. He was dumbfounded. How could this be? There was a path full of flowers between Gu Xiaoshuan's Bright Moon Hall and Bright Heart Hall. Gu Jiao walked on the path. Suddenly, a group of guards in armor walked in her direction. They were followed by a teacher from the academy. It wasn't Teacher Jiang, and Gu Jiao didn't know who he was. In addition, there was a gorgeously dressed procuress. "Big brother officers. It's him." Gu Jiao quickly realized that the procuress was referring to her. She was no stranger to this procuress. She had been to her brothel last night. What was going on? She was in such a state. How could they recognize her? More importantly, how could they follow her all the way to the academy? "Are you sure? Are you sure it's him?" the leading officer asked. The teacher next to him said, "Yes, he's a student of our Qianqiong Academy. Don't accuse him." The procuress waved her handkerchief and said, "I can't be wrong. No matter how thick the wall plaster is, it can't hide the birthmark on his face." Oh, it was a birthmark. So Mu Qingchen also recognized her by her birthmark in the Bright Heart Hall? But how did the procuress of the brothel chase him all the way here? The procuress pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "Officers, it was this person who took young Master Qingchen's fish talisman to our brothel last night. Young Master Qingchen is as handsome as an immortal. I've never seen him, but I've heard of him. As soon as I saw him, I knew he wasn't the real young Master Qingchen." Gu Jiao asked, "Then why didn't you report it to the authorities?" The procuress squeezed her handkerchief and said, I thought you were young Master Qingchen's friend." Gu Jiao asked again, "Then why did you report it to the authorities?" The procuress snorted and said, "You threw young Master Qingchen's fish talisman into the latrine. Who would do that if they were really friends? I made a prompt decision. This person must have stolen young Master Qingchen's fish talisman. Gu Jiao, you even dug up the things I threw into the latrine. What kind of fetish is this?" Gu Jiao said, "Then how did you know he was a student of our Qianqiong Academy?" The procuress's eyes flashed. He let it slip." Gu Jiao didn't let it slip. In order to hide her identity, she didn't bring anything related to the Qianqiong Academy with her. The procuress's previous words might be true, but this one was definitely false. Since she didn't say it and the procuress didn't discover it herself, there was only one possibility. Someone who knew her identity as a student of the Tianqiong Academy was also in the brothel last night. Gu Jiao looked at the teacher who came with the procuress. She recognized him. Wasn't he the teacher who helped her and Gu Xiaoshun with the admission procedures at the Pure Hall yesterday? One pretended not to know the other played the good cop and the other played the bad cop. It turned out that he had already told the procuress her identity. The teacher felt Gu Jiao's gaze and panicked. Is it illegal for a student to visit a brothel? Gu Jiao looked at the leader of the officers opposite her. He said, "It's not illegal to visit a brothel, but you are suspected of assassinating the crown prince. You are guilty of a crime, and you even insulted the crown prince's maid. You brought shame to the entire crown prince mansion. So the curfew last night was because of this?" Gu Jiao said calmly, "Do you have proof that I am an assassin?" The leader of the officers said, "Yes. The maid in the crown prince's residence accidentally saw a red spot on the assassin's face. And it was on the left side of her face. Damn. Did she have to be so unlucky? How could a red spot on her face happen? She seriously suspected that Xiao Yolang's identity was against heaven's law. Is the maid still alive? If she let the maid see her, she would know that she wasn't the assassin last night. She hanged herself." The leader of the officers said. Gu Jiao was speechless. Did he not even have a witness to prove her innocence? Xiao Lulang, your identity is poisonous. Gu Jiao asked. The assassin just escaped from the crown prince's residence, and you imposed a curfew in the whole city? The leader of the officers said, Of course. We used fireworks as a signal to impose a curfew. There were fireworks as expected of Shangguan. She didn't see the fireworks because she was most likely hiding in the middle-aged man's quilt at that time. There were two key points about the murderer. There was a red spot on the left side of his face and he was a man. Gu Jiao had two ways to prove that she was not the murderer. First, she could directly reveal her identity as a woman, but she would be expelled from the academy and could no longer stay in the Yan Kingdom. Second, she could ask Mu Qingchen to prove her alibi. Although she didn't know where the crown prince's residence was, she guessed that it wouldn't be too close to the street where she was at that time. After all, it was downtown. She got on Mu Qingchen's carriage as soon as the curfew began, so she didn't have enough time to commit the crime. However, she had already robbed Mu Qingchen. Would Mu Qingchen still be willing to prove her alibi? Chapter 624. To be honest, Gu Jiao felt that the way they handled the case was too careless. They didn't even have enough evidence. However, since it was related to the crown prince, they would rather kill the wrong person than let her go. If Gu Jiao was really arrested, they wouldn't be able to convict her. After all, she was a woman. Once she was discovered, everything would fall apart. However, she couldn't expose herself, so she couldn't be arrested by these officers. Gu Jiao said calmly, I didn't assassinate the crown prince. When the crown prince was in trouble, I was with the people of Tianqiong Academy. The leading officer asked coldly, Then who were you with? Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the teacher. The teacher's surname was Hu. He didn't teach. He was only in charge of the enrollment and general affairs of the academy. Teacher Hu's heart skipped a beat when he met Gu Jiao's eyes. That's right. Gu Jiao wanted Teacher Hu to be her witness. Otherwise, she would tell others that Teacher Hu went to the brothel. Teacher Hu was not stupid. How could he not guess Gu Jiao's plan? He was so scared that his face turned pale. Although going to the brothel didn't violate the laws of the Yan Kingdom, it violated the rules of the academy. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. This brat better not do this. Otherwise he's with me. A voice as high as the mountains and flowing water came from the corridor behind Gu Jiao. It was low and calm with a unique youthfulness and magnetism. It was Mu Qingchen. He walked over calmly like the wind and the moon. He stopped beside Gu Jiao. When the officials saw him, their faces involuntarily became more courteous. The leading officer greeted, It's young Master Qingchen. The procuress and teacher who looked at Mu Qingchen as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't understand what he meant. Gu Jiao was also a little shocked. Logically speaking, with their current relationship, it was normal for them to stab each other in the back and watch from the sidelines. Young Master Qingchen, did you say that he was with you the whole night? The officer asked curiously. Mu Qingchen said, That's right. The leading officer asked again, Is there any evidence? Mu Qingchen said calmly, You are looking for a witness, right? I am the witness. If you don't believe me, you can ask my coachman. Of course, if you think I am lying, you don't have to believe me. The leading officer frowned and softened his tone. That's not what we meant. Please don't take offense, young Master Qingshan. Oh, this young Master Qingshan seemed to have a high status and reputation in Xingdu. Even the official in charge of the Crown Prince's case was so polite to him. The leader continued, however, there is one thing that I don't understand. Mu Qingshan said, please speak. The leading officer looked at Gu Jiao and said, he is from a lower country. Why did young Master Qingshan bring him into the inner city? Young Master Qingshan is familiar with the laws of Jianghu. You should know that even young Master Qingshan has no right to bring people into the inner city. If even Mu Qingshan couldn't bring people into the city, then Teacher Hu certainly couldn't. She was just about to tell the officers that it was Teacher Hu who brought him into the city. Fortunately, Mu Qingshan interrupted her. Otherwise, she would have been exposed on the spot. Mu Qingshan said, it was an emergency. I couldn't wait for him to get the seal for the inner city. A trace of inquiry flashed through the leading officer's eyes. Oh? What made young Master Qingshan bring a lower country person into the inner city in violation of the laws of Xingdu? The inner city was an important place. Even a native of the Yan Kingdom had to obey the rules to enter the city. To treat the duke's illness. Everyone's expression changed when they heard Mu Qingshan's words. The leading officer was even more stunned. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Gu Jiao vaguely understood that the High Duke should be a person of high status and power. If she treated him, she could make an exception and pass. This didn't mean that any doctor was qualified to treat the Duke. He had to be introduced by an important person, such as Mu Qingshan. The leading officer looked at Gu Jiao and then at Mu Qingshan. Him? Mu Qingshan said without changing his expression. Yes, he is the doctor I invited for the Duke. The leading officer had already figured out Xiao Liulong's background. He asked suspiciously, he has only been in the school for a day. How do you know that he is a doctor? Mu Qingshan put one hand behind his back and said lightly, is it difficult for me to find out about a person? The leading officer was speechless again. Of course, it was not difficult. Mu Qingshan was the head of the 3 young masters of Xingdu. He came from a prominent family and was both talented and good-looking. It was not difficult for him to investigate the background of a new student. I want all the information about this person in one day. Mu Qingshan only needed to say such a simple sentence, and countless servants and men of sacrifice would die for him. The leading officer was able to take over the crown princess's case, so he was not an ordinary person. He asked suspiciously, but why did he go to the brothel? Mu Qingshan said without changing his expression again, he left because we didn't agree on the price. Gu Jiao was speechless. How could you lie so calmly? It would be a pity if you didn't become a scriptwriter and an award-winning actor. The leading officer narrowed his eyes and asked, then what about your fish talisman? Mu Qingshan said, I gave him the fish talisman and asked him to go out of the city. Who would have thought that he would go to the brothel? Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Thank you. Because of Mu Qingshan's intervention, Gu Jiao had a perfect alibi. The officers finally left. Mr. Hu came over and looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. He said to Mu Qingshan, no wonder young Master Mu wants to. Mu Qingshan glanced at him coldly. Mr. Hu shut up and said, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. After Mr. Hu left, Gu Jiao asked Mu Qingshan strangely, what did he say? Nothing. Mu Qingshan said expressionlessly. Gu Jiao looked at him deeply. Why did you help me? Mu Qingshan's eyes were cold. If I don't help you, won't you betray me? Is it better to be robbed by you or to be given the fish talisman by me? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and muttered, you're right. You men care about your reputation. It would be too embarrassing if young Master Qingshan was robbed by a new student from the lower kingdom. Mu Qingshan said indifferently, what are you muttering about? Gu Jiao was in a good mood. Nothing. Goodbye. She went to look for Gu Shaoshan and Mu Qingshan was about to leave as well. However, the two of them had only taken a few steps when the group of officers returned. Furthermore, there was a man who looked like he had some status among them. This man came over on a horse. He was in his early 30s. He was not wearing armor, but his whole body exuded a murderous aura. He rode on the horse and blocked Gu Jiao and Mu Qingshan's way. Young Master Qingshan. He greeted with a cold smile. His attitude was much more arrogant than those officers. Mu Qingqian's expression did not change much. He was still young Master Ryue who was unparalleled in elegance. Lord Xiao. Gu Jiao felt an inexplicable undercurrent. It seemed that Lord Xiao and Mu Qingqian did not get along well. The young man called Lord Xiao sneered and said, "Young Master Qingqian, you said that this person from the Zhao kingdom is a doctor that you invited for the Duke. It's not that I don't trust you, but this is a serious matter. Young Master Qingqian is still young. I'm worried that you'll be used by others." Mu Qingqian's eyes turned cold. What does Lord Xiao want? The young man smiled and said, "Isn't he going to treat the Duke's illness? Then let him treat it." Mu Qingqian said indifferently, "If he can't be cured, will Lord Xiao punish us for deceiving you?" The young man smiled gently and said, "Young Master Qingqian, you're exaggerating. How can I be disrespectful to you? It's this person from the lower kingdom who deliberately deceived you. It's all his own idea. It has nothing to do with you." Gu Jiao thought, "Very well. When the gods fight, I, a little brat from the Zhao kingdom, will suffer." A quarter of an hour later, Gu Jiao sat in Mu Qingqian's carriage. In fact, Gu Jiao could refuse. It was obvious that Lord Xiao and Mu Qingqian had old grudges and wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. If she didn't go, Mu Qingqian would be the only one to take the blame. However, she had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Mu Qingqian casually threw a prescription to Gu Jiao and said in a low voice, "Memorize this. When you go to the Duke's mansion later, put on an act and come out. Do you know how to take the pulse? It's okay if you don't. Remember to put 3 fingers on the outside of the wrist, near the radius." He frowned when he saw that Gu Jiao didn't say anything. "You should know about the radius, right?" "Yes, I know." Gu Jiao nodded and continued to read the prescription in her hand. "Bezoar, musk, pearl, cinnabar, realgar, coptis." Mu Qingqian whispered again, "It's okay if you can't cure it. He won't kill you. He's only doing this to make sure that you're a real doctor. He's also humiliating me. You just have to pretend to be a doctor and don't expose yourself." Gu Jiao gave a vague reply. Mu Qingqian thought that Gu Jiao was seriously memorizing the prescription, so he didn't disturb her. The carriage arrived at the Duke's mansion under the escort of the young man and the officials. "Master Qingqian, we're here." The young man rode the horse and said. Mu Qingqian looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Have you memorized it?" "Yes." Gu Jiao returned the prescription to him. Mu Qingqian and Gu Jiao got down from the carriage. The young man didn't get down from the horse when he entered the academy. However, when he arrived at the Duke's mansion, he immediately got down and handed the horse to the officials beside him. He told the gatekeeper where he came from. The gatekeeper entered the mansion and reported to them. "Master Qingqian, Lord Xiao, please come in." Gu Jiao entered the Duke's mansion. She became more and more confused as she walked. Why did she have a feeling that everything here was so familiar? Soon, they arrived at a secluded courtyard under the guidance of the gatekeeper. Gu Jiao blinked. Wait, wasn't this the courtyard she came to yesterday? Master Qingqian. Lord Xiao. Accompanied by a familiar female voice, a madam in a luxurious purple dress walked over with the help of a maid. Gu Jiao recognized her voice. Wasn't she the madam from yesterday? Was she revisiting the old place? Second madam. Lord Xiao made a fist salute. Master Qingqian also nodded slightly to greet her. The second madam was surprised. Why did you two come together? The young man smiled and said in a dignified manner, Master Qingqian found a doctor from the Zhao kingdom for the Duke. I specially escorted them to the Duke's mansion to treat the Duke's mansion. The second madam opened her mouth. I see. It was obvious that the second madam didn't believe that he would be so kind as to escort Mu Qingqian here. However, no one would expose the facade of the second madam. The second madam sighed. To tell you the truth, Divine Dr. Luo's disciple came to treat the Duke just now. He just performed acupuncture and hasn't left yet. He went to decoct medicine for the Duke. The young man asked, Is he the disciple of the Qin Kingdom's #1 divine doctor, Luo Feiyang? Yes. The second madam said. The young man looked at Mu Qingqian meaningfully. The Qin Kingdom is famous for its medical skills. Divine Dr. Luo is the best of all doctors. Mu Qingqian ignored his provocation and asked the second madam, Has the Duke woken up? The second madam shook her head. Mu Qingqian said to Gu Jiao, Go and try. Don't feel too pressured. The young man said sarcastically, Yes. After all, even Divine Dr. Luo's disciple can't do anything. How can an unknown doctor from the Zhao kingdom cure the Duke? Master Qingshan, I'm afraid you've been dreaming since the beginning. Gu Jiao looked at him irritably. Why are you so noisy? Are you a bird? The young man choked. Gu Jiao went into the room. Mu Qingshan looked at Gu Jiao's back and seemed to be surprised by her reaction. However, he didn't say anything and followed her into the room. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.